Just do it in the order.
So,
Okay.
turning to revenues, we discussed yesterday how we may want to modify our revenues based on the proposals floating around Hartford as it affects our town. And I still would propose not putting in potential grant receipts that may be floating around or negative grants that may be charged to us, and instead continue our policy of just budgeting zero for state aid and reflecting our expectation at the state that we're not sure what's happening, but we're not going to propose income, we're not proposing a loss. So I would make a motion to move 43444, the LoCIP program, to zero. I'm moving
On page 1, it's the last item on the page.
page 1, revenue, 43444, local capital improvement program, to change that from 375 to zero. Is there a second?
I'm seconding that.
Any discussion?
We've had the discussion. You're trying to offset. The budget should be a depiction of, it should be an accurate depiction. It shouldn't be, we're reducing this in case we don't get that. It's just,
The problem with the depiction that you want to put in here and adding a negative grant for teacher pension is, one,
I didn't say that.
I believe that's what you said you were indicating
Then your
to
belief is
yesterday.
inaccurate.
So
I
what-
said we have
How
a
do you want to
consider-
handle all of these
I would like
state
our
aids?
revenues to reflect what we anticipate we're going to get. The teacher pension that you're talking about, that's a separate conversation, how the town should want the plan to handle that. But I think the revenue should be accurate. I don't want to say, well, we're going to get this money, but we're going to book it as zero in case we get hit with the teacher thing. That's just.
However, our experience is that we haven't been receiving funds, not in some of these line items. We have 6 line items that they have identified, 4 line items that they've identified as all netting out against each other. The pilot program for the hospital, which doesn't appear in our budget book because we assumed zero. We budgeted zero, and we did get money this year for that.
That's why.
Town
I had the
road aid,
motion
we
for-
don't even budget. We don't assume we're going to get that. That's $700,000 in the program. LoCIP has been budgeted. The grants for municipal projects have been budgeted. ECS, we've been budgeting for zero. So historically, we've done both things. I think given the potential for a new negative grant that's maybe on the horizon, though I have doubts they can organize themselves to implement that so quickly. I think there are a lot of hurdles that they have to pass.
So you mentioned the teacher pension. I'll go with what Mr. Raymer said. If I think I understood him correctly, it's very hard for a municipality to input that direct
They can't
tax
send us a
on
bill, right.
In English, how they would send us a bill. I don't know how they would do that, but my goal is that is a concern of mine, that we will lose other revenues, but we are scheduled for the pilot tax. We got 175,000 EC this year, so I would like to put that back in. And the one that you're talking about was put in there because Ben, and I guess I'm going to speak a little bit for Roland, anticipated we would get it. That's why they put that in there.
Right. So the chart that came out of the governor's office listed all of these potential revenue items: LoCIP, ECS, grants for municipal projects, town road aid, and pilot hospital, and then netted the negative grant against it. So I think that if they're looking at all of these grants as this is what we're giving to municipalities, regardless of what bucket they're in, there's a chance they all go to zero.
So the thing that I actually said,
Mr. Raymer.
yeah, just to be clear, I mean, the comment that I made the other day, 2 days ago, was that I don't see in law the ability of the state of Connecticut just to assign its debt and obligations to the municipalities. It does, however, have a right to tax. It also has a right to introduce different criteria on grants that it extends. For them to try and recover the money by a taxation has a long leg for them. And they have cued us in the publicity that has come out of the governor's office. That's not the same as the legislature at this point, but they have cued us of what's come out of the governor's office of a remarkable new fiction called the negative grant. And I think you should take that cue as being a suggestion to you that in their handling of pilot, LoSiP, ECS funding, projects for roads and whatnot, they may choose to enter a new criteria on those grants where they begin to reduce the sums that otherwise would have gone to a municipality to account for local need or absence of need or the fact that our highly paid teachers may generate more pension obligation than a community that has more lowly paid teacher or less teachers altogether. And so to my mind, I think we're getting a cue that we're going to see some disappointments in the grant money. And with that, I pick up exactly on the logic of Mr. Mason, who often has smart ideas, that we should be, in fact, funding for revenues based upon what we're expecting to receive. And I think with the cues that we're getting, I think we'd be smart to be thinking that what we should be expecting to receive on these 5 or 6 grant areas is zip. And that's exactly what we did with the ECS funding for the last 3 years, I think. Maybe it's only 2, but I think it's the last 3 years. We made an assumption, leaning to the side of a conservatism, that we would get zip in ECS. In fact, ECS fell dramatically, just not to 0.
So I can't change Ms. Morari's motion. What I would again say, from a transparency point of view, we know there's a reason that some of these revenues were booked. If you would like to, if her motion included a line that said state grants with a negative number as an offset, that would be clear and transparent to the public. But I can't sit here and explain to the public, well, we think we're getting this, but because of the state, we're not going to get that. So just put a negative, a separate line item in there with a negative under revenue saying we anticipate a negative grant, because that's the term they're using, that's the term you're using. Then you have a transparent issue there. You're showing this is what we think we're going to get, but by the way, this is what we think we're going to lose. So it's clear. So we understand that. ECS we brought to 0 because it went to 0, but it came back this year by 175,000.
You would think it wouldn't make a lot of difference which way we did it. The thing that makes me uncomfortable, I'm speaking more candidly maybe than I should, the thing that makes me uncomfortable is I hate to be publicly expressing in our budget book a welcoming receptivity to this concept of negative grant. I'd rather just do it with a conservatism in what we're not booking on our revenue lines for these grants, where I think we're going to experience the hits.
Ms. Tarkington, did you have a?
No, again, I think it's hard to budget based on just comments by the governor, although we know he's very influential. And, I think we've all looked at this. We've gone through many of these issues, including this LoSiP in the past. I think that it's reasonable to budget this 375 at this point in time, and I'm not going to support your motion.
Can I point out, not making another motion on the number, is the forecast for LoSiP is expected to decline to 320 in the governor's expectation.
If you wanted to make it go from 375 to 320 up.
Well, my
that would be
motion
fine.
right now on the table is to go to 0, because now, if it's not supported, we're going to have difficulty on how we present our budget, because I'm not supporting putting in a negative grant. So the motion on the table is reduce LoSiP to 0. Let's take a vote on that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed?
2-2. Does not pass.
Can I suggest to the chair that I believe there were 3 or 4 other similar motions? Maybe we should take them each in turn and get them on the record, so to speak, and then we'll go back and deal with the 320 issue perhaps.
Okay.
Well, I'd rather, we've had a process, we all agreed on the process, and now Jeff wants to change the process. I don't agree with that. If we need to take a vote on that, I won't support.
I'm not-
If
Well, I
Jeff
don't,
makes it a
is there
motion.
another motion on 43444?
43444.
No motion. Okay,
Well,
staying in at 375.
I'll make a motion in the sense that if we're being told that we should be expecting 320 on that item, I don't know why I'd leave 375. I had preferred Mrs. Moriarty's motion, but I'll make a motion then at this point to reduce the 375 to the 320 that
Second.
the state is expressing.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
You're against?
I'm still thinking about that, because once we set the precedent for doing this, it sets a precedent in all the others.
The precedent to reduce it to the forecast number?
Well, I mean, because then we then have to consider some of the other things that come along with this program.
I don't know what that means.
So what's,
Well,
just,
I mean, once you voted one way, then we'll hear it again and again. So on this one, I will abstain.
so I'll vote against, so that passes 211.
So this has been reduced to 320?
That's correct.
Yep.
Correct. Okay, looking at the other revenue lines, I think I'm going to continue just to get my point on the record. 43493, unrestricted grants municipal. 493, it's on the next page. I'm going to move to reduce that to 0.
Seconded.
Any discussion or just a vote?
I mean, the actuals the year before were 226, and they've already dropped it to 100 for a reason in the budget buildup.
It's the information we're getting from the governor's office.
Once we get.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Votes against?
I'm against.
Well, once we started this process, I'm against it.
2-2, fails. Any other changes on revenue?
Yes, we have the interest on our income plus 250.
So you're not making any other state changes? That would be here.
Well, I have them listed differently. I'm sorry for that. I have interest, I have the ECS at 175 and the pilot.
Well, ECS is on this page. It's on page 2. 43451. First line.
First line, which we budgeted here at 0.
So the actuals for 17-18 were 500,000, but it's suspected, I'm looking at Roland because I think you and Ben brought this down to 175 because that's what we got running, correct, for this current year?
It was brought down to
We
0.
we got
Marked
half.
down to
We got, it comes in 3 payments. We got half. We're going to get the second and third. We expect 175
Okay, so,
for this year. Current year, not the budget year.
so what are you expecting for next year?
275? What's in?
But you
I
reflected
think it's
275
275. Let me double.
was what was expressed by the state.
So can I ask a
Right there.
question?
It's
At this point.
275, 919.
Okay,
Where is this?
So let him first make his motion.
where did I come up with 175, Roland?
It's fiscal 19. It's right there.
That's your apparent actual for this current year.
So, I'm a little there. I would just leave it at the 175.
No, it's, right now it reads 0 in our budget book.
No,
His motion is to increase it to
Yeah,
175.
I originally, the other day I had mentioned, I thought 175 was the safe number, so I'll stay with that.
Is there a second?
So I'll second his motion. Because I want to ask.
Any discussion? Yes.
Leslie, I need some help, and I know you're the expert on this. So if I go to the salary schedules, page 2.
The what's good? Oh, salary schedule,
schedules,
sorry,
the
sorry.
salary schedules
Yeah,
tab.
sorry, yeah, sorry.
I wanted discussion and question there.
Well, okay.
So, Leslie, where in the 600s, where it says BOE grant funding these positions, and they're actually increasing the number of personnel, full-time personnel by 3.8. What is that funded? Where is that funded?
That's not in ECS number or excess cost number. That's in the IDA grants that the Board of Ed gets. Board of Ed gets a lot of federal grants, and it's those monies that come, I don't know if they flow through the state, they go directly to the Board of Ed that funds some of this additional personnel.
So
Pete, do
we,
you have a-
They're
none of
they're in the
this
grant fund. They're
I'm
not,
sorry?
they're funded in the grant fund.
funded in the grant fund. And their benefits, are there any benefits for these employees?
They pay.
I'm sorry?
They pay the general fund.
They pay the general fund for the benefits. So those benefits are in fixed charges. Where do we see,
You asked a question about that actually the other day on why it's flat year to year and budgeted, yet
Right.
they're increasing the number
but
of
I
people.
just wanted,
So it's on page 4 of revenue,
yeah, you understand.
49124 BOE grant fund.
For,
On page 4 of our revenue
right,
tab,
for,
49124 BOE grant fund.
so then I asked the follow-on question because, this shows that the number of full-time employees is increasing.
Can I just interrupt for a second? That has nothing to do with the
Okay,
ECS motion on the table.
you're right, because
so
I asked
when
the
we
first
get-
question. You're
you
correct.
asked it, yes, sir.
I
Yes.
apologize.
Um,
I didn't
So
read.
let's act on this ECS motion to increase to 175. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. 2-2, doesn't pass. No, Mike, just to prompt you, there are 2 other 8 items which the town is scheduled, or looks like it's going to get, which we don't have budgets for. The pilot hospital doesn't appear in our budget book because we've had 0 for the past few years.
Right.
I just ask if you want to make a motion to
Right.
add those
I-
funds in.
We're anticipating 600 on that.
675, we were told, I think.
It's right up there.
So,
But go through, there's an issue, just before Mike gets too caught up in here, there's an issue in terms of the housing authority and how they apply for it and when they apply for it. Is there some issue there?
This is
Have
the
we
hospital
discussed that?
grant.
This is the
hospital.
The hospital, not the housing authority.
This is the hospital.
so I go back to my original question. Do you anticipate we're getting this?
This is currently in the governor's budget.
Okay, so then that's my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
So the motion
And
is to
you can make
increase
it-
the
you can-
pilot line to 674,786.
Or you could make it a clean number if you want.
We
You
don't
don't
have
have to
a
be
pilot line,
exact.
do we?
No, there's an account number we have from prior years.
Yeah, we'll-
Roland
we'll
had
bring
given
that
it to me
back.
before, but we'll bring that one back, whatever
So
that
the
is.
motion is to add a line with whatever object code it
674.
was?
Yes, 675. Can we just round it?
Yeah, round it up or round it down.
675. I
That's
don't
fine.
know, that $14 could break, could be a problem.
We'll find it. We'll find it. We'll do our best.
All right.
Roland, do you have a number for that?
The
No,
account.
no,
No,
the
object
account number.
code.
I'm sorry.
It used to be in there.
Yeah, we used to have it.
So all those in favor?
Aye.
2, all those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. 2-2, it fails. Now, Mike, I'm just prompting you, the town road aid, we haven't budgeted in the past?
I didn't bring that up.
I'm just asking, I'm going through the list of the
Oh.
governor's
I didn't-
items to make sure that you've addressed them.
I didn't bring that one up. That one was,
All right, so we've addressed the others.
I have
Um,
2 left, cancellation of prior encumbrances and the interest.
Okay, but those are on a different page.
Yep.
So let's go to page 4. First one is interest, 46110. Mike, you want to make that motion?
I'd like to increase that by 250,000.
Seconded.
Seconded by Jeff. That was recommended by the controller.
Exactly.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So that's 4-0. That passes. And then 49055, cancellation of prior year encumbrances. Mike, you want to mention?
I had the other day in discussion, I had talked about raising that by 500,000. Still leaves us far below what the current is. So I would make that 1.7.
Seconded.
Seconded. Can I ask our controller, are you comfortable with that change?
We traditionally cancel more than that amount. Yes, I'm comfortable with that amount,
Okay.
1.7.
So we're going to increase that by 500. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can I have a vote on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
4-0, that passes.
There were other motions that that came from other people. I'm just,
On revenues? I
Yeah.
don't believe so.
okay, all right.
Leslie did have that question about the BOE grant fund, 49124, and had asked the question if there's sufficient funds in there to cover the changes, the increase in. Okay, so that one will be outstanding. Leslie, you may want to make a note to come back to that one.
So, through the chair, may I ask a question of my colleague, Mr. Mason?
Yes?
In your earlier remarks, Mr. Mason, you had said that you wanted, for the sake of a transparency, then to be adding what I guess amounts to like a negative item for negative grants to offset the positive figures. And in the votes that we've taken, we have a $320,000 positive figure on LoCIP. Was it your plan to make a motion to add what I guess is a negative item to offset that one?
So let's start with what you say I said I wanted. No,
well,
that's not what I wanted.
I
I
don't
said
mean to put words
that
in
would
your
be
mouth.
the transparent way to do it, is
Okay.
because I understand what Ms. Moretti is trying to do. I just think that revenue should depict what we're going to get, and if we as a decision-making body decide that we are likely to see an impact of a negative hit towards these revenues, then we can flag that. It wasn't my motion that I wanted to do it, I just thought that was the clearer way to do it.
So are you planning to make a further I was only prompting you in case you wish to make a further motion.
No, thanks for the prompt. I
Okay.
usually don't need one.
Okay.
Jeff,
So-
you can make
I'm
for
just,
all of us all day long.
I'm just being helpful.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, what's happening now?
we're going to move to operating expenses. Roland's showing what actions we've taken or we've approved on revenues. So we have increased, well, you've got some there that we haven't taken action on yet. But, so far, we've increased the revenues in the budget by $695,000 by the actions that we've taken.
So you're more than paid for our time here.
All right.
Coffee.
General government, I'm going to flip through the pages. I have noted the pages where comments were made yesterday. So I'll try not to go too quickly, but stop me if I miss something. 101, representative town meeting. 102, ethics. 103, historical district commission. 104, emergency operations. 105, office of the first selectman. Ms. Harkin, is this where you wanted to talk about your capital czar position?
My what?
Capital czar?
Well,
Construction
it depends
person?
on how you want to do it. At the last meeting, you said you wanted to talk about new things later on after we went through it.
Today,
but-
I'd like to, as we go to each account, to identify what changes we're going to do at each account, not wait to the end. So if you're prepared, if not, we can adjust later. But do you have a specific proposal of what you wanted to do to Office of the First Selectman?
Yeah, I'd like to move Office of the First Selectman, increase salaries 51010, $250,000. And for a construction manager, to be determined.
Let me first ask if there's a second. Is there a second to that proposal?
I just finished the sentence.
Oh, okay. Is there a second? There's no second. Okay. So anything else on 105? No. 106, Purchasing Department. 107, Administrative Services Center. 109, Human Resources. I think, Leslie, you also had, oh, yes, we needed to make the change for new positions and temporary salaries.
Right. This was well, it got combined, but my motion was to eliminate the full-time position that wasn't approved by the HR committee. And then I think Roland shared that we would then have to add back the money for a temporary employee, and that the impact of that was to reduce the 100s by $25,000.
No.
Was it, no,
No,
by,
it would just be a reclass.
oh,
from the,
reclassification. Oh, right,
part-time position
right. You're
So
correct
the-
on that.
Part-time to part-time, that's
You're
all.
you're
So
correct
the
on that.
motion is to reduce
And-
51980 to 0 and increase 51300 by 68,905,
Correct, and then I was going to add, and also to accordingly adjust the TOO for the department.
and adjust the TOO to reflect that change.
Again, this position not approved by the,
Is there a second?
HR.
I'd second that.
Any discussion?
Can you,
Yes.
can you clarify that for me exactly this?
Sure. If you look on page 13, you'll
Yep.
see the accounts. The HR department had requested changing 2 part-time positions to a full-time position, and their budget reflects that change.
But TOO doesn't.
No, the TOO also reflects that change.
Okay.
However, the BET's HR committee did not vote in favor of that change. They're
you're
recommending
pulling
to
it out.
stay with 2 part-time positions. We don't
Thank you.
have to
Got it,
agree with
got
that
it. No, no,
recommendation,
no.
but we're
Got it.
just, so this motion is to adjust the financials to reflect
Gotcha.
not changing the 2 part-times to
Gotcha.
1 full-time.
So it's an adjustment based off of the HR committee's action.
Yes.
Thank you, got it.
Okay. All
And-
those in,
And theoretically, as the BET, if the BET adopts this change, it's fundamentally adopting the HR committee actions by doing
that's correct. All those in favor?
that. Aye.
Aye, 4-0. Any other motions on HR?
Oh, yes, I'd like to make a motion on behalf of one of my colleagues to reduce,
What does that mean?
well, input.
It's your motion.
I'd like to make a motion to reduce the, we'll call it temporary salaries line by $25,000 to reflect the, basically, efficiency improvements to the department by the new ticketing system implemented with technology in conjunction with the IT department.
Let me
This
stop
is
there. Is
HR?
there, this is an HR.
Okay.
Is there a second to that motion?
It- Question, just, if I'm reading that right, this is at 81,630 coming down from an actual the year before of 188?
That's the line that's being targeted. Now, HR department would have the ability to take it
I- no,
anywhere from the
I understand
100s, but yes.
But, so, they've already,
Well, we've increased it, actually. We've just, the action we've taken brings it up to 150,000 approximately, because they're keeping with 2 part-time instead of 1 full-time. So we've made that change. It just, as I understand the motion, this has nothing to do with the change that we just made before on the 2 part-time, 1 full-time. We heard in the meetings that a new ticketing system is being implemented. We asked the HR director, will there be any efficiencies from that? She said, maybe. I can't quantify them at the moment. So this 25,000 reduction in the budget is to quantify what could be savings from that ticketing department.
so could this be better suited by putting a subject to release on a bunch of the monies in that 100 object to have the input?
That's an alternative approach. So I'm looking for a second to reduce the temporary salaries line by 25,000.
Well, we have to discuss second, so we can
Okay.
have this discussion.
I'm not in favor of making this change. It's not a huge amount of money. I rather let the department get used to the new system, find their efficiencies, and then we can follow up on it at a future point. But I wouldn't make the change to either condition the money or to reduce the money. It's my position.
Well, then how do you get follow-up on this initiative?
Next year's budget discussions.
And by then, we will have forgotten about it.
A vote?
You ready to vote?
I'd rather see a condition, but I think this is an initiative that I'd rather turn positive than a negative.
If the motion is defeated, you can make a motion to condition the remaining sum.
A motion to recommend a
You're right.
condition.
Right.
Correct.
That's
All right,
correct.
so a motion, let's act on the motion to reduce 51300 by 25,000. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay?
Now I'm going to abstain on
You're going
it
to abstain. So it's 1,
1, 2,
2, 1. That fails.
in case a condition isn't drafted that's suitable. So I will make a motion that we recommend a condition to Department 109, 100 Major Object Code, subject to release, $50,000.
50 or 25?
I used 25.
Okay, $25,000, subject to release, on a report on the implementation and progress on the customer service ticketing initiative.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
And this is a recommend to
Of
the full
course, I know,
BET for
yes.
condition. So 2 in favor. Mr. Raymer?
Nay.
Nay. 2-2 does not pass. Okay. 111 probate court, 120 registrar of voters, 130 finance.
It was a change that was recommended by our controller. I'd make the motion. It's to reduce bank fees, which is line 52030, by $25,000.
I'll second that.
Okay. So it was by 25,000, correct,
That's what
Jeff?
was
That's what you
recommended to
said?
us,
Yep.
yes. That's my motion.
Any discussion? Let's vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 4-0. That one passes.
Department 130, line 51490. I'd like to add $350,000 to professional otherwise to be available in fiscal year 1920 for the anticipated look at cybersecurity, additional consulting, monies available for construction management, implementation, and a fire analysis look at the town of Greenwich similar to Westport for an overall look at firefighting deployment within the town, which would be conducted through our liaisons on the BET.
Is there a
And
second?
maybe some units with maybe units.
No, that's in
Second.
construction management.
No, I think that's separate because,
Well, then you can make your motion.
okay, just.
Is there a
yeah,
second?
I'll second that and just,
Okay.
If you like discussion, cybersecurity obviously is an initiative that not only is it growing, it's new. I anticipate going forward that this will be something bigger for the town as we go. This would allow us to put out an RFP through risk management where IT is recommending it for a outside look at our cyber across all town venues to begin implementing a direction, a recommendation for adding cybersecurity, enhancing and managing. Construction management, we've certainly had our series of meetings this week with the Bloom-Shapiro report, and I think this should make funds available to continue to bring our current capital open projects into the Munis system with some training and some assistance for all of our departments that that do capital work, and also possibly lead us towards the direction of new systems, software, et cetera, going forward for capital project management. And a fire analysis this has nothing to do really with the initiative in the capital budget, but as the town embarks into firefighting, we haven't had a study. We're looking at lots of issues. We have a labor contract coming up. As you remember, in certain labor contracts, we went from 8-hour shifts to 24-hour shifts. We talk about response time. We have some unclarity. But I think the BET, and I actually, there is thought of possibly even beginning this sooner if we wanted to do an interim. But I think this would open the door for us to look at everything going on in firefighting across the town. When we hear about response times, are there specialty vehicles? Are there different deployment tactics? Are there different labor scheduling? And I think this is something that, as I hear the conversations, I hear the concerns, I think this is something that's probably due. I would also note that our fire management team, there's always talk about people's retirements and whatever, and I think in the next coming year, this could be a good conversation.
Any discussion?
So,
Ms. Tarkington? Yeah.
I second this. I think this is very important. I think that all of these issues, I'd roll Munis into this. I think there are some areas of Munis that probably would provide some efficiencies for the finance department. I guess what I'd like to discuss is whether this is best done as in the operating accounts or in the capital accounts. Exactly in the same department, exactly handled by 130 Finance Administration, and the risk manager, as Mr. Mason has noted here. I believe these really could and should lead to capital transactions. As an example, the cybersecurity will probably lead to additional programs being implemented, capital programs being implemented, and this could be rolled into those projects. I look at this as being absolutely necessary. I totally support this, particularly the data, for the fire department. We saw numbers up there that were, conflicting with each other, et cetera. We all need the right information, but I just query whether it needs to be an operating or if it isn't better, just like the revaluation, to be handled in capital. Again, I repeat, in the 130, the finance department, similar to how we address revaluation in the assessor's office, again, under the auspices of this board. So I like the discussion because I'm certainly going to support this, but if there's a way to put it where I think it more rightly belongs, then I would recommend that.
Mr. Raymer?
I won't be voting in favor of it, although I'm not unsympathetic to the issues that are raised. On the IT cybersecurity, I'm not quite sure that there aren't adequate funds there now in the 150, but I'd rather wait and fund it at the moment that we're poised to do the project, not set the funds aside now. I'm a little unclear whether or not I'd want to allocate those funds to finance or IT. I'm a little unclear whether I'd want to handle them as operating or capital. I'm very open to our doing more work in cybersecurity. I think we're missing the boat there. I just don't want to deal with it by putting these funds in finance now. I have a bit the same reaction to the thoughts that Mr. Mason has raised regarding capital project management and asset management and the implementation of Bloom Shapiro. I think all those things need to be done. I think they're going to need funding. I'm just a little unclear with whether or not I solve that problem by putting the funding into finance and in operating. I'd rather, I want to see that work done. I'm rather thinking that those funds should be going to schools. I'm inclined to think I'd rather do it as capital, so I have a little more visual control of it, rather than just throw extra money into operating, which then might be able to be used for other purposes. So I just don't want to fund it in this way right now, but I absolutely positively will, at the appropriate time, be supporting some funding for capital project management, for asset management, for an implementation process on Bloom Shapiro. But I'll be voting against this particular motion.
I'll just,
Mr. Mason.
so I'm clear, and cybersecurity will likely, according to professional recommendations, end up somewhere in risk management, so that's certainly under us. The construction management consulting, Parks and Rec, DPW, Board of Ed, and I really probably am missing other entities that do capital projects refurbishment. I want a standardization across the board, so it's better resting in finance for us to do the research and to allocate and help the departments do that. And the same thing with the fire. I think we're looking for it central. I don't support these as capital projects. I believe this is, again, if I want to reiterate my original motion, I want these funds to be available in the finance department, as we have done with many studies and many looks at other things through the years, so it's available. So we're not here today debating this. It puts the money available for the BET after the budget to decide whether we want to work through a special project team, through liaisons, to work on this. But that's how I look at this, and I think that it's consistent with the way we've addressed initiatives in the past.
So I'll just add to Mr. Mason's comments that I think that, my motions here are really for the town in its, growth and its very flat organization to begin to have leadership at the town level and consistency and put in processes in place. I think we desperately need a leader in construction manager in order to begin any of these major projects that we're undertaking, whether it's at the schools or whatever. We're talking about maybe a person or two. We're not talking about, a large department at this point in time. But without these studies and without some direction within this finance department, and to go, as Mike said, across the board, consistent systems for purchasing, et cetera, whether it's libraries, our top two departments in terms of size are the BOE and Witherall, and so go those budgets, go the town. We need to begin to be have much more consistent systems, consistent purchasing, not getting around the rules, and I highly support this initiative, and it definitely needs to be done in finance. It needs to be done for the leadership townwide. I am not totally satisfied with the Blum and Shapiro study. It did good work in terms of maybe the accounting for the projects, but it certainly lacked in terms of looking at the failures of how we manage our projects, how we, use our purchasing techniques and so forth and so on. Again, these are departments that we need to make sure we have consistent policies. So I support this 100%.
Right.
And if this should not
thank
pass, I will move it again in capital, or Mike can.
I neglected to comment in my comments before that I don't support the portion that Mr. Mason was speaking of for doing a fire study. I have the concern that a fire study, I don't think it's necessary, and embarking on it becomes then a source of delay or confusion on what we're doing, both about the funding to Round Hill and the prospect of doing some work leading toward a firehouse in Northwest.
Okay, let me jump in. I didn't get a chance yet, and everyone else has spoken twice or three times.
There's a nail on the end of that finger.
There is. Be careful. That's how I cut myself before.
We're very sensitive nowadays.
I always, I struggle with having finance oversee initiatives for operating departments when operating departments, we don't know whether they're at the table with us or not with us. So I think that there's a structural issue when we identify initiatives that should be done, some of us that should be done, that we march down the road to look at them, but if you don't have buy-in, then it's a waste of time and money. I also look at, our finance department, are they experts in any of these areas? You're really saying these are BET member initiatives, so I have to figure out what it is I'm signing up for. But that's important work needs to get done. I think in following up, you mentioned 3 specific areas that you want to add money in the budget to deal with. The construction management, the Bloom Shapiro thing, I think there is general buy-in support on the Board of Ed side that things need to move forward and needs to change, and I want to find a way to fund it. I would fund a project management software and an asset management system through the capital budget. Start with the Board of Ed, and then we'll roll it out. We'll work with DPW in the town on their needs and try and get it the same systems over there. I see a need for finance potentially to have some consulting money in to confirm that the recommendations are being implemented and that we haven't found an issue that might need some other way to address. So I can see using some of our consulting money for that, but I don't see us being the lead agency of implementing these systems. Cybersecurity, the same thing. I know that by assigning a project, an expanded project, a different project, we've gotten information on it in cybersecurity to IT in the capital, doesn't necessarily address the other departments within the town or other entities within the town that have independent IT initiatives. So I have to figure out how to deal with those. And the fire analysis, again, this is a new idea that came up recently from the discussions that I don't know where that fits in within the life of issues of addressing fire department. I haven't heard it come from the fire chief. I haven't heard it come from the fire commissioner, the first selectman. So I'm not supportive of a new study looking at better efficiencies and way to use our assets because I haven't heard how that fits within the mix of their needs. So I'm not supportive of this motion to add the money to 149.
So, okay, so let's just, I want to touch on two comments there. Mr. Raymer thinks that this is a delay to an initiative. The sensitive meeting resolution has nothing to do with this. The fire commissioner and the fire department has decided that there's a need. The fire commissioner and the fire department has decided what the solution is. So we'll get a chance at that 100,000, and I'm hopefully that's going to be fine. But I just want to take Mr. Raymer and you back 3 years ago when you did support a look at the firefighting services and studying the town. And I'm glad you have this sudden change of heart, because I have that too. I'll go back to what I'm saying. Separate issue. We have not looked at our townwide deployment. We've all seen the maps. We know what the maps are talking about. We have labor contract coming up. Remember, the town has looked at several different shifts in labor on how we apply the firefighting. 8-hour shifts, 10-hour, 24 happens to be the current. We looked at, we've had conversations, we've heard about peak times where there's a demand for firefighters at one side of town, and then at night a different.
But who's defining the scope of this work? Who's the supporting
I'll
department?
get to that in 1 second when I'm done interrupting you. And what I would say to you is, this is exactly what you asked for 3 years ago, and now you don't seem to want it. And the scope at that time was exactly defined. It was a look at total deployment, everything. You have your chance to vote. You can take your position.
But just a few years ago, it was a recommendation of the first selectman to do the study.
I understand
So I
that,
haven't
and he just may be a lot smarter than me at times. And I would say this to you: at that time, we were deciding. We voted in favor of buying a piece of property for the Northwest Station. I voted for that too. Remember, Mr. Raymer? And I voted against the study because I said, well, if we're going to do the Northwest Station, that study was geared towards that. So now we have a complete role reversal by my colleagues here. Now we don't want to do the study, and we're still, I assume, going to proceed with the solution offered by the fire professionals for the sensitive meeting resolution. So it's nice to say when you want to have control, you use the word buy-in. I like that word buy-in because as I've said to you before, and I'm sure we're going to have this conversation when we get to some other items. The buy-in, I use the word buy-in, I use the word priorities. I'm looking for how you're convincing me on buy-in. I'm looking for how you're going to convince me on the buy-in, because the construction management thing, I think the issue right now is, you've heard the controller say it, who's going to do this? We have Munis already. We have a whole bunch of capital projects we could start loading in. I think the Bloom Shapiro team actually said to us, we could start right now with the current capital appropriations, getting them in Munis, getting people trained, getting them used to it. And we have several departments that would have to do that. So that's why I centralized it with finance, because finance is owned, Munis is actually owned by the finance department. We own Munis. We're the ones that have that. So it's a logical fit. But, we need to vote on this item and move on, and
Okay.
we'll see
So
where it goes.
let's take a vote. The motion is to add 350,000 to 51490. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against?
Nay.
Nay. 2-2, it doesn't pass.
$350.
350.
350.
He was speaking 450 on Wednesday when he was talking about it.
And the reason for the change was just conversations I had with Ms. Moore to numbers.
Yeah. Okay. That's it for 130. 134, IT. 135, assessor.
Can you just make sure that,
You okay?
again, this is an area where, like purchasing, we need more centralized authority. And
Is
may
there,
also,
is there a motion?
so it's hard to make a motion here because I'm going to move that we add $100,000 to the operating accounts so they can hire a professional to support implementing centralized policy responsibility, to include the BOE library, Nathaniel Weatherall, and to centralize, as you pointed out, cybersecurity, again, BOE library, police, Nathaniel Weatherall, and also so that they have the money to incorporate the BOE telephone system for commonality. I mean, I was, again, I've expressed concern.
Let me just
Okay.
interrupt, see if there is a second. Is there a second?
I understand the concept, but
Is there a second?
No.
No second. Thank you, no second. So let's move on. 135, assessor. 136, Board of Assessment Appeals. 139, tax collector. In this, we had an outstanding question that the budget accurately reflects the actions for HR
salary
department for
increases.
the salary increases.
Yes.
It does?
Yeah.
2%. Okay, thank you. 140, law department. 150, town clerk's office, same question, same answer. 161, P and Z Board of Appeals. 170, Condemnation Commission. 171, Planning and Zoning. Mr. Raymer, you thought you might be making,
No.
no, not there. Okay, 172, Conservation Commission. I had a question there. There was we had asked Pat Sesto, did she?
Conservation.
What?
Okay.
Conservation. What did we have in conservation?
But so we didn't get an answer to that question about the 25,000?
I didn't get an answer, no.
Didn't get an answer, okay. So,
The prospective motion, the dollars in temporary salaries are reflected on the inland wetland side. Everybody, I'm sure, recalls, these remain two separate departments, but they're under common leadership, and it's a little...
but the specific 25,000,
Yes.
and I'm sorry to my colleagues that I didn't make a motion here, maybe I need to, but she had referenced it was a reduction in consulting hours on the conservation side, so that's why I keep going back to conservation. I thought she thought there was an additional 25,000. I won't make this motion now, we'll move past it, and
Okay.
if at the full BET, that 25,000 can
Okay.
be taken, we will.
That works for me, too. Thank you.
173, inland wetlands, 174, land use administration.
We had a,
That was, Jeff had a potential motion here on increasing temporary salaries.
No.
No?
Didn't,
You had a P and Z proposal potentially to provide funds
right,
for the P and Z director's request to fund .31 part-time to .7.
It wasn't my motion.
it was mine.
Oh, it was yours.
It was on
Oh, okay.
consolidation, that was one that I wanted to make. But that was on, help me understand that, that's on,
Not sure within which department it is, but
Land use administration.
I thought it was on P and Z. Where was that, Roland?
I had it on,
I had it on land use. Here is what I looked. 25,404.
it is, you're right, it's on 171 because it was their housing
Yeah.
specialist
Look at this.
from .35.
Okay, yes, Ms. Tarkington has it right here.
Because
Right, so on our page 35, just so you know, so
So we're going back, okay.
I'll make that motion if you want.
So please make the motion.
To add $25,404.39, because it was,
To
And that was-
temporary salaries.
right, and that's to bring the point, it's to raise the funding available to bring a .3 to a .7.
So is it 25,000 for the rounding?
You could make it 25.5, you could make
All
it
right,
26.
25.5.
It was just kind of referencing Katie's
Is there,
exact number that day.
is there a second?
I'll second that. I just would like, since Katie's here, for her to confirm that that's the right place. Katie's here, can you just have?
Yes, okay, so it's at Department 171.
And you need all 39 cents of that.
So
All right.
my only comment is while I'm sympathetic to the need, I believe that the request was made through the town administrator and when doing budgets, and it wasn't funded by the town administrator based on need. And we're taking a hard line with some of the other departments, reducing other expenses that they've justified and gotten submitted to us. So in past years, she's been able to find the funds. I know that that may not be as possible now, but I don't support adding the 25,000.
Should we go back to the other things that town administrator recommended that we changed? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying
I
we will
think-
be changing
I think
other
our budget
things.
process, as defined by the charter, says that submissions go to the first selectman for a consolidated budget. Departments not getting what they're requested have the Board of Estimate and Taxation to go to make a case for what they need to. And I think, I'm making a motion, I think that this exact case was clearly conveyed to us that what the intent of the money was, and I just happen to agree with that. So that's why I made the motion. But what
You
you're
have- you
saying,
can
what you're
have-
saying is the town administrator says something, that's what we should do.
I'm allowed to have my reasons for thinking the way I do, and you're allowed to have yours. Can I have a vote on this,
Well,
please?
Can I just have
Yes,
some,
Ms. Tarkington.
you know, I support this too. I mean, this is, one of our issues in the town of Greenwich is, that we need, in my opinion, in order to protect our grand list, we need better compliance with regulations. This is a particular segment of the housing that they, as I understood it, that they needed this additional person for. And so therefore, anything that helps improves our process. And I think that land use probably is, the pressures on them and what needs to be accomplished are very great. And we need to do everything we can to protect the integrity of our grand list. So I support this.
Okay, let's take a vote. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. 2-2 does not pass.
I think we were up to.
172 are passing.
I think we're at
173
195.
on Department 173, inland wetlands, 174, land use. 195, Commission on Aging, 196, Senior Center. Okay, that's it for general government. Now move to the fire department. Uh, 201, fire administration, 202, training, 204, fire marshal.
I had a motion there. I may need assistance on the dollar amount. It's a motion to reduce 204 Fire Marshal's Office, line 51010, which is general salaries, And I was looking for some assistance from the budget director, if I can, on an appropriate number.
103,227.
103,227. My motion is to reduce that line by 103, by 103.
And is there a second? I'll second that motion.
Discussion?
Discussion.
So I think this conversation started with one item, and then Mr. Raymer had decided he wanted to remove a fire marshal, and I look forward to his reasoning for that. The fire marshal's office is responsible for several things. My original thought was on the fire marshal's office, what we needed to do, which could lead to some more efficiencies. But again, this could come up to the labor contract negotiations, as we have 4 deputy fire marshals and 1 fire marshal. And my thought was to, as you know, our fire marshals receive all the stipends as a regular firefighter. They are certified firefighters, entry tech, whatever all that language is, would be to look at having the fire marshal's office spread their shifts during the day to allow some more coverage, which in turn would reduce the overtime. That I would support, and I think that could be part of a fire study, maybe looking into that. Well, we're not doing that. So I guess my point is I do not support the reduction of a head. I haven't heard a justification in it, and we know from an audit committee from last term, we were severely backed up, and we've been catching up. We know from our large future capital project list that the fire marshals are an integral part of all the inspections as we go in all of the work that we do in schools and parks and town buildings. So I would think that as we look at a process where we're trying to enhance the ability to do capital, this could be actually one step towards a reduction in being able to do that.
So
Mr. Raymer?
probably appropriate that I explain the basis. I rely, of course, on the department heads. They have a much better sense of the operations of their departments than I do. The chief and assistant chief, when they were here, were asked that if a 1% cut were imposed on their department, it was the question we asked most, not quite all of the departments, if a 1% cut was imposed on your department, how would you propose to accommodate it? What would be the best place in your operations to accommodate it? Neither the chief nor the assistant chief embraced that as being a good strategy. They weren't recommending that. But the answer was that in their judgment, the place where it's best taken and still leave relatively intact the operations of their department would be to remove one of the 4 deputy fire marshals. And so I've adopted that. This is a department on which the regular salaries went up by 3.4%, the 100s went up by 2.3%, and the department as a whole went up by 3.2%. All of those are quite a bit higher than what we had asked of them in guidelines, and for all those reasons, I'm proposing this cut, which was the cut. It's unfair to say recommended. That's not a right characterization, but I don't know what word to pick. Recommended by the fire marshal, but you understand that he didn't actually recommend that per se. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to follow up, this one is particularly difficult. I think all of the cuts, we didn't, in this budget that was presented to us, there were no major strategic initiatives for new programs at the town level. There was not a lot of new headcount. So when we're looking at a budget from the town side that exceeded our guidelines, it makes it tough to figure out how do we move forward. We did ask all the departments how you would implement an additional cut or a cut if it had to be imposed. And that was a response we got from the fire department to look at fire marshal position. We do know that there had been a backlog in inspections. They've caught up, and we certainly don't want to put ourselves too far behind again, but the department's operating that particular segment much more efficiently than it did back when there was that backlog. So this one is a difficult reduction, I think, to implement, but because of the position of the operating budget, I am going to support this. Ms. Harkington.
So I won't support this. I think that both you and I know, from from personal experience on, the MESA building committee and that the fire marshal's office, you say the backlog is behind us, but, as another example, I've waited forever for that report on the Locust Road fire, and, we kept saying it was going to be done. So I just think that this is an area we should watch, and if someone departs, I would hope that, that this opportunity would come up again, but I don't think at this point in time to delete a position is yet appropriate, so I certainly won't be supporting this.
Okay, I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. All those against? No. No, 2-2, that fails. So we're at 205, firefighting force, 206, fire apparatus, 207, fire buildings, 208, volunteers. Now we move to the police department.
Why were there yellow on two of those on Roland's handout? Did we miss something? I know we did the fire marshal's office, but 205 and 207 were yellow in Roland's form.
Yeah, I think maybe we just didn't know where we would take.
7, I saw fire department buildings that I didn't think properly.
Okay, all right, I was
thinking of the contribution, which I messed up on.
I just don't want you to have to go
Yes.
running back. 'cause we
Thank you.
missed something
Appreciate
else.
that. I'm not looking at that sheet, so thank you. Police department, 211, administration, 212, dispatch, 213, general services, 216, criminal investigation, 217, uniform patrol.
I have a motion here. It's actually a motion that's directed to the department generally. I've merely picked on this subdivision because it had the largest single figures. I'm going to move to reduce 5101 regular salaries by $100,000. If there's a second,
Is there a
I'll
second?
articulate it.
I'll second that.
It's $100,000. This is the department, once again, in which the regular salaries line went up by 2.6%. That, of course, is driven by the union agreements. The department as a whole went up by 2.8%. It's a department that has a $22.5 million budget. I'm only trying to create a little bit of economy within the department, and I'm reasoning that $100,000 can be covered out of a $22.5 million budget without too much stress, and I applied it to the largest single line, which is general salaries in the 100s.
So-
Mr. Mason.
I love when we get our numbers right. The total police department salaries are going up 1.8% in the salary account line. Remember, the police department's over guidelines because of the townwide radio system that they're absorbing in their budget. Remember what the...
You said the
chief-
total salaries
If
is
you go
going
to
up?
page, if
Total
you go to page
100.
57,
The total 100, the total salaries are up by 2.6%.
Got it, total salaries is 2.6. Yours
But the 100s in total, Mr. Mason is correct, the 100s in total.
Thank you,
which is-
Mr. Mason.
all salaries are in the 100 major object code. The other major object codes are other things. So to say the salaries are up,
Salaries are in 101, that's what I was going to, but you're going to all 100s. I
yeah, I'm just
understand.
going,
Thank
right,
you.
I'm just going with the 100s. So Mr. Raymer said salaries are up 2.6% when they're actually up 1.8%. So that's number one. Number two, the department budget is over the guidelines because of the trunked radio system that they manage for parks, DPW, schools,
Right.
police, fire gems, wherever we have radios. So that was a challenge, and in our discussions with them, we didn't know exactly how to handle that because we're not going to allocate parts of the radio systems to the various budgets. So that brings to the reduction, and I think Mr. Raymer had suggested some cuts in this. Here's why. Here's what I don't support. We had a request this year from a constituent through our chair, which led to the liaisons, Mr. Weisbrod and I, having to go to the PD and look at their overtime. The PD's trending lower on their overtime. They're at 12.2% their salaries this year. They've been as high as 12.7 or 12.8, that they're trending down on that. But again, I've heard nothing here that says why we're looking to have a reduction in service. I don't see that. I would love to be able to say from a budget point of view and a mill rate point of view, but we have to justify this. I got a few emails yesterday about the YW program, but I didn't get any emails yesterday about the police department. I didn't get any emails this week about reducing public safety in the town. I didn't get any of those. So as we represent the people in the town, I would say if we want to make this $100,000 cut, we are not making it off of a decision other than we just want to see the spending cut, which could be a good reason. I'm not saying it's not, but we should justify. We have a responsibility to justify why we want to do this, and I'm not seeing that. It's just not being clearly delineated to me. So I'm not voting for this $100,000 reduction.
Just to look at the numbers further, because I want to make sure that we're not incorrectly quoting the wrong numbers or identifying that other members can't look at the same financial statements. So regular salaries are going up 2.6, total 100s, which includes other things besides salaries, 1.8. When you remove the funding of the radio system, it's
They're at about-
it's a 1.8% increase.
1.9%, actually.
I actually think there's a few other things. I think they're at about 2.0
So there are other
and
things.
change, to
And,
be
and
exact.
this is not, I think that there does have to be recognition that when you are considering budget cuts like that, it could impact levels of services, and we have to be clear in what we're doing. However, we go back to the fact that the town departments, the first selectman was not able to meet the guidelines. He was above the guidelines. The town departments came in at 1.7. We asked for 1.0 because we know this is a tough budget year. We're going forward, and some of the issues that are impacting this year's budget aren't going away. It's going to be a tough budget year next year and the like, and we have to start having some of these difficult discussions. So, $100,000 on a $22 million budget. It's not a huge percentage. Will it have an impact on services? You're right. We don't know exactly what that impact might be. The chief did tell us what he didn't really have specific recommendations on what might be cut if his budget were to be reduced. But without the challenge, we're not going to get the answer to that question. So in the end, this isn't easy. This isn't something that I know exactly how it's going to move forward, but I support the small reduction.
I really take exception when we take a position, it's $100,000 in a $22 million budget. So we have budgets that are 6 times that. So I assume if we're doing $100,000 per $22 million, when we get to a certain budget, we're going to take $400,000 away there. Is that what you're saying? I'm not being sarcastic. I'm trying to.
I'm trying.
You're trying to cut spending. I understand that. I fully respect that. But you need to have we need to know the
I'm looking
implications
at each
of this.
department individually, okay? And so I feel like this can be absorbed.
So I'm taking,
So,
I'm
again,
taking it.
do
I'm
I get a
taking
chance
it
to speak
apart.
here? It's my turn.
Ms. Ray.
So, Mr. Raymer, I believe, said he was taking out the patrol division.
Can I take a number?
I'm sorry?
Can I take a number?
Well, since I didn't get a chance at all, and I've been waiting patiently, and it's my understanding that the police chief actually identified the Marine Division, and I thought that's what Mr. Raymer had identified the last time. I don't support this motion, but I think that there are some messages here that departments really need to, be more mindful about how they can contribute to this financial hurdle that we're facing. And I think that right now, there's too much autonomy by the Board of Estimate and Taxation, which has overall responsibility for the town. It's the only organization that does. But we cannot move ahead and have a mill rate that our residents will be comfortable with unless everyone works together. And I think that this department, is part of our whole public safety net that's important to every part of town. But on the other hand, there's no reason why they shouldn't be looking at their costs. I think that they can look at this over the next year. And just the way you pointed out on another item earlier, Leslie, when this budget comes in next year, perhaps, it needs to come in more tightly. And then I would also add, in the past, occasionally, we would talk to departments on an interim basis, and maybe we need to basically implement that for our largest departments for the future.
After Mr. Raymer, I do have one question.
Mr. Raymer?
Just a few quick observations. The cut that I'm proposing, even if I pull out the entire line, not just the radio changes, but all the funds they spent even historically, even if I pull all that out, the cut that I'm proposing is 0.4%. I have a hard time thinking that 0.4% reduction in operating budget is going to produce disruptions in their process. Secondly, this is the department that went up when I removed all the items related to the radio and all the items in that sector, even the items that we're spending last year. This is the department that went up by 1.89% plus a small increment, which is about twice what our guidelines were. To Mrs. Tarkington's notation about she thought I was going to take the cut in the Marine Division, I did take the cut in the Division 217, where the officers of the Marine Division lie. And you will remember that the police chief, among his remarks of ways in which he thought he could accommodate some accommodation, would be to reduce some of the hours of service in the Marine Division. That doesn't sound deeply disrupting. They work now from 7 in the morning until 11 at night, and he thought he could accommodate a cut of that size just by having the Marine Division cease its operations at 8 at night instead of 11 at night. I don't think that's terribly disruptive. Lastly, as to Mr. Mason's references to another large department, if I have his reference correctly, that's a department, if you recall, that did meet guidelines. Matter of fact, came in somewhat under guidelines. So for those reasons, I make that motion. I invite your support. I recognize that it doesn't sound to me like I have the support.
Ms. Tarkington?
Jeff, then could you please repeat? I thought you had said the patrol division.
I said I've taken it out of Department 217, and if you take a look at the deployment, 217 includes the Marine officers. If you go to page 59 and take a look at 217, the first item listed is police officers, Marine, 5 officers.
Right, I'm going to call for a vote.
Just one
Mr.
question.
Mason.
Here it says operations.
Just for record, I just want to have a question. So, as I understand it, obviously the police department will be able to address this cut any way they see fit. And this is the police department that we've asked to have another school resource officer. So if they were to decide to not fund that position in this cut, you're okay with that, right? I just want to make sure that, because that is an option, so.
You're asking me whether or not I will embrace and take delight in any strategy change that the police chief makes. I don't know. Tell me what strategy change he's going to make, and I'll tell you whether or not I think that was a good choice. I'm not a police officer. I don't know anything about police administration. I think to not put a resource officer into the high school because you didn't want to reduce the hours on the Marine Division from 11 at night to end at 8 at night. That to me sounds like a poor choice, but I have to trust the police chief to be the expert in running his department. I'm not an expert.
All right, I'm going to call for a vote now. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All those abstain?
I'm deciding on my vote because
Okay.
if it's 2-2, it goes nowhere. And I think there's no better conversation that should get in the public. So I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
I do not support the motion, but I want this
2-1.
conversation
It
to get to the full
passes.
BET because I think our other colleagues would love to chime in on this one.
Next move to DPW, Public Works.
I had a similar motion here.
Let me get the department, I think. So 30,
I'm not going to make the motion. I don't know if one of my colleagues will, but I'm not going to make this motion. What was it?
301 Administration, 302 Engineering, 312 Highway. I'm going to make a motion. We had also talked about cutting 100,000 in total out of DPW's department. their department has come in below the budgeted request. They're a large department, also at $21 million. They, in the past, have returned more money than most other departments, but they have the big variable over snow removal, right? So the question is what level, I think we know how many snow days and ice days they have in the budget, but it's whether it works or not. But I would like to propose a $50,000 cut, so we're not funding through the mill rate a budget that may not be fully spent. So I'm going to make the motion to do it out of,
Overtime?
well, either overtime or waste disposal. Can we hope that our residents will be better about recycling and do it in 321 52510? It's a $5.5 million budget. It's flat from last year. It's a variable because we don't know what tonnage our residents will have, but it's in the 200s rather than the salary level. The other
So-
place to do it is out of overtime.
So 321?
I think I'm going to change it. I'm going to do it out of overtime. I think what we heard from the DPW director was that, commissioner, was that some of the DPW work might have to shift from evening hours to during the day, like leaf collection, et cetera, might inconvenience a few days of the year, but I think I would be supportive in order to, if necessary, to reduce funds that way. So it's going to be in overtime.
At Consolidation Day, there was some discussion of taking 50,000 out of 345 building construction out of the utilities line, 52220.
Right.
And at that time, there was some conversation of making the cut at 100,000. I haven't made the motion. It's your motion, Mrs. Moriarty. I only offer that to you if that is useful information to you.
So the motion I'm making is to reduce 312-51100 overtime services in highway and bridges by $50,000. And again, it was to shift, potentially have to shift some things to during the day from the evening. Is there a second?
Seconded.
I'll second it. Oh, Jeff.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
Jeff
can
can
have a second
second.
if you like.
Again, here's a department head that has consistently come in under our budget guidelines. We can go back to last year and the year before and the year before. I would suggest perhaps one of two things. Either, it was way over budgeted in the past, number one, or number two, she continues to find efficiencies, and she listens to us and responds accordingly. Quite frankly, this is one department, when we ask questions, they're responded to in detail, and I don't think, I accept them as being facts. So I'm a bit uncomfortable. When we look at this department, we also really have to look at what's in 318, highway traffic operations, which is hidden away in the parking fund. And that, too, came in at a negative 0.8%. So while I agree with this in concept, and I believe what she had said was leaf collections, and she could shift some from Saturdays to weekdays, which might be a little less convenient than than operating on Saturdays. Somehow I wish we could do some of this stuff behind the scenes and before this budget comes, because I don't think we're penalizing, that isn't the right word. I don't think we're looking at the department. There are some that, I think need to have this money come out more. I'm not comfortable with this one for the reasons that I've stated. And I'd like to see many more efficiencies in this town and many more transfers to technology and so forth. But this is a department where technology is probably more difficult to apply unless we do it in the building department, which we're not touching here, or in new construction use systems, which I've tried even at the beginning of this meeting to move us in that direction. So I would say this cut should be directed to an area to push them into technology and using building management systems and so forth, rather than penalizing them on leaf collection.
Any
So I
other-
won't be supporting this.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All those
Abstaining.
abstaining? So 2-1-1.
I'm pressed for the logic. We're over guidelines, cut them. We're under guidelines, we'll cut them.
I think
I'm
the
pressed.
period of discussion has closed, so that's DPW,
The vote was 2-1-1, though, right?
2-1-1, so that one passes. 321, waste management, 345, building construction. So now we're at fleet, or 351, building inspection.
345 has yellow on it.
At the,
Yes, I identified doing it two areas. I'm only going to make the one motion. So 380, fleet. Health Department,
Yes. I think I had a motion here.
As did I.
Oh, well then.
no, go ahead, Leslie.
I propose to decrease, I seem to have the wrong number here, 401, no, I do have the right number, by $15,608 to account for no additional hire. Again, this is another place that was identified as having a proposed addition to the TOO, which was not approved by the HR committee. And so not only am I proposing the decrease of this 15,608, I'm also proposing a reduction of one permanent person to the TOO by that,
Which-
by one.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the TOO and I see it flat. Which is Health Department?
Are you in the right spot?
No, it was, I think,
was a temporary.
it was a temporary position, so
So-
maybe it didn't go into the TOO,
So you're
correct?
talking about the public health emergency
Right.
preparedness
Right.
person, we had the grant
It's
for
my understanding it was not
45,000.
approved by the HR committee.
The, okay.
I would second that.
So the motion is to cut the temporary salaries line by 15,000?
608.
It's page 83, 51300.
And
They
it's-
have the exact amount there.
So it's being reduced to zero. The motion would reduce it to zero.
Got it. Got it. Now I understand.
I believe I did say
Is there a second?
15,608.
Jeff, you
I
seconded
seconded
it.
it.
Yeah.
Okay,
got it.
so let me, my understanding, and I don't recall if the HR committee acted on that public health emergency preparedness. You did act, and you approved it, right?
We approved, yes, we approved funding the federal grant by $15,000.
608.
So
Okay.
the position could be a permanent part-time position.
Okay, so just to clarify in the explanation, it was approved by the HR committee. Doesn't mean it changes your motion. The motion's on the table. I just, in looking at this, I would like to give the department the ability to find 15,000 somewhere else in their entire organization to keep this position if they so choose. And so by removing it from the TOO and removing the funding, well, Leslie removed it from the TOO, and you,
And then she
But-
retrenched on
but
that.
I retrenched on that because, to be honest, because what Roland told me was that it wasn't put into the TO, and that's correct.
It was put into the part-time.
it's on the salary
Right,
schedules,
on the
though.
salary schedule.
Well, I'm sorry, then I misunderstood. I'll make a similar motion in a moment, but I'm not seconding that motion because of the change to the TOO.
So I think that the information I got from Roland after I made my motion made me change it, Jeff. So can we just
No.
have Roland clarify everything here for us, please?
The increase isn't on the full-time.
Right, it's
pay,
on the
in
part-time,
part-time.
FTEs.
So may I know what your motion is?
So what's, is the motion to decrease the funding and decrease the FTE?
Correct.
I'm
Okay.
not seconding that.
Can I just clarify something from the HR committee?
Let me just clarify the motion first. Thank you, Beth.
Okay, so I will accommodate Mr. Raymer, and he will therefore second my motion.
Let me hear what the motion is.
to reduce it by,
To reduce 51300 by 15,608, is that your motion?
yes.
I second that motion.
Okay, clarification of the HR committee.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear that our understanding was that they had already taken out half of a nurse in order to accommodate this. So they had already tried to address reducing the headcount in another area because they felt that an emergency, public health emergency preparedness coordinator was critical to their operation.
I'm not going to support this motion. I support keeping in the 15,608 in temporary salaries. I would support a motion to deduct somewhere else in their department $15,608 so that they fund that portion through their own, the total budget of the health department. But if you remove it from temporary salaries, then you're essentially removing the funding for the person.
So, may I speak to that?
Yes, Ms.
My
Raymer.
my motion did say, it didn't mention a line, it said decrease 401
No, that's
by
not correct.
15,608. No, it's not.
Well, that may be your
That's
motion,
what I
but you
said.
need to direct it to a line for us to be able to take
And
action.
I asked you the direct question, are you taking it from 51,300? And you said yes.
Okay, fine.
So if I could speak to that. First of course, obviously, the department head has the ability to move funds within the 100s line, within the major object code, without coming back to us. They also have the ability to move funds from other major object codes with the permission from us. So I'm not so struck by that difficulty. I definitely would vote in favor of the acceptance of the $43,000, not $45,000 grant. I think that's a right thing. I want her to have the position. I was just taking the opportunity to take a department in which the salary lines went up by 2.4%. This particular division went up by 3.6%. The department as a whole went up by 2.7%. This cut is 0.6% of the department budget. I just thought that the great likelihood is that with a modest effort, they could accept the grant, have the position, and find the $15,608 elsewhere in their budget, probably within the 100s lines, but certainly within the department as a whole. And that's what I expected to see going forward. Conversely, if the failure of the 15,000 causes her to choose not want to accept the grant and not have the person, then maybe this person wasn't nearly as important to her as was being reflected to us by the department.
Just to add to the conversation, in the response to the question of how would you cut your budget further if needed to, she said she would just take a little bit from a lot of different places. So we didn't get a specific.
$15,000 is not a lot of money to raise out of a $2.5 million budget.
Any other comment?
We've not
Okay.
taken a vote yet.
Let's vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0. I'm going to read through the department, each of the accounts, but I believe that was the only motion we discussed. 401 administration, 405 environmental, 410 special clinical, 415 family health, 425 laboratory. External entities.
I have two, they're very familiar to everybody. I don't think there's any quarrel
Well, we're
on
not
them.
going to act on conditions today.
But
Do we-
they can be recommended. I think they
Okay.
should be discussed, to be honest.
Again, I'm a little confused. I think we don't seem to have a static policy. I'm happy to abide by any policy the chair would like to accomplish. I thought there was a feeling that to indicate the conditions gives the world in general, but the BET in particular, some advance notice of conditions that
All
are
right.
going to be proposed.
So the motion will be to recommend?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's the two very familiar conditions that we've done year after year. First on GEMS, for them to come back semi-annually. Exactly the same wording as we've done before. The second one, there may be different.
Can we just do them one by one, please?
Of course.
Are we going to,
I don't think we actually vote.
I don't think we'll vote on the conditions. I think we'll just discuss.
I mean, in the past, and we do it on the budget committee, the monthly meetings, we vote to recommend if
Whatever
we.
the chair wishes. It's fine.
Just don't recall us doing that, but we can if everybody wants to vote on.
I don't think it's an issue. Maybe on the other one, because.
Can we
there's
just
a
do the
variable
gems
timing,
and-
Maybe it's good that we do vote, so.
Okay, we'll vote on the recommending of a condition.
Did,
Gems.
so Jeff moved it, and I seconded it?
Great.
And what is the condition?
Well, I don't want to start rewriting the wording. It's exactly the wording that we've had in each of the prior years.
So-
For GEMS
so
to
half
come
the
back
year.
semi-annually, to come back and account to us for their operations and finances. But please, I would like to stay with the same
So,
thing that we've had before.
so I believe, Leslie, the language states, Roland can correct me, is recommend condition 440, 57225, contribution to GEMS upon satisfactory review and acceptance of semi-annual report addressing operations, personnel, and finances. And that's what we've had in the current fiscal year and in past years.
I adopt that.
I'm a little concerned about acting on recommendations for commission conditions, because when we get to capital, we're going to get all tied up. And I don't recall the Budget Committee doing this before. I really don't remember.
All of those items came in as amendments prior to the BET meeting, all the conditions.
No, we have, I mean, if you go back to the minutes, we have discussed.
We haven't always done it.
Yeah,
I don't
okay.
want to take action on
Okay, that's fine.
conditions.
That's right.
I-
What he says rings for me.
We don't take
And
action.
propose
We haven't.
conditions in the week or so before the.
I'm happy for members to identify where they may want to recommend one, but I don't want it to come from this committee.
That's fine.
So, and
Jeff,
then,
do you have another one?
I was going to do the same condition on TAG that we had done last year. You recall last year, however, that we were asking that they report back to us quarterly. I've heard from some of my colleagues that they would prefer that it be simply semi-annually. My motion would have been quarterly, but I think there's a sub-issue out there that the BET may want to dialogue as we go forward.
So
I would support semi-annually.
So I would, just so Jeff knows, I would support quarterly. And I think that because of what we've seen.
I don't think we need to debate the issue because we're not
Okay.
voting.
But one of the things, I believe last year when we discussed it initially, and then we didn't do it in the Budget Committee, is that we had incorporated Safe Rides, which is also run by TAG. It was all supposed to be the same subject to release, and somehow in the process we dropped it, but that's,
It was part of the subject to release, I think.
I'm sorry?
It was part of the subject to release that was approved by the board.
Oh, it was, Safe Rides was too.
So, Human Services,
Yes,
let me,
Is this the one?
So-
that I get confused.
want to count, Jeff?
It's account 57210, and it would be a motion to reduce by $60,000 to be 813,958 instead of 873,958.
Is there a second?
I'm sorry. Jeff, can you go through that one again, please? Which
If you
human
look on page,
services?
if you look on
Page 92.
Thank you. Page 92.
Oh, right.
Contribution to external entity, 57210.
Just
Which-
to reduce by 60,000. That's
Correct.
the motion. Is there a second? No second. Schools tab. I'll just ask for motions on the Board of Education in total. I will make a motion. The Board of Ed had submitted to the BET Budget Committee a list of transfers they wanted to make within individual accounts. The bottom line was zero, but they wanted to move money from certain accounts into others, and so I would make a motion to approve those transfers.
I'd
Second.
that.
Just a quick discussion. I didn't get the time to see if these actually changed the budget submission, and they probably don't. But with that said, this is exactly why our predecessors on the BET in the town decided for some extra fiscal controls in town, and this is actually a huge cleanup in the budget. As you know, we always get transfers, but look at all these. The Board of Ed is paying attention to cleaning them up, getting the funds in the right spot. Fantastic.
And if you look at the bottom line, the ins equal the outs.
Right.
So
One more
it's a
time.
zero change.
Fantastic. This is exactly what the budgeting process is for.
Ms. Harkington? Oh, okay, I guess I'm
No.
the only, you want to take a little break?
But I'm happy to get this one behind us, but.
Yes, let's
many,
vote
many-
here. Okay. So I moved it, Jeff seconded. Any other
Aye,
discussion?
aye, aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
4-0.
And
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to change, I don't think it's going to change,
It doesn't change the bottom line.
no, I don't think it changes any of our pages.
Oh, I don't know that either.
That's what I was
Okay.
trying to say. I don't think it does, but if it does, it does.
It
But
does. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
vote or give one last look before we leave the departments. A motion to reconsider an item?
Motion to reconsider can only be made by somebody who was on the winning side. So if you voted in favor of a matter,
Then I could, right.
yeah, yes. I mean, the favor isn't the issue, but if you voted in favor and it passed, you could. If you voted against it and it failed, you could. But if you
Right,
voted
if
in
you-
favor of it and it
Right.
failed, you don't
Okay.
have standing to make a motion to reconsider.
And when can a member change their vote?
I think a motion to reconsider can be made at any point until the meeting is adjourned. So.
Yeah, but if I was on the losing side of a vote, then I can't make a motion to reconsider a
You can't
vote.
make a motion,
Okay,
you
good.
lost. You
Good.
can't keep making the motion until you finally beat the other side.
No, if somebody wanted to change a vote on something.
Yeah. Yeah, what have you
Because-
done that you're not happy with?
Well, no, I abstained on the police department because I want the full BET to have to
Yeah,
apply to this.
yeah.
But what happens is now at the BET, I just have to put a motion in to restore, and it's going to pass.
Yeah. If it makes any difference to you, if you were to vote against it, so it fails 2-2, I'll be raising it at the full BET. The full BET will get to hear it. I'll make the motion again. You don't have to have abstain
No, but
to
I.
make sure they get a chance.
Yeah,
to-
but see, the problem is a 2-1-1 vote passes.
Yes, right.
So the police department budget is now reduced by 100,000.
Yes,
So it's just procedurally what's cleaner for other members. I'm not thinking about you and I.
Yeah.
If I change my vote and left it 2-2, then the money stays in the budget.
Right. Then the
My
motion
po-
of the full BET would have to be me to make the motion again to cut. If with your vote now, the money
Right.
is cut, if
So-
you wanted to put it back, somebody, you, would have to make a motion to restore the dollars.
So the purpose of my abstention was, I
Create a
want,
dialogue.
I don't want to wait so the public hears on March 24th, when Mr. Raymer makes a
28th,
motion to,
yeah.
28th, makes a motion to cut. I want it out now.
Right.
So the public knows exactly what the intention of the
And
motion
and
was.
this gives you, it's your motion. I mean, it's probably better this way, although do whatever you like. This way, you have the ability to say, you'll recall that I abstained so that this would be before you.
Yep.
I'm now making a motion to restore, I think the dollars are better back in, but I've achieved my
Right.
result of creating the dialogue. But never fear, if you choose to change your vote, so it fails 2-2, I'll be making the motion again, then you'll still
Yeah,
have a
well,
chance. to
here's
make-
the deal.
It'll be my motion instead of your
It'll
motion.
be yours to cut and mine to restore.
Yeah.
But if we do 2-2, what I was thinking, I'm just asking if I was right. If
Yeah.
I do 2-2,
Yeah,
then the public doesn't know anything until that
yeah,
night.
yeah.
My way, the public knows it now.
Yeah, I mean, you're optimistic to think that the public is paying attention, but nevertheless, you're right, yes.
Jeff, do you know if you think Mary Lee just turned on emails? You
Yeah.
wait till you hear what the police chief.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I'm going to get 500 poison pen letters from the police? I'm going to get booted out there or whatever? No, I wanted her to be able to have the position. I didn't want to pay the 15,000. I didn't back you into any corner. Who could back you into a corner anyway?
Because it didn't have a line, it didn't back me into a corner, I said, well, I want support, well, excuse me.
No,
We all want to be
It depends on how much time you'll spend on the bar.
Yeah, but it doesn't become visible.
Oh, no. You're not good time.
But I mean, you know, I want to get there, you want to get there, Elizabeth wants to get there. Why
Well, I think you're ahead finishing, but I don't know, you don't have much left to go in
I wasn't
I didn't mean to be
before
unhelpful.
lunch on the
I
property.
didn't, you know, I wasn't trying, I mean, I started out with not having a line. Then you pressed me into have a line, have a line. They said, oh, well, now I'm not going to support her. And then I got so confused, I didn't even know what you were going to do. But the bottom line was, yeah, I was
Yeah,
working on
I
it because
wanted,
he wasn't sure.
I didn't want to lose the position. I wanted her to accept the grant, hire somebody, and find another way to pay for it.
Well,
Oh, so I- you're working-
do it here.
Trying to remember what I said. when I went there.
So I'm in trying to say,
Yeah, we tried.
but on little things like this, we all agree with.
I really would have liked to have had support from somebody on that YW. I feel like the email siege intimidating.
I know. But so we'll just make this 3 million then. Because we already have 26.
She sent the whole membership the email that said that Raymer is cutting the funding for sentence, just to say that it's being used to zero the program. Well, I have some of the emails forwarded to you, I know forwarded to me, so I had a chance.
Okay, maybe we can get started again?
I'm not a member.
Okay, so we're at the school's budget. We approved the budget transfers that had been requested by the Board of Ed. There were a couple other issues raised during discussion on Wednesday. I don't know if anyone else wants to make a motion.
Wait a second, where are we now?
Can you, I don't see anything in yellow. Can you,
There were just ideas thrown
Yeah, wait a
around.
second, I've got some-
I can remind you of what your ideas were,
no, no,
but,
I have under the busing, I have that.
You're right. and-
right.
and
So
I
is
thi-
there a specific motion you
Yeah.
wanted to make?
Yeah,
All right.
I'll say 600 schools reduce 52120, transportation of pupils by $200,000.
No, I was,
So,
Talking about
but Ms.
transportation, private school transportation.
200 MOC, I had $30,000,
Ms.
that's all I had.
Ms. Tarkington, so what's your motion?
Well, I'm happy, so 30,000? You want to-
Yeah, I had it, and I didn't know if I was going to go condition or a reduction.
So I think that's, I'll change that to 30,000.
I'm
So
sorry,
it's
what is the
five,
line?
which line? 521?
Well, again, help me, Roland, if I've got the wrong line. I want the, basically, the regular schools transportation, the line I have here is 52120, transportation
That's
of pupils.
correct. That's
There you
correct.
go.
So you want to reduce it by how much? What's the motion?
30,000?
30
By
$30,000.
from 6 point, and if I'm reading this correctly, it's from
Six-
6,680,818.
Is there a second?
Second.
And what's the rationale?
I think the rationale is that we're hearing from many people that perhaps school buses could operate more efficiently. Hopefully that the school system will use this, just a tiny little tickler out of, $6.7 million to say, gee, maybe we can begin to merge some of the public-private transportation school buses and et cetera, continue a program. You pointed out that they try and operate efficiently, but maybe we need to do a little bit of better job of blending them.
I'll add to that. They're going up 2.0% in this category. I want to take away 1/2 of 1% in order to address what seems to be a need to relook at the routing and the amount of ridership they have and see if they can make progress. And I think I do not understand why they're going up 2% in this, other than if it's a contractual change. But I just think we're forcing a discussion here. And we, between traffic, fuel, emissions, everything else, we should be trying to reduce routing, and it may have some other impacts with a little longer rides, and then we should be forcing the school, between the public and the private school, consolidation of routes if possible. It's just a conversation. I go to Board of Ed meetings just like you do, and I'm not seeing these conversations happen, and I think we need to encourage them, and this motion would start that.
Okay, let's take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. 2-2 fails. Any other motion on schools?
Again, I had identified and, which I've done again and again, the fact that their budget does not reflect the sewer tax payment, that it's yet another thing handled by the town in fixed charges.
Is there a motion?
No, I decided not,
No
because.
motion, so then let's cut the conversation.
Okay.
Any other motion on schools?
On schools, this is the total thing
Total
for
schools,
schools?
yeah.
I would like to decrease 51010,
5-1.
the salary line,
Regular salary, sorry.
by 500,000 to decrease for centralized policy responsibility for construction management, human resources, IT, and purchasing. And I would like to reduce the TLO by some number of positions. And I'll call it related, 4.5.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. I just would like to help Ms. Tarkington out. I think there's a second motion for an equal amount of dollars to be applied elsewhere. So I would say that it would be wise to allow the second part of this, because right now it's a motion to cut, and that's what it is. But I think there's an equal motion to take the same amount of funding and everything and put it somewhere else.
There
this
was
a
a
motion
motion
to
to
amend?
add it to Office of First Selectman, which didn't pass.
No, that was a much smaller amount.
That
That
was
was
construction.
that was
Okay.
250,
That was
and that would
250.
also, the way I had proposed it, Leslie, can I talk? Was to basically have this, sort of joint responsibility. So I would redirect perhaps 175,000 of the, or some number, 50,000 of that 500,000 towards some kind of a joint reporting person to the Office of the First Selectman, the Chairman of the BOE. This would also include some kind of, consolidation, a person, human resources, IT, and purchasing.
So let me handle it this way, rather than try to identify where it's going to. Let's
Okay.
just talk about and see if there's support
Okay.
for the decrease.
So right now, the motion is a motion to cut 51010 regular salaries by $500,000? Is that the
Well,
motion?
again, I don't want to get caught here and that I can't reduce a line item or whatever. I mean, I'm happy to
Well,
take it
just the
from the
bottom
bottom line. I'm happy to take it from any place anyone directs. The whole purpose here is to create town-wide leadership to begin to resolve some issues we've had. We've seen it certainly in construction management. We see it in that the BOE has not implemented the same kind of purchasing program as we, have in the town, et cetera, et cetera. So, help me, Jeff, if you would like this to come out of a different line.
No, Jeffrey doesn't want it to come out of any line.
I got a little bit lost in that one too. If I'm understanding, and I'm trying to help Ms. Tarkington, I think I think Ms. Tarkington is like looking to, in a Board of Education, to remove a dollar amount equal to X. That would be HR, IT. Positions would be, purchasing would be the intent. I think her
Construction
intent is to take that same amount of dollars and appropriate them into IT, HR, town side.
So I didn't hear,
Not expansion, not.
Wait.
Okay.
Just to understand the proposal, what are the exact functions? Forget the dollar amounts because we don't know that detail, but what are the exact functions you're proposing to create a joint
Not,
department?
I'm not proposing to transfer any department, trying to come up with the resources so everyone can work together. So trying to create the opportunity for townwide leadership, for construction management, human resources, purchasing, and IT.
So, point of order, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Raymer.
I think the controller has correctly pointed out to us that in the case of the school board, we're not able to pick line items to make reductions. We make reductions from the bottom line. Thank you to the controller. I'm sorry we were so wooden that we were forgetting that. I think you need to cling to process. I don't think we can have a discussion about theoretical changes to be made in the structure of government. I think we need to be talking about cuts. Is there a motion on the floor to make a cut from the bottom line?
So again, I'm well aware of that too. I was trying to direct it so we could at least have a conversation. I'm certainly happy to move it to the bottom line, which I think I said already, Jeff.
I didn't hear the controller say that. Are you telling us that we can only approve by major object code or bottom line or by EOC? I didn't hear the controller give that answer. I wait for that.
I won't speak for the controller. He'll speak for himself.
I actually whispered it. It's my understanding that you and the RTM can only cut the bottom line for the Board of Ed budgets. I believe annually Dr. Carlson proposes a 50 or 100,000. I think verbally you could say what your intent is as far as referring to a line item. But it's my understanding you only can cut.
Right, just
Bottom
like,
line.
just like any department, I guess any department can only move money between major object codes. The Board of Ed has the ability to move money across object codes.
I would
They
suggest we
operate to a
suspend the
bottom
meeting
line.
and you get a legal opinion on that.
I would suggest that
I'll
we
make that a
can,
motion if I need to.
I think that we can discuss this proposal in concept. We don't need to understand how procedurally it needs to be made as far as directing it to specific line items.
I think if there's an unclarity here on the roles and responsibility and authority of finance boards within the state of Connecticut to act on budget requests, including from the Board of Education, I think if that we're not clear of that, I think we should get that clear before we move forward. This has been a conversation ongoing too long. If you would like, I will get you the legal opinion that after appropriations once made by the RTM, Board of Eds have the ability to reallocate. Yes, I agree, but we're not at that point. This
Right,
is
we're
the
just
Board of
setting the
Finance.
budget.
This is Board of Finance.
I agree with you that I don't know if we've ever had the conversation of how we're setting the budget and where the specific line item authority is. I think we can continue our discussion. We can,
I think this is a great philosophical discussion. I seconded it because it is driving a very important conversation in Ms. Tarkington and probably several people's opinion, a very good conversation where the community should have this discussion. But I sincerely hope that we're not clouding this with an autonomy issue or a state statute issue, because
I believe
I think we
we're
would
not
be
going there. Let me
letting our
interrupt the
residents
conversation.
down to act on false information.
there is a motion on the table right now to reduce the Board of Ed budget by $500,000 to move certain functional responsibilities elsewhere. I think that is a motion that we can discuss and act on, okay? So I'll stop there. So there's a
Ma'am.
motion. I was moved by Ms. Tarkington, seconded by Mr. Mason. So let's have the discussion.
So I want to I wasn't thinking of, at this point in time, since I came from a major, again and again, major multinational corporations, you don't necessarily move everyone's functional, but in order to begin to have overall policy, consistent policies, at least the movement of a person that people on the Board of Education feel that would give them ownership in the IT department or in the finance department, wherever it happens to be. And I was very specific in terms of what purchasing absolutely needs to be addressed. I think we saw, we had a great study come out of Blum and Shapiro, some unusual things. I mean, it's off the state list, but question, did anyone get approval to know that we could have a single source in order to do all this work for us? I think that establishing town policies town-wide and beginning to implement them town-wide and we know now that we need to do construction management. We know now we need to implement software systems, which I highly support getting done, and we'll support money for it and so forth. But in order to do that, we need a town leader to take full responsibility. This is a full-time job. We know that if we just leave this with the Board of Education, people will be moving on to the next fun project. We need to seriously look at, if we want to proceed with major renovations, I certainly want to proceed with all of the we'll call it beyond maintenance projects. But if we want to move to that, no matter what we're talking about, we've got at least 3 major town projects we're talking about. We need to begin to manage the town as a larger organization, and we need to move in that direction. The proposal I've been putting forth is to try and get people to think in that direction, and then only after those people are there working together, really know what resources will be needed to support these on a town-wide basis.
Now that I'm off I'll just add, I can't support this motion, but I can tell you, we just spent the X amount of money, the Board of Ed and the BET, on a study from Bloom Shapiro. And I think when we spend money, it does us wise to listen to the advice. And that advice that night was, this is fantastic, a Board of Ed and a Finance Board working together to create change for the betterment of the community. I think that's roughly how we phrased it, and I think that's what the intent of this is. The reason I can't vote for it is because we would need this exact specific jobs to move, and I don't think we can do this without all the department buy-ins. I don't think it's right for us to stick somebody in IT from another department. I don't think it's right for us to take from the Board of Ed to put here. I think that has to be a dialogue. I think that has to be a working dialogue. But to date, it hasn't even been that. And I think this motion is creating that dialogue. And as much as I don't want to put words in your mouth, I know you agree with this process. It's just how do we launch it? And Ms. Tarkington's point is, look, as we go forward and trying to change the town and betterment the government, we have to start somewhere. This motion is an attempt to get this item to the surface and be talked about. The sideline about the authority and statutes and different roles, I've been looking for that discussion to happen for a long time, and I think maybe we're going to have to accelerate that so we don't repeat this discussion. But
Okay.
That's my position.
I have to say that this is the perfect example of government gone wrong. If the people in this room believe that we can improve an organization by making an account line change in a meeting today that's going to be effective July 1, then we don't understand how business operates. We don't understand the way to be an effective organization. You can't mandate a change like this and expect it to have a positive outcome with getting the right people at the table, the right buy-in, the right systems in place. I mean, I don't believe I agree with the recommendation in its entirety, but the process would have done nothing but damn it to failure. And so I clearly am stating this in pretty strong terms because I feel really strongly about this. We've had multiple studies over the past 10 years on shared services. And while we can agree or disagree on the outcomes of those studies, but they have been broad base in looking, the ones that were successful had the right people at the table. I think the one study that was the biggest failure is the one that the BET said, we're going to mandate X. And, you know, we have to learn from the past, right? So that doesn't mean our current organizational structure is the most effective. And I am open to having conversations about how we can improve. But if you don't have the right people at the table, you don't have the buy-in, you don't set what your real objective is, then you're not going to be able to successfully have a program. And so clearly, I think this kind of motion is the wrong way to go about it. In sitting at the Bloom-Shapiro meeting the other day, we talked about us being able to work together. I saw cooperation from the Board of Ed, from BET members. We have the same goal. Let's figure out how to get there in a productive and collaborative manner.
So, Leslie, you know, you talk about this being put forth, but on Tuesday, I believe it was Tuesday, we had a meeting at whatever time, 5:15 or something we started, and we only got a very, very, very lengthy report from Bloom Shapiro. It said, final report, no draft, no anything, the night before. And so if you're planning a budget or you're planning organizations, I entirely agree with you. You need to work together. You have to have teamwork. You need to have buy-in. But that hasn't happened at all to date, and we need to move forward. This is, at minimum, a way to discuss this to move forward. And quite frankly, we need to accelerate these discussions. It takes a very, very long time for us to make decisions. You know that as well as I do. And I don't know how we begin this discussion because we have an amazingly flat organization. Our, consultant said on Tuesday evening, he found it, I don't remember his word, maybe someone wrote it down, but basically amazing that there were 18 of us sitting commingled in front of him. But that is only a small sign of the organization that we have to deal with in the town of Greenwich to make things happen. And one of the unique things about us is we're the only board or commission that goes across every single board and commission, and only 27% or something less than that today of these people that work for the town of Greenwich report to the first selectman. And the people in our two largest departments, I'll just start with them, don't. So, I welcome and encourage anyone to come forward with ways that we can better manage this, ways that we can quickly implement asset management. We need an asset management system that will work across the town, probably the library too. But, Witherall, every time there's a major project, it should be consistent. We should be selecting it together. It should not be the BOE, project, or whatever it happens to be, because it's in the cloud, maybe it's in the government sector. But we need to move ahead, and we need to make sure that whatever the BOE is doing, that it is really moving the town and all these other departments that are highly autonomous and an amazingly flat organization to move together lockstep, because we have on our agenda, just in this one budget, we have a new firehouse, we have a new skating rink, we have a new Eastern Greenwich Civic Center, and then we have, 4 schools, 3 elementary schools and a high school. And, you and I know that just one of those projects diverts everyone's attention from the job that they're supposed to be doing to what's now become the highest priority and the most fun project to work on. And that's how we forget projects. So when we may not be to capital yet, but, we haven't completed 4 BOE major projects for the schools. We haven't closed them out. We'll start with Hamilton Avenue, Glenville, Mesa,
Can we
now
keep
Little
the
Apple.
comments on this particular motion?
And, well, this is for the leadership to manage
I'm
all
gonna-
of this
I'm
and
gonna
what's coming up.
Call a vote on this motion. All those in favor? All those against? Nay. 3. Fails. Any other motion on the schools budget? Libraries budget? We have Greenwich Library, Parat Memorial Library, 710. Parks and Recreation have,
Yep.
I know, so should I don't know if there's a specific department.
I was going to not, specifically not apply this to a specific division. I'm proposing a $100,000 cut from line item 51300 temporary salaries.
Let me ask one, Roland, do we have to determine exactly which part within Parks and Rec to, you're publishing a budget book in a week, right?
Yes.
So we're going to have.
Then I would say, just to pick the largest single section, I would pick Parks, 822.
Let me just interrupt for a second. Do we have the ability to get input from,
If you cut the $100,000 today, I can tell them, move the budget around, and they'll have it.
so we can,
I'd welcome that.
We're a Board of Finance, authorized under state of
pick.
Connecticut, we may cut exactly where we would like to.
right,
Now, the BET as a full body chooses to approve departmental budgets by the entire departmental budget. At the full BET, not the Budget Committee, we can go to any single line item we want as the Budget Committee. The BET has had a running policy, when it gets to the full BET, the chair will call for the Parks and Rec budget to be approved. The chair will say if a member would like to have a reduction, they should not just go by the department, they should go by the department, the division, and the line they want.
ultimately, we have to pick
Right.
the specific division and line item. So Jeff,
And we
if you can
we as a
target
BET
to
could do
one.
it any way we would like.
So for the purpose of there being a motion, which is, firm and discreet, I'm proposing in Division 822 on page 131, a reduction of $100,000 from, I can't do it from there. I'll take it then from regular salaries, 51010. There was a generous offer by our budget director to have a conversation with the department, to have their proposal for a reallocation. And I believe that probably I would gladly adopt that as a motion at the time of the full BET hearing on the budget. But for the sake of there being a
So it
motion now.
means that we can adjust it in March if we have to.
Okay, so Mr. Raymer's asking to reduce 822, but the problem is 822 has money in, okay, wants to reduce Parks and Rec budget by how much, $100,000?
Yes.
And he is intending it coming out of the Division 822.
On Wednesday, you thought maybe you'd split it between three line items, 101, 110, and 130.
So those would all be, so that would be, Mr. Raymer's motion is to reduce Parks and Rec Division 822, 100 major object code by the 100,000.
822 is parks, playgrounds, and fields. I picked it only because it's the largest single area. But in candor, pardon the pun, the recommendation, proposal, offer, whatever it is made by Mr. Geiger, it was for me right on the money. I would like to gently squeeze 1% out of this budget, which is what 100,000. 100,000 is actually 0.88% of the departmental budget. And I wanted to put a gentle squeeze and have the reallocation be made. And if the department head would like to propose how it would be better allocated, that would be very welcome to me.
So if the motion passes, that's where it's coming out of. So if I were a BET member in March, I would have to, and I didn't agree with this, and if it passed, I would have to make a motion to reinstate
it.
this, and if I wanted it to come out of 824, not 823, I would have to make a motion
Right.
there to reduce.
Right.
So, I'll break it into thirds and apply equal thirds to regular salaries, 51010, to a third.
51010.
51010.
So this is 33,333?
Sure, yeah, or 33,000, yeah. And a third to overtime salaries, which is 51100, and a third to temporary salaries, which is 51300. They're arbitrary numbers. I'll be the first to concede that.
And I think that would be our fireworks, as the director said. So I'm hoping that we do not support this.
So, is there a second? Maybe
I don't know if there's a second.
I'll second.
you want to make a comment?
I'm not voting for it.
So I just will make a comment on it. I do think that this is a department, this is recreation. This is unlike our safety net, police, fire, and then, our infrastructure, DPW. And this department did come in over our budget guidelines, which were basically 0 to 1%. It came in at 1.5%. I'm not going to support Mr. Raymer's motion because I don't think it's well thought out. And quite frankly, when I hear my colleagues want more money put towards fields, and I know how important parks and the appearance of the town is so important to us, I can't imagine taking this out of the particular department that Mr. Raymer has selected out of Parks and Recreation. Quite frankly, if it was more recreation or something, it might, or whatever they call that other area, some of these other areas, it may have made better consideration. But I do think that it is not as core as our public safety. And departments should be thinking about coming within the budget guidelines. And in this particular case, unlike DPW, which did come in well within our budget guidelines, came in under them, it's just disappointing that this is the kind of budget they present, number one. And number two, when you ask them, what would they defer, eliminate, drop, while this year, like every other year, you expect the ferry boat, now it is fireworks. I think that our department heads need to do a better job of responding.
Just one question is, were our guidelines, were 2%?
No,
With-
1% for the town.
1%.
And they came in at point and a half above as a department on the salary lines by themselves, which of course are union agreement driven, was at 2.5%. The total 100, since you seem to prefer that, or whichever one of the other departments, is at 1.6%. But the department as a whole came in at 1.5 above. And when we asked the department head how he would accommodate cuts, the only clear suggestion I had from him was that he could cut the fireworks, which I thought was perhaps unnecessarily provocative. He has to run.
Did
his
he also
department.
mention, or did we talk about the reducing the hours that
I
the,
raised that with him, indicating that
The length
some
of
of the
time.
other towns along the coast here, as well as some of the communities in Cape Cod, from my personal experience, have people at the gate on a shorter time frame, in some cases by a full month, in other cases by a half month. But he didn't seem very receptive to it. He was concerned about dog waste and some of the other things. He didn't seem to be adopting that. The other thing he affirmatively said back to us that he could save about half the sum that I had proposed here by not having the fireworks display. Which
So-
I didn't warm to.
yeah, I
Pardon
would
the pun.
feel better about this if it weren't coming out of fields and
Yeah.
the field maintenance.
I didn't want to do that. I wanted to apply it, as you recall, to the department as a whole. I'm not sure that I am quite prepared to accept the fact that we have always in the past indicated the division from which we want to make the cut. I wonder if that really should preclude me from being able to say, no, I'm not going to make the division. I'm going to make it as to the department as a whole. It might upset the way Roland presents things somewhat, but
So,
that really is much closer to my intent.
Roland, can I ask a question? I know that this is budget decision day, but the BET gets another crack at this. Is it possible to go back and, what's a half of 1% in this budget?
For 1%.
1% is 113,000.
So,
So
you know, a
half.
half of 1%, so, you know, whatever it is, it's
60,000.
$60,000. It isn't quite 60, 55 or something, whatever, 58 or something, 57. Is it possible for, you know, that maybe Jeff would be better off coming back for the full BET to come back with changes that the department would want for a total of $57,000 for the March meeting? Right.
Well, I have a feeling that my motion is going to fail, so I think it's going to be an academic exercise. I'll be making a motion fresh in March. I promise to make this motion again in March, and if the vote goes 2-2, which is what I think at best, which is what I'm hearing from my colleagues, I think we're wasting a lot of time talking about how to accommodate something which isn't going to pass.
But, you know, Jeff, I'm giving you some guidelines.
And I accept help from any quarter at any time, but I think in this case, you know, we're
right.
spending a lot of time. I think, Billy, we should just move on.
Okay, so let's
Just take a
vote on this. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? 2-2.
And I'll see you all in March. I'll try and do it better in March.
Leslie, you voted for this?
I did. I would prefer it wasn't fields, it could have been
I'm
beaches
not
or
happy
somewhere
with that
else,
either.
but the intent of trying to reduce the budget just a little bit, I'm supportive of. Okay, fixed charges. I believe there's a change on page 143. I can make it, someone else can make it.
It was
401K
to
match?
reduce 57950 by $100,000. This is the 401K match line, if I understood correctly from the controller.
And I will second that motion.
And it's by $100,000. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Mason, you with us?
Yeah.
Yep, okay. And let me just get my notes. The next one was on the next page, on page 144.
And this was to reduce, whatever, 57300 by $300,000. Again, this is my motion, but I'm tracking the advice we're getting from a very capable controller.
And I will second.
You'll second it? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Mason? Okay, I didn't see a vote,
Yeah,
sorry.
I
know, we
think
talked
we're
about it.
4-0 in consolidation day and all that.
Then
Is there one more?
146. I-
No, I had no motion there. I have a motion on page 146. Oh, sorry, 146. Sorry. Same page number?
You have a
Oh, no, I'm
motion
sorry, I just
to
misread.
reduce it
Yes,
by
it's
250?
line 57500. In 9/11 payment in lieu of taxes, once again, picking up the recommendation of our controller, it's to cut it by $250,000.
Seconded.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
4-0. And I want to make a motion to change the risk fund, page 149. So account 999-57122, contribution to the risk financing. I want to increase that by 2 million for a total of 3 million.
I'll second that.
So, for discussion?
For discussion. Ms.
Have we had
Tarkington?
any additional legal opinion input or anything to this
No,
topic? I
just
mean-
the discussion we had on Wednesday. But I walked away from that discussion saying it needs an appropriation. So I want to appropriate the $3 million.
I'm sorry, you want?
You said two.
I want
You want
to
two to
add
make it-
2 to make it 3.
Oh, okay. It's discussion?
Yes.
Yes, no, I don't know, maybe. The conversations we had about, to me, there's two things. There's potential cases, and obviously there's a sort of been a running policy on the BET that we look to keep the risk fund at 3 million. I'm torn because we don't really have a policy that says if we use up the risk fund, what's our schedule to replenish it? So apply it to fund balance. Let's say we had something catastrophic, we used a ton of fund balance. We wouldn't necessarily replenish the fund balance in the next budget cycle. We would plan on getting it back there over a series of budgets. So I apply that here, and I say to myself, forget all the other discussions we had the other day, I certainly would support the extra $1 million out of tax levy. Certainly, no doubt, I would support that. And I'm thinking, do I want to just do $1 million out of fund balance because that's not taxation, it's just moving it from unrestricted general fund and reserving it in the risk? Or do I just say, let's move it to $2 million, and then if we have a need for more than that, we'll just appropriate it out of fund balance? I'm
My
torn.
proposal will be
I'm torn.
that the entire $3 million increase for the year is funded out of fund balance and not from mill rate.
Okay, so that's a different conversation.
That's we'll have later. We have it in May, though we do talk about it now because it comes into the budget book at the end of the day. But just to give you the preview, I think all of that should be a transfer from fund balance. We have an excess of fund balance.
Okay, so,
This is calculated as part of fund balance, so it doesn't change that calculation, but we know we have a need for this money.
but that puts me in a predicament because you're asking me to make an appropriation that I may agree or disagree, but I'm not certain, I should say, I'm very sorry. I'm not certain where the funding is, so therefore I can't support the motion at all. I do not see us using $3 million of fund balance for this. So
Les,
I know that, but her motion is based off of making this appropriation and using unrestricted fund balance to fund it.
I think it's too complicated.
And we'll deal with the second one in May when we're talking about
No,
how we set the mill rate.
excuse me one second. I want to be very clear. You keep going to making these decisions in May when we set the mill rate. I will not vote on a budget for the town of Greenwich without being able to convey to the RTM that has been done for 75 years what the funding sources are going to be, whether it's taxation, use of fund balance, borrowings. We just can't do that. We cannot send a budget to the RTM. It has not been done, and we can't do it. And say, RTM, here's what we want you to approve for spending, and when we get to setting the mill rate in May, we'll decide how we're going to raise the funding for it or transfer the funding for it. I can't do that. It's unprecedented, and it's not transparent.
Ms. Harkington.
So Leslie, Ms. Moriarty, if you had presented this as two separate additional $1 million, I might consider the first motion and be more receptive to it than I am the way it's being presented now. If you presented it such that we increased the fund balance, returned it to a level of, 2.5 plus, or whatever, 2.5, a little bit more than that maybe. I think that would be consistent with our past business practices. And within a range of that, I cannot support this the way you're presenting it. But I do agree that we need to budget consistently in a manner. I think Mike and I have tried to do that earlier on revenues, as we have in past. I mean, I think the public expects that, but I'm not going to be supportive of your motion as presented.
I didn't quite follow the logic of that, but that doesn't.
Well, it's a difference between
So,
2 million and 1 million. 1 plus 1 equals 2.
right, okay. But we all know
Is that
that the current level of the risk fund is precariously low, and we do know that it needs to be replenished. We target 3 million to try to carry that, and it's going to take 3 million to get to that level.
Well, no, we've got 1 million here in the budget already. It's well over $500,000 now. You add that plus one of your two, then you're at 2.5 plus. That, we actually have had a range between $2 and $3 million many years. That's consistent. So at 2.5 at the
To
midpoint of
me,
it.
the difference here is if we put it in now, and we'll have enough funds to get through the next fiscal year. If we don't put it in, there could be the need for an interim appropriation. So that's the choice that we're facing. So there's a motion on the table to increase this by $2 million. Can I take a vote on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? So 2-2, it fails.
I'd like to make a motion that we increase it's a double motion. I'd like to increase the contribution to the risk fund by $1 million to be funded at a tax levy.
I
And then
want to address how it's funded at a separate time. So motion just on this particular line
Are
item.
you're denying me the opportunity to make a motion? Is that,
It's not
I
in-
just
it's not-
answered that question for me. That's a
Not
procedural
in
question.
correct order.
I disagree. I want to rule the chair on that. I am making a motion
Make the
on
damn
adding an
motion.
appropriation to a risk fund, which is part of our budget. Are you denying? I would like a ruling on the chair on this.
What is the motion, Mr. Mason?
I would like to make a motion to increase the balance in the risk fund by $1 million. I would also like to make a motion to add to the risk fund an additional $1 million.
Well, let's
My
see.
description is, excuse me, Mr. Raymer, I'll interrupt you later. $1 million will be coming from tax levy, will be coming from the use of fund balance. So if you'd like to, I can give you the description of the motion afterwards. But my initial
So
motion is.
your initial motion is to increase this by $1 million.
$1 million. I could do it in a series of motions. That would be, I would respect the chair's opinion on that. My first motion is to increase the contribution to the risk fund by $1 million.
And I will second Mr.
That-
Mason's
That's
motion.
the whole motion?
That's the first one. I'm splitting it into several on the chair's
You can
recommendation.
make as many motions as you like. This motion that's before us right now is a motion to increase the risk fund by $1 million. That's the whole motion.
Discussion,
And I seconded that motion.
discussion, and that would be, I'm making that motion predicated on that $1 million would come from tax levy.
Is that part of the motion?
Yeah, that's part of
That
discussion.
motion- that-
As,
Point of order, that motion is out of order.
At the end of the day, it's important to me to know the source of funding. I think the conversation about that source of funding, I had envisioned happening when we talked about that mill rate schedule, when we know all of our changes. You want to link this now, it's going to be important to me how I vote on this, because I don't believe we should be raising money for the risk fund from tax levy, given that we're sitting at $57 million in our fund balance, which includes the risk fund. So,
I agree, at the end of the day, we need to have this answer. So for the purpose of that chart, so when we get to the end of the day, my motion is to depict, my first motion is to depict it 1 million going into the risk fund coming out of tax levy. My next motion is to add an additional 1 million coming out of use of fund balance. So at the end of the day, I'm
but
actually
it's
agreeing with you.
it's not binding us. If I approve an extra $1 million here, I can still make the motion to fund that out of tax
100%.
levy. So to me,
I agree.
so separating
agree.
your motion into two pieces, to me,
Mr. Raymer
doesn't-
called my motion out of order.
Yeah. and I'm
So I
standing
agreed
on
with
that.
him. So I split it into two motions upon your
so,
recommendation.
but is this motion to say increase by 1 million from tax levy?
The first motion is to increase it, and the depiction would be from tax levy.
So the motion seeks a commitment from the BET of how it will allocate funds at the time that it sets the mill rate in May. And that is not properly before us. Our business before us is to set the items from the budget, not to make deals as to what's going to happen in May.
The only
And
difference-
to that extent, that motion, to my
Ma-
mind.
Madam
No,
Chair,
no.
can I understand
No,
the
let-
deal?
let me-
I didn't offer any deal. Can I-
Okay,
can you
let me
clarify that?
interrupt here. I don't want this conversation to be worse than it needs to be. Mr. Raymer, at the end of our budget process, we do project an anticipated mill rate. So I think it is relevant to talk about intent on whether we're funding things from fund balance or mill rate. It is clear that the BET has the option to change that in May when we have all the information in front of us. But to me, the difference between of how we are going to adjust that mill rate schedule is important in this discussion.
The motion seeks commitment now, or commitment when the BET adopts it, seeks commitment exactly how that item is going to be funded. It seeks commitment in March, and that's not before us at that time.
I'm agreeing with you.
All
We
right,
have
so
to have a
his motion
depiction.
restated is to increase it by $1 million, and he will support funding that from tax levy. It's not a
I
requirement.
do not have a problem with that.
Okay, so that's the motion that I heard. Okay?
And that's the motion that I seconded it.
And when we get to the end of the day, I want to support, when we get to the end of the day, as Roland will have it depicted, you will then have at least one view. At that time, Mr. Raymer could say, I would rather do 500 one way, 200. But
He's not incorrect that if you make a motion that says, I have an
And it will come
expenditure and it will come from, that there is an implication that that's how we've approved it in only that manner.
But-
So, but we
but in our
clarified
budget-
your motion.
in our
to say
budget, we
that your
use
ex-
fund balance and we have funding sources.
I know, but we clarified it that your motion, it is your expectation that it would come from tax levy. So we have a motion on the table. Can we have, I tend to vote against this because I want it not to come from tax levy, so I don't want to give the implication that that's what I support. Can I have votes in favor to increase this by 1 million, the intent of it to come from tax levy?
Aye.
To
No, Mr. Mason's.
Mr. Mason's intent. 2 in favor, three in favor. Okay, 3 in favor, 3-1, Moriarty.
Expression of Mr. Mason's intent.
Okay, so that passes. I believe there's another motion.
Do we do it
You
now?
want me to do?
Do it
You
now or
want to
later?
make and increase it by an additional million
Right.
with the intent out of fund balance.
Correct.
No, Mr. Mason's intent.
Mr. Mason's intent to support it out of fund balance.
And the discussion on this is when we get to the end of the day, that could be revised to 2/500s, it could be revised any way you want. But at the end of the day, and I'm using your term, if we don't have it depicted with this idea, we will not be able to convey any recommendation to the full BET. We all have different intents on how to fund it. That's fine, I have no problem with that. But this is how I
Right,
would
right,
like
right.
to start our conversation.
Any other comments on this? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
say Aye, aye.
So-
Those against? All those abstaining? Abstaining. Ms. Tarkington abstains?
I think that expressing at this point in time our intent of a way to fund something sets a precedent. I'm not necessarily in disagreement with the concept of it, but I think it's expressing something that now sets a precedent that we've never had before.
Okay, let's move on to other transfers, thank you.
So can I understand just what's happened? We have now increased, the Budget Committee has approved, by the way, the vote on that was 3-1, 2-1-1?
2301.
301.
Sorry, 301. Sorry. So the net of all that is, putting aside for a moment the expressions of the movement's intent, we've increased fund balance by $2 million. Is that correct?
By 3 million, 1 plus 2.
Oh,
I'm sorry, by another $2 million. The one
Another
that was
$2
in the
million.
budget
You're right,
from the
you're right,
first
you're right,
selectman
you're right.
plus two
You're right.
more, right?
Yep.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to be a little dense here.
I want to reserve the right to come back to the contribution to Nathaniel Witherell at the end, because I think we're changing the capital projects. So we'll move past this and return to the Nathaniel Witherell discussion later. Is that acceptable?
That's acceptable, but the last time we said that at the last meeting, we never came back. So we just have to make sure, Roland, that we flag this so we come
I
back.
just have a question. I got confused on Health Department. Did we or did we not take out $16,000?
We took out the 15,608.
We did.
We took that out
Okay.
without making any change in the table of organization
Or the salary schedules for
or the
part-time?
salary schedules. Thank you.
All right, so next are sewer funds, sewer maintenance fund, sewer improvement fund. Nathaniel Witherell.
we had something
Wait
else.
a second, wait a second.
We had something else.
What was the sewer taxes, 250, Roland?
We did that. That was the one, that was Jeff's
Oh, yeah,
motion.
yeah,
We did that.
we did that one.
All right,
I'm on the
so
wrong page.
Nathaniel Witherell.
Where, is there more pages?
So you want to just focus on the appropriations for Nathaniel Witherell And then under fixed charges like normal, the contribution to is separate. I agree with that. That would be the way we would do it anyway, right?
I'm just going sequentially.
Yeah,
That line item
I don't-
showed up
I don't think you're
earlier,
asking
so.
for anything.
No, I'm not asking for anything different, I
That's
don't believe.
So Roland, the reason we don't have anything more on this sheet of paper is because there were no more comments, because we never came back and finished Witherell. Is that correct? Okay, I just want to make. No, I do have something on Witherell. I do have something on Witherell. Sorry about that. Leslie, I'm sorry. On 450, Nathaniel Witherall, I would like to reduce 51300 by 261,000 to delete 5.2 FTEs from 75.2 full-time equivalent positions to 70 FTEs for Nathaniel Witherall. So, again, this is not touching their base staff, which is, I believe, 158. This is just basically reducing. They have shown an.
Wait, before
I'm
we
sorry.
go, can you just repeat the dollar amount?
Yes. Again, 450 Nathaniel Weatherall, reduced 51300 by 261,000 to delete 5.2
FTEs,
FTE
okay.
positions.
Let me
And
just
this-
see if there's a
And this number just was given to me by Roland as the number I asked him the other day.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second. I want to hear this
Okay.
discussion for sure.
Okay, if you want to explain the motion.
Right. Well, first, I think, is what I said the other day, it's disappointing that we haven't had any recommendations from, yet, from our strategic planning committee on how we can basically start stemming this increasing loss. And so I look forward to their formalized position paper in a couple of weeks. But this Nathaniel Weatherall, while its occupancy is declining in terms of, the numbers that they've been showing us and when they met with us, in terms of occupancy, their losses are increasing. So this, and they projected additional part-time and overtime positions, which are then computed as an additional 2.83 positions. So I'm saying if their business is declining, then they won't need this increased staff, and there will be many hurdles that we'll see over the next year as everyone continues to implement, if that's the direction that people want to go in, the recommendations of the Nathaniel Weatherall Strategic Planning, report, whatever. Again, this basically just pulls back the growth in personnel for a business that is declining both in terms of, well, particularly in terms of revenues.
Mr. Raymer.
So as I look at page 2 of this, the salary schedules, it shows that they have in the current year and are projected to have next year 158 full-time people, and that their part-timers are increasing from 72.37 to 75.2. It's an increase in the part-timers of the full-time equivalent of 2.83 people. You're proposing a cut of 5.2, which means you're cutting not quite 2.5 more people than was their increase. And you articulate that saying that you want to cut them back to take away the increase. But unless I'm misunderstanding something, the increase wasn't as great as the cut you're taking.
That's correct, and I did say that when I did point out that they have 2.83
Yes. That's the amount of the increase
That's
in
in that-
part-time positions?
equivalent positions, because remember, they're computed from
Yes,
use of
yes.
overtime, temporary positions, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
So you're correct, Jeff.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I understand your motion better. I can't support it, but I understand your motion better. Thank you.
Well, as a longtime supporter of Nathaniel Witherall, been on their board and so forth, I think at this point in time, we have to begin to get realistic. I did ask Mr. Simon when he was here about perhaps, moving over or creating a more upscale long-term care area within the rehab area where their business is also, I think he reported as only an 82% occupancy. So I think, to project additional employees when your business is not growing, as a businesswoman, I would question this direction. And so I've proposed that we delete 5.2 employees.
Mr. Mason?
This is not what you're going to expect to hear from me. I understand the complexity of that motion and the FTEs and the dollar amount, and I think it equals a certain amount of dollar amount.
261.
What's the number again?
261,000.
Right. So I think we've had this conversation before today, and I think Nathaniel Witherall has gone through a lot of change over the years. We've done everything we can. We did Project Renew. There still seems to be, and the study is going on, and I believe that report that we're having, there's a special meeting or something we're having, and I think there's going to be a lot of really good information offered to Nathaniel Witherall about finding efficiencies, better ways to run, that some of those recommendations could really be a significant number, far more than this 261,000, far more than that. But as all of us, as we talk about initiating change, and I'll bring it back to the school buses, it's not that I'm trying to cut school buses. I'm trying to sort of force conversations that I think we've had for a long time. I don't know if I'm going to support this motion because of the technical part of it, but to their 100s, I will support a motion to reduce 261,000. That's new coming from me. My hope is that the report and some changes that we asked the Nathaniel Witherall board and management to make will make that an insignificant change to their budget. But at some point in time, it's just, we've argued for this facility. We know we're not talking about capital. I know your projected capital cuts, and I want to support you on those. Because I think Nathaniel Witherall has given us some throttle range there to accelerate and decelerate. But in this one, I can't ask Ms. Tarkington to rescind her motion, but I would make a motion just for the 100 major object code for the 261. And I believe I was chair when we formed the working group. I didn't realize the working group was going to be working towards retirement. I'm looking at some of my colleagues here, teasing them a little bit. We're allowed to still do that, right? I think. No. But I would support, if this motion fails, a motion to reduce $261,000 from the 100s. It's hopefully this.
So we have a
gets the
motion.
board
We have
to
a
move
motion
on
on the
this.
table. Just,
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Are
Just
you going
my-
to take a vote, or are you going to talk?
I was just going to make one comment, which is the full BET is scheduled to meet March 18th to get a report, have a discussion about Nathaniel Witherall. So I think changing their budget, other than the capital that I'm going to propose, is premature.
Well,
Ms. Tarkington.
I'll just add that this is a budget that's basically $32 million. And it's nice to keep waiting for these reports, but my experience is that we get the reports, there's a discussion, they go to the RTM, and then nothing happens. But we have here a line item that is strictly, 51,300, is $3.8 million. And, in terms of just overtime services, time and a half, 2 times, 3 times. I just think that this needs management, and this is a message. And this is the town's second largest department, and it has a total of 233.2 employees. I do think that this is a modest decrease, and I think the easiest and least painful place to take it out of is in overtime rather than in salaries. But clearly, if this motion fails, then I'd be happy to make the one in salaries since Mr.
Okay, I'm going to call for a vote then on the motion in front of us, which is to reduce 261,000 and 5.2 full-time equivalent part-time employees from 51300. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those-
I'm going to vote aye. You know that they can do what they want within the 100s. So we're sending that directive, so in this
Okay.
motion.
All those against?
Nay.
I'm
Okay,
against.
so I'll move-
2-2.
Okay, so then I will move that we reduce salaries, 51010, regular salaries, by the same $261,000.
So I don't think we need another discussion on this. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those against? Against. So 2-2 fails. I'm going to skip Nathaniel Witherell Capital till we get to the capital conference pages. School lunch fund,
No motion.
the parking fund, there was no motion. Golf course, there
Parking
were,
fund, did we want to talk about that condition about?
Oh, yeah.
I did bring up some subject to release, whether they're in a temporary reorganization, looking at other alternatives. I think that there was conversation about, as they move the service window to either expand services at no cost or give us the opportunity to say, no, we don't want to expand services, what's the reduction? I don't have a motion to cut, but I think this is still an ongoing conversation.
And I agree with Mr. Mason. I was going to recommend a condition on the budget for upon semi-annual, satisfactory review and acceptance of semi-annual report addressing operations, collections, and accounting, and personnel, no management letter issues for audited financial statements, which I think was a concern of Mr. Menarski.
And you're going to condition what line and for how much?
I'm going to condition, like we do for GEMS or whatever, I guess the bottom line,
Yeah.
I'm not sure what we do, Jeff. Since you
I
want me
don't
to
have
be
a- I don't
specific,
have a
I
condition.
hadn't considered
you
a
can think
particular line.
through,
Right.
I think you've conveyed the intent
Right.
of what you want to do, and you can work out the details over the next few weeks.
I actually we have liaisons on that, and I also want to speak to our chair on that, because I don't know if we want to get into, say, quarter release. That was not my intention. I want to, this is more towards, what are we doing? We're trying to get over some previous hurdles. What's the future plan? I think
Yep.
people want to know that, and I think this is a way we force the conversation to happen.
So I didn't say quarterly, I said semi-annual. So that would mean coming in June, there will have been, whatever that is, 4
Again,
months of
let's-
transition to the police department, et
We don't
cetera.
need to debate the condition now. I appreciate, I know that there'll be a lot of thought put into what you want to do.
Go
There's the
first.
parking fund, the parking services, highway traffic operations is in here,
Sorry.
and then DPW highway parking. So in the golf course, I don't believe there were anything identified. OPEB and retirement.
Yes.
We,
I
Ms.
believe,
Tarkington.
that there was in here a position for an additional full-time employee, and it's my understanding that was not approved by the HR committee.
It was not taken up by the HR committee.
So I'm just going to, well, not taken up means not approved.
Well, no. It wasn't taken up because they were waiting to determine whether the BET had the authority to either approve or not approve that TOO, because the retirement board is somewhat independent. They got that opinion, and the BET does have the
Does have the
ability.
authority. And so my motion is simply to adjust the TOO to not add this additional employee, full-time employee. So this, I move to delete the additional full-time employee, to adjust the TOO, because that's my I wouldn't even know where to, I don't think there's no numbers, right? They absorb it within the pension fund.
It's in HR, I think the position is in HR.
Yeah, it's
as I
in-
recall.
No. This is in the retirement board. That's a different
on
person.
page
It's in the
two.
retirement board, and there's no.
On page 2, you
but-
see in 5198, it's budgeted for $65,000.
Well, again, I'm a little confused here. I thought that it was absorbed by the,
It's reported there, but it's charged against.
so Roland, then
Just
help
say it
me.
again,
It's
where
my
it is.
understanding,
Page 2.
it's my
Page
understanding,
two. Let me just, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the expenditure shows up on page
Oh,
2
I
on
see.
line
One-
5198, new positions, 65,000. Do you see the number? I'm in the retirement page.
Oh, I'm sorry, and I'm looking at salary schedule. I'm sorry. Retirement, page 2.
so Roland, help me, because I
Oh,
didn't
new
think I was
position,
supposed to have a
65,000.
number here, but I am supposed to reduce it by the 65,000? Yes. Okay, so then may I change my motion to say that I move to delete the additional full-time employee, delete line item 51980, new position by $65,000, and adjust the TOL?
That's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it because I actually want to ask the chair of our HR committee a question,
Okay,
if I can.
you can.
Perplexing problem here. Your committee, I think, did the right thing. You said, do you want us to answer on the person, or do you want to give us another choice, which is paying the vendor that monitors this to fix the problem? I think they're to get back to the HR committee on this. So the position is whether, if the outside entity came back and said, we need 65,000, we might take it out of this line, put it in a different line, but we don't have that answer back from them yet. And your committee hasn't opined on that yet. So, that leads me, I don't know what to do with this motion, because I really am waiting. 'Cause-
Right, I think, I agree with you. I think I need more input to understand pros and cons of this individual, and we didn't have any discussions at the Budget Committee to know about that. So I would say, personally, I think I'd let it
I
stay in
don't-
there for now, and then let the HR Committee do its job, and at the full BET, consider the issue.
I would say, at first glance, I don't support just adding the position, but I fully support, tell us what you're trying to accomplish, give us the options of accomplishing it. I think that's exactly what you've done, and and that's what I would like to see.
I think adding, again, I will comment here, they've got a person, they're adding a second person to address operating issues. This is exactly the importance of having the right technology in place, and I don't, to act like this doesn't cost the taxpayers anything. I'm sorry, this comes through in our fixed charges when we're funding the retirement board. So it comes out of the returns that we would otherwise get netted into our
All right,
contribution.
I'm going to call for a vote because we don't necessarily have complete information on this, but we're still charged with coming to a decision. So all those in favor of removing one TOO and eliminating 65,000 from line 1598, all those in favor? Ms. Tarkington, all those against?
And I'm going to abstain because I want to make sure the conversation
And
goes.
because of votes 1-1, I'll abstain too, only because I don't have the information to do it. Thank you, Jeff.
So, I'm sorry, what is it?
112.
1-1-2, it does not pass.
Okay.
In the triple R account tab, we have the Shellfish Commission and the Harbor Management Commission. And with that, we finish operating. I'd say let's break for lunch. We'll do capital, and then at the end of the day, go back to the mill rate schedule. Bill, but you also don't want to, depending on what remediation work you're doing, it's preferable not to do it when the school
Right,
building is
because-
occupied.
We have to have special lanes in and out for the vehicles. We have to have the wash set up for the vehicles.
Again, it depends on what's being done there, but
That,
yes.
I mean, on the current plan, Mike is correct.
This is timing. We can appropriate, obviously, we want to remediate the fields, but if we don't get permission soon, this is not a project in the next
And we know that
fiscal year.
they were on the calendar. The shutdown of the federal government impacted them because the person from EPA was not available to participate in the conversations. So this is ongoing. It could be a timing issue. They may end up finding some work that they can do. So I wouldn't hold up the funding.
No, I
because of
wasn't-
that potential,
I-
but.
I'm just
yes,
saying the
we
RT
don't know the actual.
let's fast forward. We get to March 28th for our decision day. We have a decision. Conversation's over. But if we don't have a decision, I still assume the BET would want this money there for that. Let's push the calendar forward. If we get to the May RTM meeting, if we don't have permission from the state by then for the work to begin, I mean, it would be likely that it's not going to happen in the next budget cycle. Would that, you understand my logic?
We'd have to ask the question, but that's possible. Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to see this on longer-term financing. I made that point on Wednesday, and I will figure out how to make that proposal to the full BET.
But it is one that they could combine the following year with the next project. It would just mean more, continued, even more intensive use. And also, I point out that these fields will remain fully active. If the work isn't proceeding this summer, these new carpets haven't failed. They just need to be replaced. So those fields will be available all
Yeah, no.
summer and into the fall. It's-
They are concerned about the wear on
Right,
those fields.
Right. I'm not saying don't do the project, but
We-
it
we
isn't
should-
to the
we should
point of
keep
failure.
moving.
Yep,
no
page
motion.
63, Board of Ed parking lot maintenance. Page 66, Hamel Rink.
So I will make a motion to delete the $250,000. Again, we asked the priority of projects.
Wait, can I
oh,
ask
I'm sorry.
for if there's a second? Is there a second to that motion? No second. Replacement of diesel UST at Fleet, page 68. Eastern Greenwich Civic Center design, page 69. Page 70, Town Hall space utilization. Page.
Are we getting a conference room?
No, not in the plan.
If we keep making these decisions, we'll never get a conference room. So,
not in the plan.
page 72, townwide asbestos lead abatement. Page 73, HVAC boiler equipment upgrades. Page 74, pistol range air system upgrade.
This is what you.
Page
No, I was merely
75.
pointing out that it ties into the. or-
There's no motion, I believe.
No motion was made
But
on that. so-
Jeff's
Yep.
facts are correct.
Yep. Page 75, town hall audiovisual upgrade. I believe Ms. Tarkington.
No.
Nope.
No.
Oh, I
Oh,
thought you
no,
were
no.
delaying
Remember
it.
we had,
I thought you were delaying it. Okay.
no, not at all.
No,
We just
she's got-
invited Mr. Conway to speak the last
Oh,
time,
okay.
remember?
Page 77, Town Hall LED light replacement energy. Page 78, Northwest Fire, GEMS facility, property due diligence. Page 79, because that's TBD, we believe this
Just a
comes out of the
placeholder.
book, right? Because there's not a project for the land acquisition.
I mean, we're just going to delete the page. That would
Right, that's what I said,
likely, if this 100 goes through, that would likely be an interim.
right.
I'm sorry, where are we
Page
just-
79
Right.
is a no dollar, it was a place to buy a piece of property, but there is no,
There's no
There's
for a
nothing.
proposal, we can't act on that, so it won't be part of the book.
it's
So
a
we
zero
just
page.
ignore it.
We ignore it.
Ignore it.
Page 81, Fleet.
I have a motion on that.
Jeff?
I would move to delete Division 219, item, one of the 213s, the purchase and upfitting of 2 motorcycles for a total of $51,000. It's project 2018148. I'm moving to delete.
I'll second. Any discussion?
Yeah, we've talked about it many times. I don't mean to bore people with it. I mean, I'll try and say it then maybe quickly again. The department owns 6 motorcycles, one of which is really sort of a showpiece, so it owns 5 motorcycles. They gave us some description about the mileage in years. They're not exactly brand new. The mileage wasn't particularly high. They talk about there being some repair costs and things with the motorcycles, but I can tell you with motorcycles, that's not surprising. I didn't see the necessity for replacing 2. There's lots of times a year, of course, when no motorcycles are in use because of the weather. But at times when they are in use, they typically are deploying, he said, 2 or 3. It's rare for them to be deploying 5, although if Vice President Pence were to come to visit tomorrow, I'm sure they would be deployed, not tomorrow, but in the summertime, I'm sure they'd be deploying all 5. I just thought the usage wasn't high enough to justify the expense, and I thought I'm not throwing away any motorcycles, we'll still have 5, I'm just not replacing 2 of them with new.
All right.
Oh, do I
Ready
have a
for?
second? Oh, yeah, I had a
I
second.
seconded it.
Sorry.
Okay.
So all those in favor?
Aye.
Against? 3-1, that passes.
So,
Mr. Mason was against.
I think that moved along very quickly before, but I need to go back, Leslie. I need to go back to the Northwest Fire GEMS facility. I think that deserves some discussion.
Is there a motion?
Is there a
Yeah,
motion on the
I'll move
100,000?
that, we delete it. I'm not necessarily going to vote that way, but I think it deserves some.
Is there a second?
Mr. Raymer, I can run the meeting.
sorry.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? No second.
I'm still on page 81, if I may. There's a pickup truck. It comes up on a separate sheet. If I may, I'll take it up at the time that we get to the pickup truck on the separate sheet.
Okay.
Mr. Raymer, I think, actually,
So,
I'm just trying to help him. I think the pickup truck with upfitting he wants is on page 81.
well,
Right.
the
It's on the
new.
second sheet.
I'm-
It's on the first page that
So
he's
the
working
new vehicles have their own page.
Right.
The replacement vehicles are
Gotcha,
only
gotcha,
represented
gotcha,
here.
gotcha, gotcha.
So we'll go to the individual pages. Oil water separator replacement, page 82. Propane fueling station, page 83. And DPW truck, page 84.
On the propane filling station, this is a $200,000 purchase. I'm going to move to reduce it to $100,000. If seconded, I'll offer explanation.
I'm sorry?
I'll second it. I want to hear absolutely, I'll second that. I want to hear that. Absolutely.
What are you doing?
I'm moving to reduce the appropriation for the
PG-83.
propane filling station, reducing it by $100,000. The existing filling station, according to the materials we received, cost us $70,000. It was unclear to me what were the features with this that required a more complicated or updated or fancier, I'm not sure what word to pick. I'm going to challenge that by proposing that the funding be reduced to $100,000. By the way, there's $22,500 still available from the fiscal year 18 appropriation, so the $100,000 would make $122,500 available to them.
So you can't combine the projects, I don't believe. But what we were told that I have is that this is a double size of the tank of the North Street facility, that there's more groundwork that will be required because of its location, and that there'll be a much longer run for electrical work, and that's the reason for the increase in costs.
The difference in the cost.
I seconded this. I wanted to hear the discussion. I fully agree with Ms. Moriarty that the other project will lapse, and then this will be. I think, with all the discussions I hear, I want to support this, but I have to say, we have 15 biofuel vehicles right now. What's the plan for 5 years from now? We have one propane filling station right now. What's the plan for 5 years from now, 10 years from now? I could see having a second station because we lost one of the service stations that was able to do it. And my feeling is if we only have one filling station and there's a problem there, now we have 15 vehicles that are done. We can't use them. So we should have a backup. But again, as we think as a community, we need to think about where our fleet's going, what are the needs going to be? And we just kind of get asked to do this year, then next year we get asked to do that. And it should be laid out what the long-term goals are.
Yeah, we didn't get data on how many trucks and what the capacity is, but we do know that their intent is to purchase the biofuel
Going forward,
equipment going forward.
Right.
Okay, so can I have a vote on that motion to reduce this by 100,000? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? No. So
1-3.
1-3, that fails. Okay, on external entities, this is.
No, I'm sorry, we have a pickup truck
He's
on
got
page
one more.
84.
Pickup
Sorry,
truck.
pickup truck.
Yeah, and I'm going to move to cut that item. If there's a second, I'll offer it, this comment.
I'll second it. Oh, you're going to second, Leslie?
I'll second it.
We were told that there's 4 sheds. The other 3 sheds have 2 pickup trucks. This shed only has 1 pickup truck. I wasn't sure, to my mind, that was a reason. We made some inquiry. They explained that it's a pain, I don't know what words to pick, to put small pieces of equipment like lawnmowers and blowers into a large truck for its transport. It's easier to do it with a pickup truck, and the existing pickup truck is being used by the supervisor, and apparently the supervisor doesn't want to transport lawnmowers and blowers. At the end of the day, I wasn't convinced that all that amounted to a reason to spend $60,000 on a pickup truck.
That's been seconded, so it's discussion?
Yes.
So, I understand Mr. Raymer's logic. I also understand that we ask our crews to provide services. And I think our fleet manager, Mr. Tomasek, is doing a great job. And I think he's coming with a request from one of the highway sheds for a reason. It again goes back to what are the needs of the equipment? What do they want them for? In this particular case, this is not about a dump truck or a pickup truck. This is about a vehicle planning, procedures. What's our standard policy? Do we have a policy? And I'm sure we do, but I'm sure it's great. It's probably in need of revisement. So if I look at what message you're sending, I can understand you're sending a message for up to $60,000, but I look at the implication of the message when it gets to, quote, street level, and I'm not sure you're getting that message you want there. So I would say that this is part of a much bigger conversation that we need to have that probably needs to be enhanced as we go forward townwide. So I'm gonna not vote to support the reduction.
So I'll take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No. I don't know what your vote was.
I'm voting against. What was Ms. Tarkington?
She voted
2-2. So now we move to external entities. Now, the Bruce Museum roof replacement, this I don't know what to do. I'm trying to think. We have a proposal here for 1769. I had wanted to reduce this to a replacement in kind number. We got a response back from the Bruce Museum, not really giving us a number, saying they don't recommend that. Was there a
No,
number in
there was a quote also at 550. I can't remember the exact number, but I'll tell you in just a moment.
That was an additional quote. There was another quote that they quoted to us when they came.
They gave us an estimate when they were here that they thought the cost of replacement would have been in the range of $300,000 to $500,000, but they didn't have a firm figure because that wasn't the work that they were planning to be doing. And we asked them to please go back and get a quote of what it would have cost to do a simple replacement, because on the terms of our contract with the Bruce, that would have been our responsibility, not to add funds to their capital improvement program. That gets funded differently. And if I can, bear with me for just a moment.
Leslie, what was you're very good on those numbers. What was when they came to us, what was the number they gave us? It was 317 or something like
No.
377?
They gave us a range originally, 300 to 500.
300 to 500.
replacement
Right.
in kind.
Right.
However, they pointed out that that equipment does not properly dehumidify the space.
Right, which they want for the new collection and the new expansion and so forth.
For the old collection,
Right.
too.
No, well, it didn't exactly say that. It was very oblique.
So
So
we-
the email of Susan Leo to you, sorry,
The one yesterday?
just a second. Yes, sent yesterday to you, but copies to all of us at 5:46, has 2 attachments. And one of the 2 attachments is from an outfit called Cooling Guard Mechanical Corp. And unless I'm misunderstanding it, I believe it's a quote to do a replacement, not that they're contracting for the replacement, not at 550, but at 525,000. Am I misunderstanding?
No, that's correct. And it goes on to say that that's not.
Yeah, they're not
it-
recommending
The
that.
new system won't be compatible with, the old system will not be compatible with what they want to build.
Yeah,
So-
but sorry, you go ahead.
No, I mean, for me, I would like to be able to reach agreement with them on some lesser number. Maybe they want to put in their own money for the difference to get to this higher quality system they have, but we don't have that information now.
So can I make a motion
Sure.
to delete 1769000 and to add, what was the number from the one quote? 520, and to.
I would just reduce the dollar amount from.
Well, I was going to ask Roland to give us the net number.
Oh, okay.
We'll just reduce it to 525.
Just say reduce to.
Okay, well, don't we normally say what we reduce it by, to? Whatever.
He can
We have the
calculate.
motion.
Gotta have the
Have
math.
the motion, you know.
So,
Can I, well, first let me
I
see.
made the motion, I moved the motion to do it.
I'd like to maybe recommend that the motioner consider a contingency or a oversight fee of whether it's 5 or 10%, but normally
contingency.
there's some additional amount on
Okay,
top of the contract.
so 550,000.
With another 10%.
That's
it would
another
be-
5%. That's 5%.
Oh, sorry. It's your motion. You make the motion anywhere you want.
Exactly.
So
I was going
550.
to do the math for you at 10%.
Okay, let me see if there
All
is,
you're doing is replacing a piece of equipment.
let me see if there's a second to that. I'll second that. So let's discuss it.
yeah,
This is a tough one, but
I'm all ears. Two of them, to be exact.
so as I said, I mean,
There's
This
way
is-
more of you than ears, I can tell you that.
it's a lot of expense on the original equipment. The fact that we know that there's an expansion going on and a fundraising program going on, I think does color a little bit of what we're thinking about this proposal. This proposal has not just replacing the equipment, but there's a lot of changes on the interior of the building to make it work. It's a pretty invasive kind of capital project. So, and it certainly greatly improves the system that they currently have.
it
Reducing it to a replacement in kind doesn't actually meet their needs either, and so that's what we would be funding, but if they went forward with that replacement, they're ending up with a system that they may end up needing to replace once they do their capital, and that's not a good use of anybody's funds.
So, may I just ask another
Ms.
question?
Targan, yes.
Roland, can we basically, since this is basically have this to be paid upon the, receipt of the invoice? Because I think they had another company that they've been working with, and they just don't have the information back, and I believe it was the one that gave that other bid. So, I don't want to give them 550,000 if the project only costs 425 or
That can
something.
be a condition you make then. at the
Does
end
it
of
have
the
to be a
month.
condition, or can we
Yeah,
just?
you would release it.
You
upon the
release it
invoice.
upon.
Okay, just release upon invoice, and I would make that part of this.
It was your motion.
No, it was Mrs. Tarkington's motion. Had I made the motion, I might have had a contingency of 10% just to be a tad more generous. I wonder if Mrs. Tarkington would pry loose the purse strings and allow a few dollars more. I was going to suggest 577, 500. That it's only cash to them. And
So since this is a negotiation, 575, Jeff.
575 is the deal. Going once, going twice. Yeah, I'll support that.
I think with the information we have now, I will support this as well, and maybe we have to engage in some additional conversations with the Bruce over the next 3 weeks and potentially have better information for our fellow BET members.
And then maybe they'll have the other bid in by then, too.
Mr. Mason?
What are my choices of voting? Yes, no, abstain, or I don't know? Can I go with the I don't know? Wow. This reminds me of the library coming in with that huge project and all well detailed and everything. Your point about what we're going to say to the full BET, would it be possible to, I'll vote yes on this for this moment, and we could always do an amendment if you put an item on our regular budget committee agenda. Can you maybe ask them to come in and help us with this a little bit more?
They've already bid it.
I know, but it did. it didn't seem to help.
I'll consider that. I won't link it to the motion. But
y-
yeah, I think we definitely need more information and figure out the ways to get that. Okay, so I'm going to call for a vote,
I think it's 4-0, but, yeah.
4-0,
At 575.
At 5
at 575. Going
I
once.
do like my I don't know vote, though. I do like that.
That's why you get paid the big bucks, so you can't do that. To reduce the project cost to $575,000.
And a recommendation for a condition subject to receiving the input.
Which is, Roland, that's what we normally do on capital projects for 501c3s anyway,
Don't
right?
give us
That
any
is the
more
process.
difficult ones, please.
Okay, Bruce Museum miscellaneous capital, $25,000. Now we go to the Board of Education. So these are,
Again, I'll say delete the 25,000. I'll move to delete.
No.
What? Where are we now?
We're
It's
still
on
in
the
the Bruce
library.
Museum.
On the Bruce Museum?
It was on.
Move to delete
It was on the
25,000.
yellow.
so page 87, Bruce Museum miscellaneous, $25,000. Is there a second to delete that project? No second.
I'm going to talk to them in March on this. I would highlight that may be a follow-up.
I mean, we give them cash of almost $900,000, which we
Okay.
did back
We
earlier
didn't,
today,
we didn't
this
get a
morning.
second on that particular
No.
item.
I know, but-
Schools.
Schools, to learn to write faster. So we have some replacement CIP pages that were
Yes.
sent via email that I will want to have us drop in the book. So I think our approvals will be on the pages in front of us, recognizing there may be some replacements.
Do we have those?
You do have
Yeah, we do
those.
have them, we got them.
You were given a
paper.
hard copy
Yeah.
the other day.
We were given the other day.
Oh, okay.
And they were
Wednesday.
part of an email
Okay.
earlier. There's just a few of
I'm
them.
happy to share them with you.
Yeah, just leave them here.
So the first project, page 89, technology infrastructure, we had asked the Board of Ed to separate out the phone system upgrade to be a separate capital project. So
We have that.
we have those CIP sheets. I'm just thinking what actions we take. Can we take actions against the newly supplied CIP pages, or do they have to be what's in the book? It has to be what's in the book. That's what comes to
No,
I
us.
think
So
we can,
revised
we asked them
submission.
to separate them, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we can vote on
It's
this
just, a-
separately.
is
All
it
right,
just a
so
plain separation?
technology infrastructure, excluding the phone upgrade, any comments? Then a project for the phone system upgrade.
So, I don't know how to make this motion. I guess what somehow I'd like to, and I know there's another issue too, which I tried to address earlier today. I would like to move this phone system, I would like to delete it from the schools and add it to IT, which is why we had the additional person before. But anyway, the town spent, oh, that's a motion.
Is
I don't
there-
know how-
is-
Can I only make one motion at a time?
Yes,
If I understand that motion, all she's doing is saying who owns the capital project.
correct.
So, can I, combined motion? I don't know.
Well, first I want to see if there's a second
Second,
to that. Okay. So you have a motion that relates to,
Yes,
for us to better understand
Well,
what's going on?
I had a separate one. I would like to make exactly, or something very similar to this sheet, and I would like to make an increase for Department 134, Information Technology, for purchase and installation of a new telecommunications system for the Greenwich Public School System.
It's part, I mean, all you're saying is the same project, but instead of it being a schools project, it would be an IT project. Right?
Correct. Deletion from here, exactly the same project in the IT department.
Okay, so that, I thought that was covered by your first motion.
I think it is. yeah.
Well, it
Okay.
was, but.
All right.
But I just gave you the first line description. I thought
Which
that's,
has been seconded.
Okay.
and so my point here is that the town spent substantial time and consulting money a few years back, and had a consultant, and we agreed on a townwide phone system, and that it was going to be implemented. The first phase of that was implemented in the town, then Witherall, and the Board of Education system had just recently purchased a system independent of the town, and so it was deferred until, obviously, we needed the system. But the original intention of this townwide system, that it would truly be townwide, and when the Board of Education system had come to the end of its useful life, that it would be incorporated in a townwide system, and that's what I proposed here, which was part of the original consulting study, and the BOE was fully involved with that consulting study at that point in time. I wasn't, but it's my understanding Bob Brady and others worked with IT and BOE and so forth.
And I want to say that was the conversation back then. Board of Ed, John Crary, when we started on this, and maybe Peter and Roll can help out, that was the plan, if for no other reason, from a synergy of buying and service contracts, et cetera, to have it owned at one spot. That was back then, but the Board of Ed wasn't ready for a phone system then, so we were okay.
So my only question, though, is can't that still occur, even if the project is a school project?
Yes, no, abstain, I don't know. I'm getting like that, I don't know.
It would seem to make sense for the schools to utilize whatever internal information there is, the need, and to look at their needs versus how the current phone system at the high school is. I don't think moving a project as large as this one without talking to either of the organizations that you're asking to manage it or to giving up control of managing it, I don't know how you do that.
I don't think this is a capital project for buying the system. Well, that's what I mean, buying the system, but the Board of Ed's not installing the phones, there's a vendor's going to do all that.
But you're going to want there to be a dialogue of what is the customer looking for, and you don't want to create Chinese walls that make the communication more difficult. In any event, I mean,
Chinese walls.
and in any
Whoa. Do we use those terms any longer?
Yeah, that's not politically correct, I'm sorry. In any event, I think the point that Mrs. Moriarty made, that you have no idea whether or not IT wants to undertake the project, and you have no idea whether or not there's hysterical objection from the school board about giving it up. I just think it's rather daring of us to start to make those organizational changes without a dialogue.
So-
I won't support this motion.
So, as we know, the way the Board of Education does is they give the project off to some party, vendor or whatever that structures it and so forth. That person doesn't necessarily have had the history or the communications or the understanding of the importance of having townwide systems. I'm very concerned that this will once again continue the silo system that we have amongst some of our departments. I think this is an opportunity for efficiency, and certainly based on consulting work previously done by the town and paid for by the taxpayers.
This is not a new conversation. On this one, I have to tell you, this has been the longstanding.
Certainly, I remember the conversations
Right.
about having a unified phone system, but I'm not sure just keeping the project the way it is doesn't still
I
get you
think you're
that.
confusing it, that
So-
the Board of Ed's people aren't going to be the ones that say, hey, we got to change the handset, or hey, program this phone for that extension versus that. I don't think that's what this is. I think this is just,
I don't see taking it out of a school's allocation for your reasons. If you want to consider a condition to confirm that there's been coordination with the town.
No, I'd like
But-
to, I'd like first to have my motion voted
All
upon.
right, so let's vote on this motion. All those in favor?
aye.
Aye.
All those against? Nay. 2-2 doesn't pass.
So I would move that there be, I would hope that the BET would look at this again, but I would move that, or recommend that there would be a condition on this such that the BOE works and coordinates with the IT department and the consultant or whatever is needed here to make sure there's a consistent townwide phone system.
Okay. So page 91, digital learning environment.
There's a replacement page on that, too.
Oh, sorry. And what page?
They gave more detail on the breakout of the 1 million for for computer hardware. So the dollar amounts didn't change on the front
Right.
page.
No, there's a couple of pennies of difference.
There's a few, there's a small.
But the total is exactly the same.
No, the total is a couple of pennies
They
difference.
just corrected the prior 3 years.
Yes, $20, $200, very small difference.
1473? 1473? What's
So
the same?
Look at the
page
bottom line.
93, school kitchen equipment replacement. Page 95, district security, Greenwich Public Schools. They gave us a digital page for that one too,
Right.
which, oh, it corrected, it had incremental operating costs incorrectly on the page in our book. So those are just deleted.
So Leslie,
Yes.
Roland has inserted here, and where, have I missed this? Oh, no, I haven't. Okay. This is my spot, right?
Were you commenting on the district security?
No,
I-
I thought you'd moved on.
I had neglected to ask, it's my error. But as we look into this, if this is going to be, they're adding security and then the software, as you can see, the control upgrade, and the operation platform going forward, if that's going to make that system accessible and viewable and everything at the public safety complex. So just something going on nationwide where.
So I guess you can submit that question for the full
Right.
BUT, but right now there are no changes, no
'Cause
motions on this page?
That is one of the national recommendations, that there be no delay, no lag in what can be
So I
seen in the video.
suggest you follow up
Right.
with that question.
But I don't want to
Page-
spend the money unless it has that function. That's
Well,
my
that-
point.
But we don't know that now, so unless you're making a motion now for a change, you do have another opportunity on March 28th. Okay, page 97, interiors, gym replacements.
In the
So may I
in the
just-
sequencing on
Right.
Roland's sheet, he has a Western remediation.
I think this
Are we
is
gonna
why I
come
said it
back
was
to
my
that?
spot. Isn't this, are we doing this? You
Well,
said
that
to add
was-
new ones. We
That
haven't
was a
done-
new project. If you would,
Okay, so we'll come back to that. That's fine.
No, did you want to do it now or later on?
I had indicated we would do it later, but
Let's do that
it's-
later.
Whatever you want.
just as long as we don't forget, but okay. Interiors, gym replacements, page 97. Page 99, major projects, high school entry, phase 1, entry in media.
I'd like to, I'd like to make a motion. I thought I mentioned, I don't know why it's not highlighted, to remove this. I think we need to put in place the structure for how we are going to address and how the BOE I'm sorry, I'd like a motion to delete this, defer it,
It's 75,000.
75,000.
Second for
Is there
discussion.
one?
So the reason I'm doing this, because we just had a study, a presentation by Bloom and Shapiro, which addressed, details, accounting and so forth. We have no infrastructure yet to address these large, multi-year, many-dimension projects. And I believe that this needs to be put into place townwide, including the systems to track it, before we move ahead with these many different programs.
Mr. Mason.
I'm going to approach this motion because I actually need your input. So I think the other day, this was one that I thought there was support, and then the next couple, there was talk of postponing, even by you. So I'm a little perplexed since our consolidation day. The Board of Ed did a study with a consultant, which brought them back a list of items. The Board of Ed voted to accept that list. The Board of Ed, to my knowledge, has had a priority set on the stadium. I believe the Board of Ed in their budget took items that are considered maintenance, and when we get to those, I'll have comments on that. They took items as maintenance and said, okay, here. They weren't prioritized, they were just put into the capital. So I'm actually asking you this question. We're the BET going to define our priorities in this year, and the Board of Ed's hopefully going to define their priorities for this list. And next year, things could be different and whatever. There is no prioritization on these projects from the Board of Ed. There's an acceptance of them. I'm on board with that. But it was brought up at a public meeting the other night that they really did not vote to prioritize these projects. So if they're saying to us, here's our list and you prioritize them, that may be, I don't think so. So how do we handle this? How do we do this? Like this particular project, it says security phase 1, but it's really $75,000 towards expanding what's a classroom shortage to build a new media center, which has got land use issues. And I'm probably going to support that $75,000 because I want to find those answers out. I don't mind spending the money to find out what we can realistically do and not do and get through MI. So I'm on board there. But as we go through this next series of capital spending, the only thing I've seen defined as a priority from the Board of Ed specifically is the field. Everything else is they've accepted it, and I'm sure they agree that they want to get all that work done. But there has not really been a formal prioritization. And I'm nervous that I'm sure the 4 of us could come up with a list of priorities. I'm sure the 12 BET members could come up with one. But I don't want to be the one saying, oh, we're telling the Board of Ed what their priorities are.
So just to, the information that I have that I believe you have had access to is, number one, we hear the Board of Ed priorities through what they vote in their budget. So they voted to propose this plan to us in their budget. But the master plan specific, the actions in the master plan, I turned to the vote that they took on June 14th, 2018.
We were
And
both there.
we were both there. So they identified a prioritization in that presentation. I'm looking at it now, which is why I'm looking at my computer, where they prioritized, sorry, the chart's sideways. So they ranked all the projects on here, I should say, by 5 or 6 criteria: create additional capacity, upgrade to next generation learning standards, security improvements, air quality improvements, accessibility, replacements, and other. And they ranked the projects, and they came up with a priority list. At that same meeting, and I've got to get to their approved minutes now for that meeting, their board voted to accept the priorities that were presented in that chart.
Okay.
Okay? Am I getting into more detail than you want?
No, I'm
That
going to say
action-
they
that
prioritize the projects from that approach. I don't think they requested the priorities to us. I think they just sent over remember the day we got the budget, we had a 1-page submission, and the controller and budget director could probably help us. The original submission that we got was 1 page for 50.
Was for their entire capital budget.
It was their entire capital budget on one thing. So if they're requesting all of that in 1 year, well, then we know we're going to have to make decisions. But I'm just trying to say this particular project is, again, we hear about maintenance and upkeep of building, but this is an expansion of a new media center and a new entry for security.
So, look, you're as familiar with this as I am, and I've,
Can that
so-
go on a record?
absolutely. There are several parts of their capital plan in what the architect did for them in looking at their buildings. They have major projects, of which there are 4 of them in our book here. And then there's maintenance capital, which was 50% of the
And I said we'll get to that.
magnitude of the capital projects. But then in addition, that wasn't handled by the architect, was Cardinal Stadium, Central Middle School fields, and the Western Middle School remediation. So there's a long list of projects there. On the master plan items, what they prioritized is they said they prioritized really two things. They prioritized the high school security corridor, which has an impact on the media center placement, and they prioritized the accessibility and safety of 3 elementary schools. Now, in the plan, they don't propose that they can do construction on those 3 buildings simultaneously. They are phased. But they said that there is some savings to be had by pulling up doing the feasibility studies, the design studies, as they call it, to create the ed specs for all 3 at the same time. If you hire one firm to do all 3, it's cheaper. And from our discussion Wednesday, you know that I'm not in favor of doing all 3 simultaneously. If they're not going to be constructed, let's wait a little bit till they're reconstructed. There may be new information impacting those feasibility studies. But the high school was there as a priority, the security corridor. The media center is the next phase of that. That gets to added capacity at the high school. So they're combining, I guess, the design phase. But by their actions, both at that meeting with the architect identifying the priorities in that master plan, and then what was working on a parallel track, the high school Cardinal Stadium project, they're identifying to us what their priorities are.
I go back to, we have a motion before us. I'll go back to, I'm glad we are at about 85% on that one together on that. But I go back to what I said the other day in Consolidation Day. My concern for our community is consistent priorities. 2 years ago, I said it was fields, and we gave the money for field study, and we have nothing before us. And this is my concern, and how do we do this? And I want to make sure, from a BET point of view, I want to make sure the public knows that BET is sincerely trying to address these concerns and these reports. I mean, we're trying, but it's very clear there's challenges here.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table to delete this major project for the high
Do I get to
school.
talk?
I was just repeating the motion, just because there had been a lot of conversations since then. But Ms. Tarkington, if you'd like to address the motion?
Yeah, I just, again, I think that the processes should be in place. Our town's most successful projects are when we have a construction manager on board. Through this election, I assume, and maybe this was absolutely wrong, and I suppose this is why we need to make sure centralized purchasing is in place, that each of these projects will go out to bid, and that we will select the architects based on those bids. I mean, we're talking here on a $38 million project. We used to consider that to be quite a large project. And so having a construction manager in place at the beginning probably produces the most successful project. So you've got the continuity of the architecture, selection of the construction company, you've got the software in place, et cetera, et cetera. I'm gravely concerned that those fundamentals haven't been considered yet. I would also like to add something that I've said a full year ago, sitting at similar tables downstairs, is I asked or I'm not sure of the location, don't check me on that, but I asked the architect for even about the most basic things, such as the enrollment data, which included this growth in the high school that you're referring to, and yet had not, he confirmed, I mean, the fact that the architect is putting together enrollment data, I find interesting, but he confirmed that he wasn't aware that there was going to be a new Greenwich Country Day School that could pull kids from the public high school, co-ed school, et cetera. So again, I would once again, before we begin all these projects, make sure that the fund, and I find this extremely disappointing, making sure that we've reviewed for consistency both the enrollment data, which again, I believe this should be done by the BOE. This shouldn't be done by the BET, and the valuations, and make sure that this all syncs. And then I also feel that for successful projects, we should also have our construction management systems in place. Therefore, I'm not against the project. I'm just against the timing of this, and I think this is premature since none of the fundamentals have been reviewed. And I also will make one comment of what Mr. Mason said. The BOE has accepted this plan. They have not embraced it, and they have not done any analysis of it. I find that most unusual. They did accept it, and they like all these projects, and I would too. But in the private sector, you would actually look at the background, make sure the fundamentals fit with the project, and you would also make sure your systems were in place. Thank you.
Mr. Raymer? No? I do just want to make one comment because we did have a meeting with Bloom Shapiro the other day, and there certainly is work to be done. The Board of Ed agrees there is work, I should say the administration agrees there is work to be done to give them the tools to more effectively handle their capital projects, and expressed the need to work cooperatively to get these systems in place as soon as possible. But we also identified the issue of, do we stop everything waiting for those systems to be put into place and ready to go, or can we work on some in parallel paths? And I think that there is something, I don't think we can stop and wait. I also don't want to go full steam forward also and make mistakes while we're getting other things on board. So it's kind of a happy medium here. I'm in favor of moving ahead with these projects. I think there are some projects that potentially should be, the start of them should be slightly delayed over a few months while the systems are being put into place, and maybe we can deal with that with some conditions on the right ones. But I also don't believe that delaying things for an entire year is really going to benefit the community at large, the students, or the system.
So Leslie, may I talk? Is there, I do believe that the system should be in place and so forth and so on. That we also know that we can do these as interims. I think obviously these require bonding resolutions, but we know we can do that on an interim basis too. I just, again, you talked about some of these things, but I don't, I think you'll see that some of the other recommendations we're going to proceed with. It's certainly not stopping the work. But what Bloom and Shapiro said is they need to begin to load the current projects that haven't been completed onto these systems. And currently, we have over $30 million.
You keep repeating load onto these systems. All the projects are loaded into Munis. I just want to make sure that we're talking the same thing. There isn't a single capital
Well, I
project
thought he was
out
talking
there.
about the project tracking systems. No?
So, but that's even a longer-term system to get in something like Microsoft Projects, or I always say the wrong name for the other one. but
Primavera.
Procore or
Primavera, I think.
Yeah. So that's a tool. There was no mention to delay until the onboarding of Primavera to move forward with any more capital.
I don't think that they commented
I didn't
individually
say
on
that.
$38 million projects either.
But none of this is moving towards that construction phase. But anyway,
I
so
just want to say, nobody's saying to stop capital until we have that in place. I'm not. But it was pretty clear from Bloom Shapiro that proceeding with these large capital projects should have a majority of their recommendations in place. With
So
that
this
said,
This project is, this was before us, the $75,000, is just to begin to do the design studies and a little A&E to get a focus on what they want to do.
no, it says Phase 1, and this is my next question for our chair, entry and media design. So my question is there going to be a potential for school reimbursement? Would this lead to a building committee? Do we need ed specs for this?
So design studies, in their terminology, means a feasibility study. So
Okay.
it gets you to more like a schematic. It's not even designing the building, it's designing what needs to be in that
I get
building.
it, but the question is, and this is going to be a question, especially, we know there's a big push out there for funding to meet the requirements of the charter, to get through MI, et cetera. My point is, so to me, this is design for entry and the media design. That's what it says. So does this require ed specs?
It should produce ed specs normally. The feasibility process usually ends up with producing, once you
Right,
made your.
it's
Fair.
the
Okay.
end product.
So then, would there be any reimbursement from the state on this capital project? The normal 3, 4, 5,
Right,
whatever.
right, right. We asked that question. We didn't get an answer, I don't believe. I think that,
Dialogue coming out of
That
Hartford
happens-
has not been encouraging.
It's not
about-
encouraging to
about
bonded
reimbursements
projects.
to school construction.
The state law says that
But-
eligible school capital projects are eligible for reimbursement. Is this would this be an eligible project? The dialogue coming out of Hartford we could all go to the bar and have a drink
Right.
over that. My point
I
is,
suggest we do.
my point is, the state statutes are what they are. Would this be a qualifying project for reimbursement? If so, we need to be very clear, so we lay it out to the RTM, our steps. I'll call it feasibility. I'll go with that. Okay, then the Board of Ed, at some point, would have to do ed specs. This is all part of the timing.
right, the
This is
feasibility
the
ends up
process
with
we've been
end specs.
following.
When the end specs are there, which really is a scope of work to be constructed, is when everybody, the BET and the RTM, have the decision point on, do you continue to fund for A&E design? And at that point, if it's a reimbursable project, then you create the building committee in some fashion.
So may I just ask, who does the since now we've got some other information that wasn't on a sheet necessarily, who does the feasibility study? Does that go out to bid? Is that the selection, the beginning? I mean, when I look at New Lab, it was the beginning of the selection of the architect for New Lab. So does it go out to bid, or just we pick?
In the case of New
It-
Lab, there was a feasibility committee that was established, was appointed, and they went through a process of interviewing and selecting the architect. They worked with the architect, they established their preference sequence and design, and then they developed ed specs. I think that's a fair description. Bill worked with me on that. If I've got it wrong, please correct me. But I think that was the process, and I think that's a pretty typical process. So the who is a feasibility committee, not yet appointed, that would be selecting and working with an architect to develop the design options.
And may I ask one question? Is that committee, I guess that committee is different, or could be different than what then later becomes the building committee?
Yeah, typically is.
It typically is
In the
different,
case of
and
New
the
Lab,
architect is
Bill served on
separately,
both.
and the architect separately bid. You could keep, you go to bid,
We
the
changed
building committee goes
architect.
to bid.
In the case of New Lab, one architect did the design studies for feasibility, and then they moved to a different architect for the actual development of the design.
So let me call this to a vote, since we've had a long conversation. The motion on the table is to delete the $75,000. All those in favor? Ms. Tarkington, all those opposed?
Nay.
Mis- so 1-3, motion fails. Page 101, the design study for the renovation and expansion of Riverside. I'm going to make a motion here to delete this project. As I indicated on Wednesday, I would like to move forward with the one feasibility study at the elementary level of the school that's first in line to have the construction accomplished.
I would second that motion.
I'm going to vote in favor of the motion. And again, here's the BET. I mean, we can't do all the projects at once. Come on, we know that. But again, here's our new priority. Here we're defining the priorities. But it's an incredibly logical motion. They just can't do all of this at one time, and it's just pushing us into a position where we're going to have to take the view. And it's a very smart view. And I'm supporting your motion.
No, it's consistent with the information the Board of Ed has given us about when they plan on do these projects. So, no further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 4-0.
Was it 4-0?
4-0. Page 103, the design study for renovation expansion of Old Greenwich School for $170,662.
You're making the same motion?
I'm going to make the same motion for the
Second.
same reasons.
Second.
Who seconded this time?
I did. Aye.
I do want to note, as we do this, the architect at the time who gave the Board of Ed these numbers did say that if you don't do these design studies together, it may cost the town more ultimately when you add them together. I think that's still worth it because it keeps a scope of work focused on what we want to do near term.
And depending on when we get to the project's desires, needs,
Things change. You might have to change your work at that point.
The
So-
sheets that we have, if it's useful, I mean, since you pointed that out, the sheets in each case give us a figure of what it would cost to do it separately. So in the case of Riverside, it would cost $299 instead of the $230 and small change being requested. In the case of Old Greenwich, it's $222 instead of $170 and moderate change. Etc. The figures are right there in the sheets before us.
So I'll ask for a vote on deleting the project design study for Old Greenwich School.
Yeah, yes.
Aye.
Yeah,
4-0.
we're gonna do that.
Okay, the next page, 105, for JC design study. Here I want to make a motion to modify the dollar amount, to increase it from the 163,000 to 212,000, and that's in keeping with the architect's recommendation of what it will cost for feasibility study for one school alone.
I second that.
So, discussion, so what we're saying is, I think, we're saying that the project that we voted for, the heavy construction, I shouldn't say heavy construction, I take that back. The heavy appropriation, because the construction follows in phases after that, is 2022, 2023, and you're saying that in 2022, 2023, the heavy appropriation for Julian Curtis, according to what's in our sheets?
Yes.
Okay. So I understand you're trying to save feasibility by combining. I get that part, but
Wait, I'm not
these
combining
two
any
projects,
feasibility.
these two,
Which two projects?
We're not combining anything.
We're not
We're
com-
separating.
I'm not, I'm,
Let him finish.
these two projects, according to these sheets, are scheduled to be appropriated in the same year.
Can you name which two projects you're referring to?
Design study renovation expansion of Julian Curtis, GHS Phase 1 entry and media.
Oh, for the construction.
Right. That's what you're saying. Not you're
That-
saying.
That's,
I'm sorry.
that's
I don't
what's
mean that.
indicated on the sheets in front of us.
So if we say yes to this appropriation, because I went with the first one, remember, we're saying to the town in 2022, 2023, we're going to take on an addition of a media center, a renovation at the high school, and we're going to redo Julian Curtis School. That's what
And
we're
I
saying.
think we have 2 years to keep reviewing those decisions, but I think what we're saying is we're going to start the planning of both projects.
So we have 2 years to tell people we were telling the truth today.
No, we have 2 years to plan because you don't know what the timing will be after that. So my motion is to increase the amount for this project to 212,000. Jeff seconded it. Can I have a vote on this?
No, I haven't, I
Okay,
wanted
who's
to hit
talking
my,
to?
yeah, again, I'm going to come back to exactly what I said earlier about the projects, about knowing what the enrollment is, making sure that the enrollment numbers produced by this firm that created this plan is consistent with that provided to us by the BOE, and also that it's current. I mean, we all have received or this budget committee has received many messages as a result of the motion on my colleague's motion on the YWCA. But the interesting, I'm sorry?
Have I ever?
Right, but the interesting response was the exchange between.
Can we keep our comments on this particular motion?
Yes, I'm going to quote a letter from the director of the YWCA to my colleague, and basically, as was said, the YWCA Greenwich's fee-for-service programs are down in the YWCA preschool. I don't need to go on the rest of it. And then it goes on to read, preschools around town are experiencing a demographic shift. Well, if this is becoming a problem at the YWCA, I would correlate its proximity to Julian Curtis School. So I think it's particularly important that we start and make sure that all the fundamentals have been reviewed on these proposed projects. And Leslie, I think that Julian Curtis is once again a $39 million project. I mean, you get started, but again, also I would also add that you need all of the process improvements in place, and it goes well beyond what was just proposed by Bloom and Shapiro, but it also includes the leadership of having a construction manager that takes it from point A, right through the alphabet to closure.
Okay, can I call for a vote on increasing the amount of the project for the design study for Julian Curtis from 163,000 to 212. All those in favor?
Yay.
Aye. All those opposed?
Oh.
2-2. Okay, so that project stays in at 163.
And then
2-2.
I'd like to make a motion to delete this project until we have the systems in place for a $39 million project.
Is there a second?
I'll second that, and I want to follow your lead on the first one. I'm with you. Let's get this going before we start giving inclinations that we're going to, I could do this under maintenance, or I can do it now. We have a Board of Ed team. We were at a meeting the other night where the current chair of the Board of Ed and the previous chair of the Board of Ed, when we talked about this management, said that's their job. We were all there. We saw it. It's on video. This is, and I want to use names so we understand it, because that's Lori, Dan, and the new person there. I am so sincere when I say all this work that we've already done yet, never mind the rest of the pages, we've given them an incredible workload. And I've had a few employees in my day, and I rarely ever set them up to fail. And we're just increasing a workload here, and I don't know how they're going to do it unless we adopt something or we bring in outside help, and I'm sure we're all trying to do that. And my concern here is, it's nice to tell people we're doing all these things, but they're not going to perform it. We have $13-14 million in capital maintenance. I'm not disputing the programs. I think we are doing a disservice to the Board of Ed team that has to provide this work. We know what our capabilities are. Capital is going to change in town. The days of doing our capital maintenance over 8 or 10 weeks while the schools are closed is going to change as we increase the scope of the work. They're going to have to work with doing capital while schools open. And I as much as we know we want to do these projects, we may differ on timeframes and stuff, but there's not much. We're just filling them up, and I'm afraid that's we're creating the problem. We're creating other problems, and I'm asking us to exercise caution on this.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a vote on that. The motion is to delete the project for the design study for Julian Curtis. All those in favor?
Aye.
2. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. 2-2, it fails. So moving on to the next project, major project for Cardinal Field improvement, $8,416,328. I'll make a motion here. I believe we've heard concerns about needing bleachers, having a safety problem with the bleachers. And so I am going to make a motion to reduce this project to be 1.3 million. That number may change before March 28th. I have not yet gotten information from the Board of Ed, but in the previous communication to us, let me first see if there is a second to that motion.
I'll second.
Okay. They had said that the construction cost for bleachers was about 1.1 million, so I added 10% to that, rounded up to 1.3 million. I can, but it's basically the scope of that work is to replace the bleachers.
I think that one of the organizations out there that's been helping us with some public-private partnership has looked into this too. I've seen several pictures of other stadiums. I think that number could even be a little bit high. But for Ms. Oberlander and I, who sat one day in an audit committee in front of us with broken bolts and pieces of the bleacher, we were like, what's this? And that led to some emergency repairs, and they actually closed the press box. So we definitely, I am fully in agreement, we need this. I feel bad because I'm taking the Board of Ed's priority project of a stadium and I'm saying no, but that's another conversation. So I hope we do vote to reduce this and do this. I never really understood why they gave us the two numbers in 2 years. It wasn't two projects. I didn't quite understand that, but what this motion, if this passes, it'll make that question a moot point.
May I
Right.
ask a question?
Ms.
Moore?
Tarkington.
I'm certainly going to support this. Again, I don't know if the number's right, but it's, I think we started at 1 million, but whatever, 1.3 million is the spirit of this. But will you then take the difference between 8.4 and a million three, and move that down to the 9? Or what happens there with the rest? Or we just put it into the third year? I mean, okay. Well,
I
we won't do
haven't given
anything
it
with
any
it.
thought.
We won't do anything. We'll just leave it
Right.
and, okay.
Question for the chair? if you
Mr.
know.
Raymer, yes.
Do you know whether or not this bleacher work would be compatible with their plan if in the end the project goes back as they had designed it?
I don't know the answer to that. In the master plan, the bleachers were moved slightly closer to the field than they currently sit, because there would be parking behind the bleachers, as the site currently is. So the question would be, can they still do that with the current setup of the stadium? They weren't planning to move the running track or the field at all, so it would seem that they could move it. However, they don't have the money to do a full site plan study if that's what P&Z asked them to do, if there were some movement. So they still have to work through that. There was some hesitation. Actually, Mr. Mayo called me last night to talk about what information I was trying to get, and we tried to figure out what it is they need to do, but they're not totally clear. So the bleachers in general are staying in the same location in the new plan with a slight movement closer to the field. Whether they have to compromise on that positioning because of the way we're funding them or not, I can't answer that question.
Through the chair, may we ask the school board between now and the 28th of March to give us some further information on that? I don't want to spend $1.3 million on bleachers to have it be discarded in the process of doing the project, however it is that we finally design the project.
No, and that's not the intent here. So they're actually looking to get us a better number and figure out what it is they can do and can't do with moving forward with bleachers only first, and then keeping the ability to do the rest of the project.
I'll support your motion now, and whether I do it on the 28th depends on the answer to that question.
Okay. So can I have a vote on the motion to decrease this appropriation to 1.3 million?
Aye.
Yes, 4-0. Okay, now we're into maintenance capital projects. Building envelope, masonry and concrete. Building envelope, doors and windows. Building envelope, roofs. Exterior fencing. Exterior projects, fuel tank removals. Exterior projects.
Actually, I was going to propose that we, move ahead with the project, but these also can lead to other issues. And so I was suggesting that we go through part of the projects. And
What's the
proceeding
motion?
with 6, 7, to delete, as I said, 475,000.
So that's just reducing the scope.
Yes,
To
but
do
it's
the first
proceeding
2
with the
years.
project.
Okay. Is there a second on that motion? No second. 119, exterior stairs and ramps. 121, Greenwich High School Performing Arts Center piano.
So this is the one where we need to do anything here?
We had to make the change.
We increased it
Increased it
to
to
the full
100,
appropriation, and I would assume there'll be a condition contemplated upon receipt of
So,
the funds.
so don't we need to increase it by
We have a-
50,100?
We have a replacement
We have a
page,
replacement-
so we're
we have a
going to
replacement page.
act on the replacement page
did.
that shows the 160.
So we don't need to act on it individually?
I don't think so.
Really?
They did it. They did exactly what we asked.
Right.
There was discussion that I or somebody else would be conditioning this upon the receipt of the 50,000.
Right.
We're just being
Again,
thorough,
I
Mike.
think we had this discussion, Jeff, but this is more complicated because we need to make sure, this is something you can work on over the next couple of weeks, to make sure it's consistent, because there is a budget resolution in our book, which I think would not allow your condition, but you can research that. I mean, I
Okay.
think we all want the same thing, but There is a separate budget resolution
I
on this.
apologize, I'm not aware of it.
The Board of Ed has that condition themselves.
Interior locker room renovations. Interiors, other minor renovations. Interiors, this is painting. And then 129 is flooring. 131, abatement. 133, emergency lighting.
What?
Just, we'll see.
I'm sorry.
130.
Could you just,
I
Repeat what
I
you just
just
said.
called emergency lighting from 133. I'm now up to 135 generators, which I think you had
yes, I did.
comment to make.
So, on this one, I proposed that this is starting a whole new program that's never been anticipated. We do have a generator on the western side of town in the,
Can you make your motion first,
I'm
please?
sorry. So I
Thank you.
move to delete 112,065, I think.
So it's to delete 112,065, and that keeps, all
Oh, no,
No.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
I'm on the wrong one.
It's to-
right, page 135, generators.
and
Oh,
the item is-
135.
is 671,410 is the dollar amount.
Right. And so my motion is to delete 356, 413 on this one. On the previous page, we have the emergency lighting generator for Hamilton Avenue. It's duplicated. Clearly, one has to assume they had two different contractors working on this from two different sides. This starts out a new generating program on the western side of town. In addition, there's one for Western Middle School.
Let me just
Oh,
be
sorry.
clear. Right now, we're looking at page 135. You've made a
Am I on the wrong
motion
page? No.
to delete
I'm looking.
356, 413 for a Hamilton Avenue generator. That's the
This
motion.
request is for Hamilton Avenue and Western Middle School to have backup generators.
Yes, for
Do
heat,
either-
sump
we did-
pump, and emergency lighting.
Do either one of them have it already? Is that what?
No, but can I just add, if you look in the previous page, there's a smaller one for Hamilton Avenue for backup lighting.
And the
No,
backup,
no, no.
that calls,
I think you're mistaken.
Emergency lighting.
It's emergency lighting. It happens to say these systems, the emergency lighting, would tie into existing or new generators if available, or be powered by an approved backup battery system. The two are
No,
supplement each other.
no, it says lighting at Hamilton Avenue will be powered by backup battery packs during times of power outages, Jeff. That's exactly what
Yeah,
it says.
battery packs.
Well, battery packs are another way of doing emergency generators, and in fact, they're probably more effective and environmentally clean.
Okay, well, I just don't want you to be suggesting that the two duplicate each other. The second application proposes to install a generator at Hamilton Avenue, which would be the source of power. If you approve the emergency lighting and not the generator, then what you see is correct. You'd have emergency lighting, but it would be powered by a battery pack.
Right, and generally, as we know here, even here in Town Hall, there's several hours of emergency lighting, which phases down. But generally, as we know, we don't keep our children in school that long.
okay, let me interrupt for a second to ask if there's a second on this motion. Is there a second? No second. So let's move on. Plumbing and electrical, page 137.
Get to it.
HVAC, page 139. Life safety, page 141.
I'd like to make a motion. I'm going to ask my friend, Mr. Raymer, to second it. I'm making a motion I don't plan on voting for, but I think it's important as part of our discussion. I'm going to make a motion to reduce that by $1.
Which, life safety one?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you don't believe in life safety.
No, I'm not. There's a conversation I'd like to have, and I'd like to stick with our rules and policies.
All right, I'll second your motion. What are we doing?
Thank you. So I said it before, and I just went through all those projects. So I just want to state my case and my concern, because we have to work our way out of this. We have $13 million of Board of Ed money encumbered for current capital projects. We have 19 available, but that's not really true. It's more like 10 million of capital projects. I'm leaving out the big projects. The requests before you are for 12,000,004 for maintenance, plus 671 for the generator. I specifically carved that out because I do think that's a new initiative, just one I happen to support. Sorry. So my concern is, where are we going to be a year from now? Because with all the projects on the new stuff and all of this, I am very concerned a year from now, we're going to be giving the Board of Ed hired, because the elected said that this is their job. We're going to be sitting there saying, you asked us for all this, we gave you the money, and the work has not begun. And that's just a terrible thing to do to them. Now, in the early days, we could have said, okay, we're going to do X amount, and where we don't get to, that's our beginning of next year, like the original CIP called for. Maybe that's something we think about in the future going back to. So I want to give you the concern. I'm not trying to cut $1 out of this, but this is the formal way to have the conversation. And I have yet to have anybody say to me, well, Michael, everything's going to be fine. Or, well, Michael, we just want to appropriate this, but we know it's not. What's the message we're sending? And 12 people that are residents of this town are going to have to make a decision and say to their neighbors, yeah, we're going to give the schools $13 million this year for capital because that's what they requested. But they're not going to get it done. And if history's got me wrong, I'm the original person who says Board of Ed gets their capital done. It's just in the last couple of years they haven't been able to, as we've upped it.
So one additional piece of information which we both heard when the Board of Ed came, and I don't know to what extent this is in these numbers, but we know that they have trouble moving from an appropriation in May to starting work July 1. So what we heard them say that they are doing this year is some of these projects that we're seeing are so that they can buy the equipment in the fiscal 20 year so that the project gets installed in that summer of what would be fiscal 21 year. So there's some percentage of this may becomes a 2-year kind of, an 18-month sort of capital plan as opposed to 12 months because they do have lead times between contracts and RFPs and ordering equipment, some of which long lead time. And
I agree.
we all need more refinement of the assumptions. However, the underlying message we're getting here is this is the level of capital maintenance that needs to happen first. And whatever next year's projects are, maybe they end up being a smaller number because they realize they have the throughput issue.
You're proving my point. I said we have 13 million encumbered from previous years, and we have 10 available. You're proving my point. I'm not disagreeing with you. This is a concern this town needs to have. I mean, this is a serious concern. And,
So-
by the way, I'll retract my motion for the $1. Thank you, Mr. Raymond, for your second.
And I'll withdraw the second. Should have done it earlier.
All right, libraries. So, again, we have to consider a different alternative of approving Greenwich Library request. There's one request in this tab from Parat, but we have been asked to, instead of approving individual, I don't know how many there are, library projects, 7 projects, to instead approve one 900 and
84.
whatever the dollar number is, $984 library project for their master plan, for their improvement project, which they are moving forward with.
So,
I guess I'm making a motion to consolidate the library projects into one.
Second.
Thank you.
We're just doing what Roland told us to do. Let's be honest.
We always do what Roland tells us to do.
so the library came and surprised us, basically. There had been very little public information about it, but their $18.5 million project that they proposed to start, I believe, in July. Again, if someone can correct me. But they also indicated that most of these projects will occur not in this upcoming fiscal year, but in fiscal year 21, and that they were just moving them forward, I guess, because they needed the money. So my question on these projects, for whoever has bundled them, be it the people who move this or Roland, I assume that this is really making their project like a 19.5 project, just rounding just the slightest bit. And how does this board protect ourselves that we're not the front end money, but since this is really 2 years off, that we protect ourselves to make sure our money isn't going in first, and then they'll be short? And then finally, I asked the question, how much money have you fundraised for, collected, or have in the bank, and have pledges and so forth? And I believe at that point in time, we were told $10 million. So there's still a shortfall. And so, again, my first question is, what is the total cost of this project? I assumed it was exclusive of what they were asking us for.
Can I
Is this a $19.5 million project? Roland, do you have that information? Or Leslie?
How is that relevant to our,
The timing and how this goes in, and whether they can finish up the fundraising for the project, or whether this ends up being a larger project than we had expected.
So on the back sides of each of these sheets, not that the project is going to go forward in this way, but to your point that there was a plan for future years, not the upcoming year. On the back side of each of these sheets, they show the flow over time, but the dollars that they're asking for in this year on these 7 sheets are all shown as being proposed for the upcoming year. Secondly, on your second point, or third point, I guess it was, on how do we handle this so that we're not the upfront money, we talked at Consolidation Day, and it was a point that if somebody else doesn't raise it, I'll raise it after this motion is decided, that we would condition this so that it's handled as a reimbursement to be paid at the end of the process. It was an approach that Roland had recommended to us, and I think it made sense to all of us when he raised it.
But again, it was generic. It was not related to the projects, Jeff. And also, you are correct. These sheets do show that. But if you look at our budget last year for this year, these projects weren't in this year. They're all in next year. And they told us that they had accelerated them and moved them forward because basically they would need this money. What I'm trying to understand is the details of the project. And I think for a project of the scope of whatever the number is, $19 to $20 million, and the citizens of Greenwich getting involved, when what we were told in this meeting, we didn't really receive anything on paper, was that there was $10 million. At least that's what my notes show, Leslie.
so I'm looking at my notes, but I didn't write everything down. The project cost is $17.2 million.
And then I wrote 18.5 later on, so maybe, I don't know.
And it will take 15 to 18 months, so we're not looking at an extended
Starts in
construction
July, I
period.
think, right?
Yes, starts July 2020. No. Yeah, I wrote down starts July 2020.
I prefer, I'd go through and do the projects. I'd prefer to do this individually, but
Just doing it that way creates problems for them, and it may end up increasing the cost because they have to bid those out separately and track those separately. So I'm fine doing the entire amount. I think the mechanism for us funding it is based on an invoice basis as they're spending money. Is that correct?
When we did the same thing for Byram, they presented us with an invoice, said they would like reimbursed for this invoice. They sent the invoice and their copy of the check to the vendor, and that's how we paid it.
So Roland, when I asked,
Sorry, I just want to be careful about something. And so to follow up on something that you and I spoke about in open room at the Consolidation Day, it's not that we're going to make remittance against any invoice. As they produce invoices that track these subject areas, that's the point at which we reimburse.
Yes, we're not paying any vendors.
no, but Jeff's point is very explicit. Jeff, my point is exactly the same one. We don't want, and I think when I talked with you, it was a generic invoice that we got on Byram Schubert. We want to make sure that this particular item has been installed.
So for example, Roland,
Or completed.
the first sheet is for security system upgrades, and it's for $100,000. The point at which you would honor an invoice and authorize a remittance of the $100,000 is when the invoice delivered to you demonstrates that they have purchased and installed the security system upgrades, no?
Yes, and what we got was a copy of the invoice that they paid to the vendor as the backup for what they charged us.
Okay, that works for me.
And then,
Better
Roland,
than I thought.
it is, let's just say the item cost $500,000, but we had it in our budget for 600,000, pick any arbitrary, project cost, whatever. Do we deliver, what happens at the end of this? Do we deliver our excess funds, or it just as we normally would do, you would basically have an unused appropriation? Is that correct? What?
That's the point.
No, I think the way to look at it is we're going to contribute $984,000 toward the $17.2 million project.
No, I think the excess goes to the library against their capital project.
So this is,
That's what we're appropriating. You're right, there's an inconsistency in what we're doing. I'm sorry, it hadn't occurred to me, but Leslie's right. There's an inconsistency. If you are remitting $100,000 only against demonstration of the security system upgrade, and the invoice was for 80, you probably remit 80. And if the same process continues on at the end of the day, you've given them several remittances, but we have funds left from the 984, and the intent here is to be applying the full 984. We'll remit the balance when all of this work is done.
When I spoke to Joe Williams, I said, give a bigger project, a bigger item in it. So say they have a $5 million contract that's awarded to do one of these big pieces of this project. We would just contribute against that $5 million.
see, this is what concerns me. I think that, I thought we were approving projects, and they were
But
just
then
bundling them.
Well, then what they have to do then is to bid each of those projects out separately. So if it's a $500,000 project for security, they're going to put a $400,000 contract out and a $100,000.
I don't think we need
That's
to
what they
do
would do, and I
that.
don't
We
think they
need
need
them to
that.
bid out a contract which in the specs covers all of these 7 items. And at the end of the day, if they have a contract which includes a lot of work, but it also includes these 7 sheets of items, at the end of the day, when that work is done and they've demonstrated the remittances, we're going to be paying the $984,000.
But that's not all going to be one vendor, most likely.
If it's several vendors, as they demonstrate the components of the work being done, we'll make the remittances. The subtlety that Mrs. Tarkington focused on.
Right, so if they happen to come in under budget, we
We'll
get
still
that money
remit the
back.
984.
Right, and I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that, too.
But we're not doing what Roland said. We're making sure that the work that we're approving to bundle is being done, correct, Mr. Raymer? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I guess. And the mechanics of it could get a little more complicated than it sounds. And we're making it sound very complicated.
Right. So the motion on the table is to consolidate these projects into one project that says it's a contribution to the library for major renovation for $984,000.
Does it list the projects? That's
It
my
doesn't-
point.
I don't believe we are
It do-
tied to these projects then.
Where are you?
I guess the other way to look at it, the $234,000 on credit, what is that as a $4 million item that they're going to bid out, and we contribute our 984 against that $4 million. It'll be something like that.
And what's the timing on this again, Roland? I mean, just not their first invoice. Again, this was, stuff that's mostly done at the end of the project. I think that we don't know much about this project. I don't want them to end up short and all of a sudden, and I think it was true on Byram Schubert, they came back and they needed that additional 900,000, whatever it was. That's what way I remember
My
it.
concern's a
It
little
was
different.
before my time.
The first sheet as a hypothetical is for security system upgrades. I don't want to pass this item, remit $984,000, have them do the capital project, and in a year they come back to us and they make an application for $100,000 to do security upgrades because they never did it in the original project. Our understanding is we'll make the remittance, but I'd like these 7 sheets of items to be encompassed in their project, and I don't want them to come back and ask for the items again.
And I'm with Mr. Raymer.
I don't mind giving them 984. I'll devote it to Brian, but I want these items done. I don't want to see them again.
Well, that's 2 separate questions. We want the items done. I'm not sure we can control that, but we can control whether we see them again or fund them again.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't want a library without a security system either. When I thought I paid for it.
Neither do I.
Okay. All right. All right.
So-
There's a point at which it'll let go.
Right.
I'm prepared to vote.
Okay, so let's vote whether we're consolidating the projects into one contribution for a major renovation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
4-0.
4-0? Okay.
So I'd
So
like
that-
to just recommend that a condition, and I'll ask Mr. Raymer to craft it.
No, you craft it. What a condition you craft it.
So page 159, Perrott Library Emergency Backup Generator. Any comments? No. Parks and Recreation.
I'm sorry, did we do the steel structural repair?
We
Yeah,
did
that's
not.
part of it.
We did not, actually.
No, it's a
That's-
separate item.
That one is
Oh, I'm so sorry.
separate.
You're right.
Good catch.
Sorry, thank you.
So,
$2.2 million.
that's on page
155.
155. So 155, the steel structural repair. Any motions on that project?
So I'll move to delete it just so that we can discuss it.
Oh, my God.
Is there a
Second.
second?
What am I seconding? Second.
You're
Discussion on-
deleting the steel structural repairs to the library.
So this is a pretty fancy way, I guess, of doing this steel structural repair. They said it's been done before, it's been around, but, it needs electricity and so forth. Quite frankly, we're talking about the beginning of a $2.2 or $3 million project. But I don't, one of the things that they also shared with us, that while they're expanding the footprint, they don't have a generator at this library, and they don't have the room to install a generator at this library. But as I understand, and again, I may not understand it, this steel structural repair, it needs electricity in order to make it work. And so, do they have a series of banks of backup batteries if their electricity goes down? Again, we're talking about $2.2 million, $2.3 million project. I just want to make sure that everyone's thought this through. It's a little bit beyond my area of structural engineering.
I don't have an answer to that, but what I would tell you is that I believe that steel probably won't disintegrate if electricity is interrupted, even for 24 hours.
Very small amount.
But it's outside of my field of expertise, too. I'm not concerned.
Sounds like a pretty good judgment.
So do we want a vote on this, or you want to withdraw the motion?
No, I wanted a discussion.
So you're withdrawing the motion?
Withdrawing.
Mr. Mason, do you agree with withdrawing the
Yeah,
motion?
With all that presentation we had, I just can't figure how this works in with their capital project. I think the simplest question to say to them is, why are you giving us this separately? Why wouldn't this be rolled into their big project with the last item? Wouldn't that just be simpler? Unless they're not doing the big
They're
renovation.
they're not touching the exterior of the building.
But do you see the work they're doing? Don't you think that this work should be done when it's being done? It should be all
It's
rolled
being
together?
done actually, this is being done before some of the construction. They're working on it now.
I didn't-
They have
I-
some money, remember, for investigation in our
Yeah,
current
but
to develop
I'm
this.
just,
They are doing exterior because they've got excavation, and in addition to this, it's small, but they are doing exterior. So
But this is up top, this is the roof, this is
the roof, I thought it was the pointing on the building.
it starts at the top. But anyway.
I thought it was the pointing on the building.
Is there a motion here? We had the motion to delete. It's
And
being
I withdrew it.
withdrawn.
I withdrew it.
So there's no further motion.
Right.
So we will move on to
Parks
Parks
and
and Rec. So LED lighting safety, dehumidification desiccant wheel, organic turf program, park equipment, park
Sorry, did you-
restoration.
Can we
Organic-
slow just a second? here?
Organic turf? Sorry. Market turf.
I don't
Okay,
think
thank you.
it,
Thank you, thank you.
Where are we?
Thank you.
I didn't have any notes of changes on Parks and Rec, so that's why I went quickly. Parks and Rec, park equipment, we're on page 166, park restoration, 168, playground inspection and upgrade, Page 170, tennis and basketball maintenance. Page 173, tow behind wood chipper. Page 174, new outboards rigging and outfitting. Page 175, Indian Harbor ferry boat repairs. 176, ferry dry dock inspection and maintenance. 177, island pier maintenance. 178, Greenwich Point master plan. 179, repair Greenwich Point Causeway.
Did we have a conversation on the,
A couple of them we had
since,
conversations.
On which-
on this causeway?
Yeah, he
The-
made a few comments.
The concern is the railing. We know the road's washing out, they're continually fixing it. There's concern about, do we want to go that route of the guardrail? I know there's the safety concern, I know about the stroller and all that other stuff, but I think this is, people are looking at a $2.1 million proposition here, and is it something that is wanted? I mean, just in general, this is
Excuse me, let me just interrupt. Are you making a motion?
I'm asking you, where did we leave off in consolidation?
You can make a motion, I'll second. and then
On
we talk.
Consolidation Day, actually, we did not,
No, we
raise
did talk
this.
about it.
We did.
We
oh, we
talk-
did.
Because
You're right. Leslie, you identified that the costs have increased for the
of
project.
60%, 60% increase in project cost.
I don't have a motion that addresses the concern, because it was a closure time, how long this was going to take, whether they were going to do a phase and then wait for a summer to do another phase. And I'm just going back to all of our discussions. It doesn't change the project. The concern I have is there's people who don't want the guardrail, and then I'm concerned about the closure time, but that doesn't get to a motion, so I can't give you one.
No,
Was
I
your
mean, you may
concern-
want to put a condition on for more information as they go forward on the project, but that's not for today. All right, so no motion, we'll move forward. Page 180, Greenwich Harbor, Greenwich Harbor dredging.
Just advice that I'll be attaching a condition to make it explicit that the dredging is to be dredging of the main channel and does not encompass the anchorages or mooring areas.
So, is there,
Ms. Starkey, well, there's no motion.
there's no motion. Can I ask a question? Since he's going to make that?
Yeah,
I thought
sure.
we were getting information back and forth. Are we still missing a piece of information on this? It sounded like the timing wasn't in this
Oh.
fiscal year, and you were exchanging, and then Bruce, the fellow,
Angelillo.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I did receive.
Angelillo said that he was deferring, he didn't think we would need this in this upcoming fiscal year, but he thought that we would also hear from Frank Mazza.
Mazza.
I don't remember seeing anything from Frank
Sorry,
Mazza.
I did get that email.
You did?
I
Did
did.
not. You did, you
I
say?
did get an email from Frank Mazza last night. I
Oh.
didn't share it. Shame on me.
No, that isn't I just wanted to know, because he said we could defer this project, it would not be done.
And
what
Mazza,
they
what he said is, the odds are we won't need the money in this budget cycle, but if everything goes perfectly, we might be able to dredge in the 2019-2020 winter cycle. If that happens, we would then have to come for an interim appropriation or lose our spot. So that tells me they need the money.
Yes.
We have to have the appropriation in place as part of the Army Corps of Engineers. Remember I
Yeah,
said
they
this
need
the other
it
day?
to start,
We
right?
we might not borrow the money or anything this cycle, but we have to have the appropriation in place, and I would be willing to bet you we'll have to continue it in force next year.
Yeah,
It's just the way dredging works.
Okay.
right. But there is a chance that they might need it. So is there a motion on that? No. Okay. Parking fund,
No,
Wait a second,
Byram
you
does.
missed one again, Greenwich Harbor
trying
dredging.
to
182.
sneak one by you guys.
Well, no,
Page
excuse me,
182, Byram Dock
I'm sorry, the
expansion.
Byram Dock expansion is
Yeah.
the one you're missing. So I'd like to make a motion to delete.
To what?
Delete.
The Byram Dock expansion?
Yes.
Is there a second? I'll second.
So the point I wanted to make here is that this is we've just gone through many, many, many projects and not questioned them. But this is a project that was not, unlike the causeway, which to me could be it's a safety issue, and I can certainly support that. This is a new project that wasn't previously budgeted, and also, it takes some time. And I know we heard about these docks, but I've also had other feedback from people that say, for these size boats, that these docks are going to be built, that we would need to do some additional, I'm not a boating person, additional dredging, because the drafts or whatever on these boats, these larger boats are such that you have to have 2 feet between the bottom of the boat and the bottom of the harbor or something like this, and it's not available in this particular area. So I've had a couple people approach me on this, and I want to bring it forth, and therefore, while I've approved or so far, supported all these projects going through, this to me may be one, again, just brought up now, not previously budgeted, that we could defer for a year and perhaps have a better handle on what is actually needed before we do these, and then find out, like the causeway, that our costs went up 60%.
All
Mr. Mason.
dredge projects in town marinas are 6 feet low water, 6 feet of water at low tide, standard. We do not dredge differently in different areas for different sized boats. We dredge for the amount of fill and how long we will get out of the dredge.
This isn't about dredging, this is about creating docks.
I understand, but whether we're putting, no matter what boats we plan on putting there, our dredging policy is the same. So we don't dredge differently, so therefore, if they're planning on these docks, the boats fit.
So I seconded this. I don't know how I'm voting, but I just, we got some conflicting information, I thought, when we talked to Parks and Rec about the number of people on waiting lists and who wants it and which ones were left empty. And it's not clear to me that this is a must-have. This is kind of nice to have. However, we do have marine facilities, and it makes sense to keep them updated as appropriate. So it's one of those, this isn't the highest priority project, but, so let me ask for vote on this. All those in favor of deleting the project? All those against? So 1, 2, and I'm abstaining. So it fails. Okay, now we move on to the parking fund. Parking facility improvement plan. Town hall garage rehabilitation. And that's it. Did you want to do something there?
So, yeah, this is the one, I'd like to move to defer this by 1 year, but also to have some maintenance money in there. So I move that we reduce the 411 to 165.
So you're reducing it to 165. Is there a second? Mr. Mason seconding?
I'll second it. I'm still reading. Hang on. Don't call for a vote.
Okay.
So obviously, I support all the maintenance projects, the parking lots and so forth, but we have a issue with the transitioning of the parking area under the police department. This is taking on a more than $1.5 million construction project. There'll be timing issues, there'll be many other issues for it. Quite frankly, I don't think necessarily until we see them organizationally that they might be ready for it. I think it needs to be done. I also don't want any further deterioration. 165 is probably too high, but I'm certainly willing to go with that number. And again, it's a project I think that needs to be done. But given everything else with this parking department, I think that probably this renovation could be deferred for 1 year.
This is
Mr. Mason.
This is on the town hall garage, not the police department.
Town hall garage.
It's not on the police. Did I
No, the
just-
parking department has moved under the police department. It's a new organization, whereas Rita actually had quite a bit of experience building parking garages and handling construction like this. I'm not sure our deputy chief has that same experience, although he is very able and has many, many expertises that our previous parking director did
Mr.
not.
Raymer? Yeah.
The exasperation here is, I believe this is the third time we've gone through a process of trying to rehabilitate this garage. There was obviously some flaws in its original construction. And what we've been told each time is that there's water penetration passing through the masonry. It relies upon structural steel for its integrity, and the structural steel is corroding, is deteriorating to the point that you could have a structural danger. Danger might be too flamboyant a word, but certainly a concern. So there isn't much purpose to my mind to delaying getting in and making these repairs. The only exasperation I have is that I just feel like in 4 years, we're going to be told it's happening again, and what we did before didn't work either, et cetera. But I can't help that. I mean, I wouldn't delay this. I wouldn't not do this. It's a very expensive piece of structure, and we don't need more corrosion. I certainly don't need a collapse of a deck or something and put ourselves on the front page of all the newspapers up and down the East Coast.
All right, so I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Mr. Mason?
Nay.
So 1-3, it fails. So now Nathaniel Witherell. We're going to go through the projects as I indicated to you on Consolidation Day. I asked Nathaniel Witherell to reduce her capital request to $400,000. So they submitted what changes they would make to get to there. So on page 1 of Nathaniel Witherell, the furniture replacement program,
That was the skip.
I'm going to move to eliminate this project.
And I'll second that motion.
So just let me catch up. Chat. Hang on. Which one?
This is,
On
And
La-
Nathaniel
on the
Witherell
Willow tab.
tab.
It's,
Oh.
yeah, but on Larry Simon's list, if you have that, he has it as number 7.
There you go.
Does that help
So
you?
they're asking for 47. So that's, am I assuming that you have a series of motions to get to 164?
Yes.
Okay. So this is furniture, nothing that really is residence, not beds and lifts, right?
This is beds, I believe.
no, this is the new furniture. This is beginning to
Yes,
replace
this is
the
new
furniture
furniture.
that they did for the renovation
rooms.
that ran parallel with Project
It's
Renew that's in
common-
the
It's in
rehab.
common lounge areas and dining rooms.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
So we're deleting this project. That was my motion. Mr. Raymer seconded. All those in favor?
Aye. 4-0?
Yep, 4-0. The next project, resident bed replacement, I'm going to make a motion to reduce this to $15,000.
And it was number 3, Mike, on Larry's list.
So I'll second
I'll
that.
second
Our
that.
page 2, correct?
On page 2, yes.
Our page 2, I'm going in the order of what's in our book. Could just make a motion to accept Mr. Simon's recommendations.
No,
but
no, I
let's
think we should do it
individually.
individually.
So we're reducing this to 15,000
From 47.
from
Right.
47. Can I take a vote on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No, that one,
You're opposed?
Yeah.
Or you're?
You're opposed to it?
I'm opposed to that one.
3-1. Okay, I just need to know where you're going to vote.
I
That's fine.
I can
Tower
move
room.
with painting and some furniture, but not when it comes to the,
Tower room, air conditioning replacement, there were no changes to that one. The nursing and rehab capital, no change to that one. Administrative building second floor renovation on page 6. I'm going to make a motion to delete the project.
That's item 10, Mike, on his list.
yep.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
There's no discussion. Can I have a vote?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 What do you, Mike?
I'm abstaining on that one.
301.
This is again with Nathaniel Witherell, these are where the apartments are, correct?
No, this is where the boardroom
This
is,
is
on the
where the
second floor.
staff is.
Second floor there.
Second floor of the boardroom is totally separate from the, well, right. It's some staff. It's more staff.
So the vote there was 301. The next project's chapel ceiling replacement. There'll be no change to that. Ms. Tarkington, are you going to make a motion to that one or no? You didn't like that
Chapel ceiling.
I
project.
mean, again, I think that, that, given it's not a priority, it's,
Okay. Domestic hot water boiler replacements in our book, we have approved that on an interim appropriation, so that will be removed from the capital request. I don't think we have to vote on that.
No.
Page 9, the vinyl resident room wall covering, that's no changes to that project. Page,
I'm going to say
It's
that
number 8 on the list.
I'd rather delete that one. Again, this is
vote.
already Project Renew, and
are you making a motion?
I'll make a motion to delete that one.
Is there a second? No second.
How much have you made of your intended,
I think we're almost,
I think you only have.
we're
one-
there. The rest stay in the book as is.
Okay, so there's no more, you have
There are
no
no more changes, so the vinyl resident were passed.
And
Then we have interior painting, we're going to maintain, general capitals maintained, pavilion capital.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to remove Pavilion Capital. That's a separate building. It's not Nathaniel Witherell.
we already voted on that.
No, we haven't
The
voted on
last
that.
page in the book.
Page 12 of the book, which Larry had as number 9 on his list.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it. This is where I wanted to have that conversation. Leslie, you're up.
So this is the Pavilion Capital. I was on the original Project Renew committee when we hired Ramsar, Robert A.M. Stern Associates, and we had the two best engineering firms. And they came in and reviewed it, and let's just put it that the pavilion was not in the plan to be renewed. And so therefore, I'm not supporting this. I think, just as an aside, again, the proposed capital exceeds the income we get in from that building. So I think we need to basically understand that if it's not a revenue generator because it's negative to the town.
See, here was my thoughts on this one. I seconded, obviously, to get the conversation going, but they're talking about a new boiler here, and they're talking about the snow guards, and knowing that building very well, what the snow guards are is they don't want the ice and the snow falling off because that's right in the front where people are egressing. And I remember during the reviews, I forgot to ask that, but that's a tough one to cut because once your snow guards are going on those style of buildings, those architecture, you get melting snow, ice, it loosens up, boom, and you have sheets falling off. So that's a tough one. So I'm not sure I want to reduce that. I think I would leave that in.
As it was pointed out to me, we do have people living in this building, and it is disintegrating and in very poor shape, and there's an obligation to maintain a leased asset.
Well, again, I would also add that the Witherall board I was on vacated the building, and there was no one in the building. And then for these ancillary revenues, people were added back. I think we need to be very cognizant of also respecting board decisions of previous boards. We can't reinvent things when there was good information, and I think you're pointing out the deteriorating situation in the building, Leslie.
Okay, I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor of deleting the 50,000, say aye.
Aye.
Or raise your hand. All those against? Nay. So it's 1-3, doesn't pass. Next tab is sewer funds. So force main sewer improvements, Old Greenwich force main. pump station rehabilitation, sewer rehabilitation, and then sewer maintenance, and Grass Island asset management. Okay, next is the golf course, landscaping and turf equipment, replace the driving range net, patio awning replacement, master plan, projects and update. Okay, that's the existing projects. I believe there were a few new ones that people wanted to recommend.
Well, good for you, Leslie.
So,
Is it possible to take a quick break? Just a quickie?
okay, quick break. What time is it? 3:03. 5 minutes. Fine. We'll get back going when everyone's here. So for capital, I think there were a few additions that had been discussed by our fellow members. I think, Ms. Tarkington, you had one, at least, with Western.
Yeah, I had at least one, but, so shall I start with the one for the schools? Is that what you want me to do?
Wherever you want to start.
So I'm going to start with my proposed project information sheet. I haven't prepared it, but I've had experience doing one before. For Western Middle School soils remediation, I would like to propose that we document within our budget what we have documented and put in our footnotes of our CAFR, that we have an $8.5 million obligation to, do I need a second before I start talking? Or is that, that we have an,
Just say what project do you want to put in and the dollar amount.
okay, so
and
I'd
then
like
we'll
to
ask.
put in Western Middle School soils remediation, $1 million
Okay,
for fiscal year 2020.
Is there a second?
So, thank you, Mike. So, right now, we have documented in our CAFR, which was done with obviously involvement of many people, and upon the recommendation of others, I have nothing to do with it, that the average soil remediation for Western Middle School is $8.5 million. And likewise, we're very familiar with this because back somewhere a long time ago, at least 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I think 14 maybe, Pete, we had the same kind of thing for Greenwich High School. And so what we did was we budgeted out the, what was then, I think it was $14 million into future years. I think we had a very disciplined chair of the audit committee at that point in time. I don't see the chair of our audit committee here at the moment. And so it was there. So this basically would be the first year of documenting out the Western Middle School remediation, putting $1 million, and this is where I told Leslie I'm a little bit shaky, putting $1 million in 20, putting, and I'll say $3 million because in 21, putting $3 million in 22, and then putting, I think it's a $1.5 million thereafter in 23. This follows the same kind of curve. In actuality, it's true, Mike, that we do have approximately $1.5 million left of our $2 million that we did 2 years ago. It's disappointing that this wasn't submitted by the Board of Education. With any, whatever, they should be able to start their remediation in hopefully sometime, definitely in the following summer, but they should be able to get to this. They should hopefully have worked it through so they can get some plans and be able to start their project. So what I'm saying is, by the time they finish getting their approvals, let's just say they have 500,000 left here, and this at least would get them started immediately without coming to the BET on their project. I assume it will be a phased remediation project, just like GHS, but, with no further guidance, I've done it sort of the same kind of arc and similarity, and haven't front-loaded it at all, really worked it up so it's like a little gentle curve and tails off, and started with $1 million in the fiscal year. And I think this is a conservative, prudent way to recognize that this town has an obligation, and which we are actually disclosing in a footnote in our CAFR, and this is the documentation for it.
Okay.
In the financial industry, you wouldn't be able to document something like that without having, its solution to show that you recognize it. But I think this needs to be done.
Any other comments? I'll add a comment. I don't support putting this in this way now. They still have remaining funds to be able to do the work. I agree with you, they can't do the work this summer, so that means the work's not happening to the next fiscal year. We'll have better information, we'll know what the costs are, we'll be able to identify properly what the time frame is for spending and how best to fund it, so I'm not going to support this time.
So, Leslie, may I ask you a question then? If you're not going to support this, I do think that this town has an obligation to recognize this in our budget. So an alternative might be to defer the $1 million and add it to, so that fiscal '21 has $4 million in it, and fiscal '22 has 3, and then fiscal '24 has $1.5 million. At least you would be recognizing it, and if for some reason they need more, you'd be pulling it forward. Would you consider that kind of thing without anything
I want to
in there?
recognize it all in 1 year and fund it appropriately in that year using longer-term debt. So I would be supportive if you want to put in 8.5 million, but in fiscal '21. However, we don't know what that number is really going to be or the timing yet.
Well, is it,
We don't. I know, we don't. So
we did exactly the same thing on GHS. I mean,
And we had it lapse. It's exactly what happened.
no, we'd never lapsed. We've never lapsed.
anyway, the
We
proposal,
never lapsed.
the motion is for $1 million in fiscal '20. So let's vote on that. If it goes forward, then you can put the out years in. But all those in favor of fiscal '20 $1 million? Okay. All in favor of fiscal?
I just want to stop here, because this is exactly what we did on MISA, and then we did it again on Western. We actually put this in ourselves, and if you remember in Budget Committee,
We voted to have an appropriation in the current budget year. Yes, that we can
Right,
do.
we did.
Add a project, which is what it is. The motion is for $1 million in fiscal '20. That we can do. Yes, I'm saying she's proposed to put in $1 million for the current year.
The simple question is, do we see that we will be spending that $1 million? We already have 1.7 current. It's there. Do we think, if somebody could convince me, we think we would have a need for
You
that
can
money?
vote accordingly, absolutely, all right? So let's vote, because we do have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Nay. So 1-3, it fails. I wanted to add, I had several ideas for projects. Start with the recommendations from Bloom Shapiro for Board of Ed and potentially town systems for tracking construction projects and asset management systems. Their recommendation totaled for those two about, I picked the higher end of their range, $27,000. So I am proposing to add a project in for $27,000. It would go in the schools for the acquisition and implementation of a project management system and an asset management system. So that's seconded. So let me explain my thought process. I am not restricting the evaluation of these systems to only Board of Ed needs. I would expect, and through the Finance Department, we would continue to work collaboratively on the implementation of the Bloom-Shapiro recommendations and find systems that meets both the Board of Ed and the town's needs, but let's first focus on the Board of Ed. Any other comments?
Just, that's only for like 3 users, so I just, once that combined with maybe a contingency and a little bit of training, might you want to just increase it a little bit to cover some of the
I mean, when we do an appropriation, it's only used for those purposes, so I don't have a problem with going higher. I did pick the higher end of the range that they did, and it was multiple users. So it's also going to be the implementation. It will be an annual cost as we go forward that would show up in the operating budget.
I move to amend the item to 32,000 and 5,000.
I'll second. It's not very much, but I'll second. I have no idea what, so we want to put enough in there to be able to explore and identify without. So, yeah.
No.
So my question is, again,
50,000 now?
if you look at their executive summary, the first recommendation is work on setting up the municipal accounts. The third is a formalized standard for rank projects that can track and monitor. I'm just going with I'll get to you what you're trying to do. I think that's their step number 4 in the executive summary. So, I think we talked about this once maybe since 1978, where again, here we are, we're buying software for the Board of Ed, telling them, we want you to do this. Where's the Board of Ed on this? I'm not saying we're
So,
not gonna do it.
no, and you keep picking up random bits of history to fit the particular issue in front of you. We had a meeting 2 nights ago with the Board of Ed in attendance, waiting for new input and new information on what might be needed to move forward. I think there was general agreement in that room that there are additional systems needed to move forward. And there is no budget money right now in the Board of Ed proposal because back in December, when they voted on their budget, there weren't specifics. We now have specifics. It is responsible for us to account for being able to move forward with these recommendations that I believe we all seem to favorably agree with. There are going to be details about those recommendations that still have to get worked out. But I want to pull up the report now. But I think we have the opportunity to make sure that we can fund what the organization needs in order to meet the standards that we expect from them. And that's what I'm trying to do here.
I won't be voting for this because I think this should be done centrally in IT. And I think unless we do that, it's not going to be satisfactory. And I think you absolutely have to have the BOE buy-in for it. I think you've got to have the board buy-in for it. I thought they were quite aloof the other night, and I think we need to make sure that we have their people, but I think it needs to be a centralized, managed project. And I think that putting it and having them basically being the key decision makers, probably hiring someone else to do it for them, is not the way to go on a leadership program that this town needs. I certainly think it needs to be done, and I strongly encourage us to move ahead with the program, but I think this is not going, they are already overburdened with so much work. Mike has said, there's no question, they've got $30 million of projects to do before we even get to this budget. And of those, in excess of of $20 million is in the Board of Education Schools Administration before, and we've just put them enormous array. This will not be as much fun, and they will not have the discipline for it that we would see from our good friends, Pete and Roland, who are already overburdened, and our IT department that has done, is continuing to do a superb job in terms of implementing software for the building department and the land use departments. And these are all land use related, and I am very concerned about the direction of this.
Other
I
comments?
agree that they need.
Other comments? I think it's important that we move forward this, so let's take a motion on this proposal. Take a vote on this.
I made a motion to amend it. The seconder would allow, I'll change my add-on. My add-on was 5, but I think my add-on should have been 15 to make the whole thing 42,000.
And Jeff, what's that for, please?
It was to pick up on what Deborah had said, for there to be some dollars available for the implementation process.
Except for more people. This is for the
Not for people, for systems.
management. Well, see, this is the difference here. Management software and for asset management system. Is that so? So the BOE is going to be deciding this.
Yes, that was Mrs. Moriarty's motion. 15,000. The starting place was 15,000 for software for project management, 12,000 for asset management software, if I recall correctly. And she put it together to be a single motion for software on both
Right.
at 27,000.
I haven't heard another proposal for moving ahead with these recommendations. The IT department, to me, yes, they're systems related, but this is operating software. We need operating departments involved in the decision making. I also have the same concern with the previous recommendation. It should go under finance. I'm not sure this is something that our finance
I didn't
people,
say-
as good as they are, really have the expertise to move this ahead. So
I didn't say it should go under finance. I wouldn't put it under finance. I put it in the IT department the same way we've done with the, the land use and the building department. But I do think that the strength and knowledge that Pete and Roland have of where we've been and where we need to go is invaluable. And so it's going to be a teamwork, but I'm very
yeah, it
concerned.
absolutely has to be a teamwork.
But, I just want to point out again that if you were taking the low side of this range, it would have been 11,000. And so there was a range given, and so the high side of the range was 27,000. I don't, are we going to give a slush fund of this size on everything that we do? I just think
For
that,
the purchase of software, there's no slush fund. It can be used for the purchase of software for these two specific purposes. All this
And its implementation. so it
installment and
involves the training.
configuration and so forth.
So, any other comments? So first, we'll vote on the amendment, which was Mr. Raymer's increase of the dollar amount to 15 million.
To 42,000.
Right. So the starting point was 27, and Mr. Raymer's amendment was 15. So let's first vote on the amendment. So all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed. So 2-2, that fails. So now let's vote on the original motion for 27,000 to implement the recommendations. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? 2 opposed.
So we want to get the school system organized, but we don't want to buy the software.
Excuse me, I support it. I had thought about abstaining, but I do think we need to think, as we rush into this and, basically formulate it this way, we've now put this in the Board of Education Department.
Okay, I
and-
think we voted on this particular item. Let's move on. I know. He was, and I should have. All right, so IT security, cybersecurity, we had, during the discussions with our IT department, we talked about what additional efforts could be envisioned to address and protect the town from potential problems through breaches in the network and breaches in third-party software that interact with our network. Mr. Klein identified a focus that he had on, which is internal, and there was a secondary focus which was submitted to us later on, which would broaden that work to look at implementing an information security program. So long iteration, sorry, to my motion, which would be to add a new project in the IT department for $85,000.
Excuse me, did you want to add a new project or just add it to this current cyber?
No, I want a new project. It's a different focus. Is there a second? Okay. Discussion.
I think I said it this morning, maybe we weren't awake yet. Cybersecurity is a new thing. I think it's going to get enhanced. I think if you look at some of the communications going on right now between several departments in town and the request to get information of who's controlling your cybersecurity, looking at our HR committee chair, I tried to do this through finance where the VP could step back and do a minimum of an RFP for a townwide cybersecurity evaluation, get recommendations from that, and proceed. The reason I did those, first of all, in finance, because they're just information deliverable. They're not a capital project. They're not a hard asset per se. So, again, I understand what you're trying to do, but we're trying to move things in the wrong process. Like the town should have a cybersecurity assessment, whether the data withdraw has a cyber break, the police, school, town, parks. It's the town of Greenwich that's going to be either held hostage or have information get out about people that shouldn't get out, and we're going to be liable for it. Let's step back. We don't have to have these answers today. Let's make money available so we can bring professionals in on all three of these subjects, two of these subjects.
Again, I think that, we can either do it the way Mike suggested. I also think we could do it in finance and capital, so it's whichever works.
I have a proposal on the table to go into IT to enhance the security assessment within the town software that it's using. So I'm going to ask for a vote on this motion. All those in favor?
Yay.
Yes. Although opposed? Those opposed? 2 opposed. 2-2, it fails.
You can take it back. Thank you. And turn it on.
Then the last item I wanted to officially put on the table, though I can predict the vote already, which was to provide study funds to have a better game plan for addressing our fields. So a fields master plan study. On Wednesday, I had estimated, I thought it might be 100,000. I know we have base information. I think we can reduce that number a little bit, but I don't know really what the number would be. So I'll say, 75,000 for a study to really give us a action plan for how to get all of the fields, town and schools, up to a level where we're meeting our residents' needs as best as possible. Do I have a second?
I'd second the motion. I'd invite the movement to try and be a little more specific about the deliverables, just so that they make it into a sheet in the end. I'd like to.
So yes, the deliverable is to identify. Do you need me to do that now or no? Or
I thought maybe it's better. I don't
For in
know how
writing.
it gets captured exactly, but
well, I'd prepare something in writing that would reflect
well, let's do
what I
that
thought
then.
I
We'll take a look at it
communicated.
the full BET or before.
Well, but I'm making the motion now for a
Oh,
vote.
and I've
Okay.
seconded it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Discussion.
I am tending to agree with you on this. The frustration with the resident satisfaction is really sort of bothering me. I think there's lots of conversations to go into this. Where would you see this
So I know we seem to get hung up with Board of Ed fields or Board of Ed responsibility to provide a capital plan, and the town maintains those fields but controls other fields. I still think that there is probably more expertise on the recreational capability of our fields within the town's Parks and Rec department. So I would say that they would have leadership on this particular study, but we would need the cooperation and input for the Board of Ed.
So I understand this because this is not something we've reviewed. You want to, in essence, I'll put it in layman's terms here. You're asking the Director of Parks and Rec to do a study of the fields to define current capability, what can be done to increase usability, and a plan of which to achieve that.
Correct.
See, I help. I'm in total agreement with this. As a resident, I'm a little frustrated. You remember some of my questions I've asked about, we have the parks and the Board of Ed, and I've asked, what if the Board of Ed asked for fields? They asked us for money for central, and we haven't had anything. I would tend to support this. I will put a personal comment, I think, until somebody just decides that fields are a priority, that we want to make improvements in them. It's not going to help our utilization all that much. A little bit of engineering will help, but we still know that in a 10-year period, we've gone up 30-something% in demand for field uses, and we've only added one field to the town. So that mathematics, this study may help a little bit, but in reality, to overcome the obstacle of needing more fields, we're either going to have to make relationships with private schools, or there's other solutions that Joe had talked about with lighting and what have you. So I'll support you on this, but, and I agree, I would really, really hope that our Parks and Rec liaison really get involved, because we just need to get to a point and start making decisions and prioritizing it and making these fields better. Because this is every year. I sit in the back of the room at the break, I think we had 40-something people talk to us about synthetic fields, non-synthetic fields, and fields, and there's not money in the budget. And I just feel bad for the residents who want this. I just think that, I will support you.
So this sounds like it's fun. And, I'm going to compare this with remediation, which isn't fun. But we have a huge budget. I'm not against this at all. These are one of the many things that do need to get done. But what we are now adding to an amazing list of, I've just never seen anything like this. Number of projects when we have so much already that hasn't been accomplished, including 4 schools that still have, at best, 3 of them TCOs or CFOs, but not been closed out yet. I just, while I like this, in the private schools, that's a whole separate series of land use approvals that have been, very adroitly crafted with the neighborhood. So, I just think that this takes the focus off the mainstream, and the first mainstream should be addressing the projects that we have at hand and beginning to finish them and close them out. I'm
Right, I'm
concerned
gonna-
this is adding to the burden.
I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
I will abstain from the vote. Leslie.
You'll abstain. So 301, Ms. Tarkington abstain. Okay.
So we have
Any other projects? No. Yes? Was there one?
No, that was it.
Okay, so now I think the last bit of business is, let's take a look at the mill rate calculation chart.
Roland, did you give us anything? Do we have a sheet,
No,
Roland?
it'll be on the screen.
No, I know that, but sometimes he,
Right now, all we have is what's in the budget book.
Yeah.
We haven't made any changes yet.
oh,
So
we haven't made any changes that impact this?
No, no,
now
but I
we
mean,
need
the
to turn the
budget.
lights a little lower.
So the operating costs, have they been modified by the actions we've took?
I believe they have on this. Yes, yeah.
Where are we now, Roland?
All right, so the chart that he has up is what is on page 2 of our budget schedules tab. Maybe not.
Page 1.
He moved back to page 1. Okay, he was on page 2. All right, so page 1, where we had operating costs of 388, 460, 977, we've now increased to 389, 620, 369 through our actions. Is that,
Where are we, Roll?
okay, that excludes revenue. So so we're on page 1
Right,
of,
right, right, no, I-
all right, you got it, okay? And then for the moment, the capital shows that we are increasing the capital tax levy by 3 million. So he has to fill in the borrowings to make that happen, since that's a plug number.
Let him get all the changes done before we go through.
Yeah.
Add the revenues here.
Not an equal sign. You have an equal sign, not a minus sign.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. 312 right now.
Okay. So can you go back up? So let's go down the chart then. So our operating expenses after our votes today are 389,620,369. Our capital tax levy increase is the 3 million that existed in the prior chart. So the amount to be financed goes to 443, 467, 369.
443, say it again, because I can't read the thing there.
467, 369.
Thank you.
Roland, just one quick question here. Capital request can't be 48. We took,
Well,
That-
we took, I'll show you.
because of the
We took-
stadium.
We went from 557.
Oh,
We took 8 out.
okay, okay. Because I thought the starting point was 50-something. Okay, gotcha. All right.
So the amount to be financed, we have the 443 million. If we go down below to use of fund balance, we are carrying the same number we've used in prior years, probably 2 years, I think, the 11,468,810. No change in that. But remember what the first selectman did is to lower the mill rate, is he used more of
The
fund
grand list
balance.
change. The grand list change. He
No.
at one point,
He picked a number. I don't know how he picked it.
I think that's-
You tied it to the grand list change, but he picked a number to use more fund balance. I would like to use more of that fund balance as we're funding our risk, but we'll keep. So then, state revenues, we've changed our revenues.
I have to allocate this, I put all the 695 revenue changes.
Are in all other. So we just look at the bottom line. The bottom line revenues, as we've adjusted them, are 47,680,707. Because we
So-
added some.
so that's the changes that's the changes we made. So we had revenues went from 45.5 to 47.6, or 2.1 million more. Can't be. It can't be. I'm sorry, 2,000.
It's half a million more.
You're at about 500,000 with the increases.
Okay.
So I guess the total financing need here are 443, 467, 979.
I'm sorry, so the total financing is 443, sorry,
443,
Yeah.
467, 979.
443.
97. 443, 467, 979.
We made a mistake one year while he was doing this, so just let him.
We don't want Roland to make a mistake, and
No,
it
no,
is
no, we all
Friday
left here.
afternoon,
We
almost
all left,
4.
and we couldn't get the math to work. We were throwing numbers at him.
So the property tax revenue is from the Why is that number different? The property tax revenue number, why would that have changed from what's in the budget book? That first line in the mill rate calculation.
382, 203.
Because
You need more money. You have to chew it up to get to the budget.
So that just solves the equation to
Right,
make it
that's all that
balance?
assumes
Okay,
that
so that's a
that's what
fill,
goes in
that's
the
a
tax
fill
credit.
number, okay. So we're assuming the same amount of tax settlements at 1.5, state senior,
So what is the
270.
tax revenue? 'Cause I can't read it. 380, what is the new number? It says the 382.
Things may change, though.
What's
Do you
going to
want-
change if you put, it's going to change dramatically if you start putting money into that use of fund
Right,
balance.
right, we'll get that.
I know, but Jeff's writing it all down. So,
That's right, okay.
Senior
So with no
taxes.
changes from that assumption and use of fund balance, we're down to a mill rate essentially of 11.724, which is a 3.12% increase year
No.
over year.
Okay, so just, this is really important. So our tax settlements, that's correct. The senior tax, even with the new senior tax, those two numbers are correct? Those are the numbers we're supposed to use?
Yep.
We don't know
Did-
yet, but
well, we
think
don't
it's
know,
good.
but-
Right.
With this, with the senior tax credit change, did we anticipate that we were going to get less or more, or something like that?
With what we just adopted?
Yeah,
They never used the whole amount, so no, they expected to be able to live with that
We
a number.
750, 780, a number like that, and we used to budget 950. Last year, for the first time, we went down to 900, which we're repeating this year.
Yep, okay.
But I think we,
But we usually end up $100,000 away from that.
but also we've done some things. We know that the thing is changing and it's increasing, but more importantly, we added the disability, so we'll need another line there.
No,
No,
I'm
it'll
just-
be on
No,
the
we will.
same line.
I mean, we don't need it now, we don't know it, but
Okay.
we
It should be
will.
the same line.
What?
Should be
So-
the same line, I
It could be the
think.
same, but we need to put it in there.
Okay, now so Roland, when I asked you, when we were discussing today that risk fund, and Ms. Moriarty wanted to use 2 million of fund balance, I wanted to use 1 million of fund balance. Which is depicted there?
well, right now, this is the selectmen's number, which is 1.6 million.
He used 1.6
Okay,
million.
so.
I wanted to use 3 million. You wanted to
no,
use, I don't know.
You
what-
wanted to use, yeah, you want to use 3, I
I
want to
want,
use 2.
I
You're
want,
right,
so the risk fund is going up by a total of 3 million. It was a 2
Okay.
million increase
So-
over what was given to us.
So, Ms. Moriarty and I are going to have this battle, everybody else can wait outside. So can you change that 1.650 to 2.650?
Wait, why would you do 2
I want to
point,
show, it's a depiction,
of what? Of-
using another million.
I think that mill rate reduction number isn't relevant to the BET. We should zero that out and decide what we want to do with fund balance. I
I'm
mean,
not talking about use of fund balance is the one I'm trying to get to.
okay, so,
It takes up to 3.56.
so if there's no additional use of fund balance over the 11.5 that we usually do, mill rate goes up 3.56.
Okay.
If we use, we'll go to the max, 3 million, which is my number, for the full amount of the risk fund appropriation, then the mill rate goes to what? Oh, wait, I think you wrote 30 million. Okay.
It'd be a fun year, but after that, it'd be tough.
Then we'd be at 275,
And that's you doing all three, not just the two marginal that we did today.
correct. The entire 3 million appropriation to the risk fund, saying that is just a transfer from fund balance to risk fund. If
So,
we lower the number to
let's try
what
it my
Mike
way and
wants
see
to
what it
show,
was.
do you want to put in 1 million or 2 million?
Well, okay, I wanted to do 1 out of tax and 1 out of fund balance.
And what about the original,
wanted to
what
do-
about the original 1 million that was already in there for an
Same way as
But
appropriation?
that we didn't touch.
No, but she has just touched it. So I think he only wants to do one. Do one.
So we'll
for
do
kids.
1 million,
Right.
and then see where we
You
are.
would- The only difference is you and I are different on funding of 1 million.
No,
No,
we're different
it's
on
different.
funding it
Three.
more than that. No, not, just 1
But he
million.
wanted 1 million on top of
You want 1 million on top of what Tessie did for the
Yes.
1650?
Yes.
Well, that's very close to mine,
I
okay.
tried to tell you that earlier today, but you were too busy trying to.
Well, no, but my thing's based on just risk fund. Mr.
I know, I
Tessie
know.
just did it to arbitrarily lower the mill
get
rate,
it,
and I
right.
want to base it in a rationale.
Different, we're on different philosophies, but.
So that's a
two.
2.88%.
So that is, if I understand that, Roland, we are using more than what's been submitted to us $1 million more of unrestricted fund balance for that risk fund, and $1 million of tax levy in that depiction.
$2 million a tax.
Yes, yes. But Leslie was repurposing Peter's $1.6 million out of it. I mean, you can apply that against
You
anything.
pulled out
that
the
you want.
1.6.
No. I
No,
left it in
no, no,
there
no,
as
I
minus
didn't,
1 million.
Mike left it in. He
Right.
said that's the baseline, which hasn't been how the beat. That's the baseline, and then he added $1 million to it.
Correct. So the difference between the way you're proposing to do it and the way I'm proposing to do it is 0.13 difference in the mill rate.
But what's your rationale for the starting point of leaving in 1.65 million? Actually, that's, didn't he have 165, not 156?
No,
Transposed.
But there doesn't
But
need to be a rationale. It's just an arbitrary number of what we decide to use as use of.
But I think the BET's conversation, our conversation should be about how we're funding the town operations, right? How much of our fund balance are we using so we're not going to tax the residents for funding operations versus what do we tax for? So this, I guess the 11.5 million that we have traditionally used, we have said that that's the amount of money that gets returned to us approximately each year, so we are in balance. We're not going to tax for some conservative budgeting practices where towns return the money, but we're going to tax for everything else.
My position is, if you look at the operating budget of the town, it's going up, what are we going to, 443, what's that, 14 million? Am I correct? It's going up?
14,
Okay,
18.
so we're going up 14 million, so that immediately changes the percentage of unrestricted fund balance, right? It changes the percentage of that ratio. Okay?
It's math.
What I'm saying is, yes, we could use all the fund balance. I never disagreed with you. The first selectman chose to use, I know what his thoughts were when he did that. Okay, that was his way of thinking about it. My position is, we are watching steadily now the returns, the year-end closeouts getting smaller. We can always use fund balance that's what it's there for, it's put there. What we're doing here is we're philosophically replenishing a specialty fund for use for certain things. We're replenishing that. I don't know if I would fully replenish it to the 3 million all in 1 year. I might go to 2, I might go to 2.5. I don't have that. But until I get here where I can make decisions, and what I'm trying to depict to you, that I think what you're trying to do, what I'm trying to do is, it's
I'm still trying to understand what you're trying to do. I didn't understand that explanation. I just don't, I mean, I would like to be able to justify, to be able to explain how he came up with 2.65 or 3 million over above the 11.5. The 11.5, I will say, that's the amount of money we think we build in some conservatism. We know there's some unexpected revenues, some other expenses we don't spend, so that we replenish that use of fund balance of the 11.5 annually that departments return those funds. So far, we haven't hit a level where they haven't returned that amount of money. We keep, it's going to happen, but we haven't gotten there yet. But now we're going above that this year. And we're going above that, in my view, I can justify that because our percentage of fund balance does exceed what we say. Now, moving it to the risk fund does nothing to change the percent of fund balance because we're defining fund balance to include the risk fund. However, we believe that that risk fund will be depleted, will be used up, and therefore I want to fund it without taxpayer money to use money we already have on hand.
So if I'm understanding you, we are $350,000 difference in conversation. You want to remove what the first selectman chose to do with that 1.6. Then, so that's 1.6. Then you want to say, I want 3 million to go to risk fund
Right.
out of fund balance. I'm in the middle with the 1 million being tax levy and 1 million being that. The difference is that column right there, that column right, Rolly, can you put that on the 2.6?
Now, I understand the number, but,
Whether that number's 2.6 or
okay.
3.6, the difference over here.
So that means you're basically agreeing with me, so that works. I got it, we're there.
They're not very far apart. By the way, it seems a little quirky to have those odd numbers, both of them, in the use of fund balance. I don't know why we wouldn't fold them together
Round
call it
up.
14 million, which is about what they are. That would make it actually, your mill rate just a peanut higher, but
I would disagree with that because we do, this is one item that does come with our rating agencies. So I wouldn't call it mill rate reduction. That's not what we're doing. I would say it's transfer to risk fund. And therefore, it identifies to people looking at our financials that it's not just
what
that
about
we're.
the $11 million figure? What do you want to label that?
Well, that is labeled, and it has been on our statements like that for years.
It's only 2 years. but-
No, for more than that, but
Right.
identifying the difference between our conservative budgeting, because we have to have a
So-
balanced budget.
So what was that number in the most recent year for which we have the number, which is probably fiscal year 18, I guess?
Of
468?
of the
Was it-
actual of
it
what was
11,468?
returned? In the
What was
budget?
Actual return.
Oh, no, the actual was higher than that. The actual was 17, because we had a lot of revenue we didn't expect. Roland gave me that chart.
So the reality,
Right, it was.
no,
It was-
the figure is not, it has nothing to do with revenue we didn't expect. These are closeouts. The 11,468,000, I thought we were being told matches up nicely with what our closeouts were on some recent year.
The fact that our fund balance has grown something by $2, $3, $4 million means that we got back 11 plus $4 million.
So if we were to put into the $11 million line, the 11,468 line, if you were to put in what was a better approximation of the closeouts, it would be a still larger number. So then I get back to my point of saying, then why don't we just pick a round number and put the two together and call it unrestricted use?
To me, it's important to keep them separate, to show the transfer to the risk fund, because I think what it communicates is that that particular, the way we budget does cause people to ask questions. And I think an over-reliance, it's showing a hole in your budget, essentially, right? You're not raising taxes to meet the revenue needs. And really what we're doing, the risk fund, is we're just transferring it from available fund balance into a risk fund, which are really part of our defined.
If you're good with the 2650, I'm good. I'd rather, on the label, I don't mean to be so picky in here, but on the label, it isn't very clear to the public what transfer to risk fund means. I'd rather have it say
So-
transfer from fund balance to risk fund.
It's an appropriation.
The appropriation is above,
Yeah.
and that's
So
how we're funding the
that's correct.
appropriation. But I would prefer that number to be 3 million. I can't get you to 3 million?
Oh, you can get me through. I was trying to join the compromise that I thought I saw
See,
emerging.
I didn't hear a
between you and
compromise.
I.
This morning, I fully understood you were trying to take what the first selectman did with the 1.6, and you were trying to get 3 in there. I understood that, and I'm saying to you, I'm not changing what the first selectman did, and I'm just saying, if you want to get it that high, do one tax levy, one fund balance. At the end of the day, we're $350,000 difference.
So do the 3 million then there.
That's what I was trying to tell you this morning.
So do the-
You're trying to take out what.
So do 3
So
million there.
So can I get you to 3 million? We're not very far apart.
This
He
argument's
just
not about
said yes.
$350,000. It's,
He just said yes.
Right, okay.
you're just doing it differently.
I got there a different way, exactly, but I want to be able to explain it.
So
So,
that's going to leave us with a percentage of mill rate increase of about 2.75, you said, is that right?
Right?
Yeah.
That's
There
right.
you go.
Nice round number as well.
Right.
I was leaving
Oh,
Peter
we-
Tessie's in there.
Oh.
I wasn't taking
Oh,
that
we
out.
didn't do Nathaniel
I
Witherall.
guess we have to go back to that. Nathaniel Witherell,
We
we
forgot
have to,
all about it.
we're going to change the capital expenditure, so that'll actually, we
Improve
could
it.
decide to leave the 3
No,
million
no,
in
no,
there,
no, no.
just in case.
No.
But no, so that will give us a
Okay,
few
so-
extra
so
dollars.
before
Yeah.
Before we get crazy, Nathaniel Witherell's, the anticipated
Thanks, Pete.
contribution was in the budget book before we started.
We said the contribution would be 3 million, which trues up expenditures from the current, it's a 2.7 million contribution for operating expenses, but we add capital. Roland gave us a reconciliation of how he got from the 2.7 million in the Nathaniel Witherell Fund to a 3 million as represented in the town 999 accounts.
And then when we did the 255, we agreed that that would be adjusted from next year, and that Roland was going to go through those capital items for what was done. And so Roland gave us a working sheet to show that adjustment earlier in the week, or last week.
So Witherall put in $2.7 million contribution to the town that is in the budget.
And that's in there, it's already in there.
That was before they came in with a $455,000 income in the fall. So I said, depending on how to make it, we'll take the 2.7 that they have and make it 3.
Okay, I remember that. So in that last document, 2.7 or 3 is already in that.
We have 3 million in.
Yeah,
general
3
fund right
million's
now.
in that.
So if you want to make it $3,010,000, that affects that last chart.
Yes.
No, but Dan,
That's what's, so we've already accounted for a $3 million contribution to Nathaniel Witherell's fund. Now we have the conversation. Do you want to make it 3.5? Do you want to make it
no,
whatever?
there was an adjustment that Roland gave us last week or something, didn't you? It incorporated like the 255.
It did, but now we've reduced the capital down,
Right.
from 854 down to 400.
Right, so it should be
we're-
more.
So
It should be more.
The 3 million should be good.
Excuse me, it should be good. It should be less than 3 million. It should be less than 3 million, Roland. What was that sheet you gave us last week? I've got it someplace.
I know the feeling, Roland. And you have, oh, by the way, you have, did the motion pass on our reduction for the 261 on Nathaniel?
Capital.
No, we reduced. Didn't, okay. We would have to count that too.
So I don't seem to be up to, with the play here. Tell me what we're doing with the Nathaniel Witherell.
Page 149, still has Nathaniel Witherall at 3 million
Page 149.
in the fixed charges.
And we're trying to find that great chart that Roland put together.
I left mine at home under my
And
pillow.
we're here, and we're now at 2.7, is that the point?
Yeah.
And- and-
And by the way, my calculations today had us at 2.9.
2.7.
And I don't know how I blew it by that.
Okay, okay, thank you.
I just really zoom in a little bit more now. That's why I think at this point, the 3 is pretty good. When they adjusted their capital, the budget goes down to a positive $424,000 with the $2.7 million contribution to the town. However, our starting point isn't a negative 66, it's something more than that because of the $455,000 interim. So I think the 3 million is close enough for what we know at this point.
And when we put the $3 million in there, the knowledge or the thought of where they will be on June 30th versus where they thought they would be versus where they are is not as bright as we would like it to be, but that's current year.
So there's always a lag with truing up to the Nathaniel Witherell experience, and so given what we know now, Roland's telling us that the 3 million's close enough for what we know now. So we'll go with those numbers.
We've got to change that
So,
by 250. No, he has it.
no, he has it
doesn't
in
change.
there. It's in
Doesn't
there.
change.
So I think the end result of the budget committee work is we're at 275.
Say that again? 2,750,000?
No, 2.75%
2.75%
increase.
increase in the mill rate.
So what'd you end up doing on Nathaniel Witherell?
We're going to keep what's in the budget book, which is a 3 million contribution.
Which leaves us at 2.7.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Now, we don't vote on this particular chart, but, so we'll,
I would make a motion that the budget committee deliberations, that's a summary of it.
okay. I'll second. All those in favor?
Sure.
Aye. 4-0. Okay. And I believe
resolutions,
So
we
you had
have,
wanted to
Oh.
have a conversation about which capital plan, what capital plan to put into the book. I'm going to make a suggestion that we put each of them in the book. It's a series of models under a series of hypotheticals, each with their own assumptions, which you can quarrel with or not, but they're illustrative. And I don't want to have a debate about debt policy here today.
So the first step in the capital plan is, do we agree that we should use the capital plan as reflected in the models that the that new model that the debt policy committee has been working on? So that Roland should take whatever spreadsheet from that Excel, whether it's the 5-year bond or whatever else,
There were four
take
of them,
that
yeah.
for the budget book.
I think that we should use the sheets that we've got here, adjusted as Roland always does it, and otherwise, I think we've just changed, we've changed the discussion in the RTM meetings, RTM committees, to something that gets much more complex than we can deliver as 12 members of the BET. I think that, we've got a complex budget here, which we all want to get through exactly as, presented or whatever is approved in near the end of March. And I think to keep it simple, stupid, not change those things, and to get it through as we voted through in the end of March will be a project in itself.
So where I disagree with that is the model, forget the variations with longer-term debt, just the 5-year model that we're used to seeing. It is an improved version over what we've been using. We have a better planning technique to it. There are no assumptions in there that are dramatically different, but there's, I'm not sure there are even any assumptions that are different, but it just cleans up some of the details. So it's not going to be anything new or dramatically different than what we've had.
The only thing is, Leslie, we haven't approved that yet as a BET. I just think it's best to go with what we have. We can continue on that flow. By next year, that model can be used. But I think otherwise the discussion becomes about other things that have changed and not about the core budget itself. That's my recommendation.
can I step in here just for a second?
Yes.
First thing we have to do with capital. First thing is the charts that are in your capital schedules book. I'll give you an example. In here, there was a number next year for the way the Board of Ed submitted the stadium, the $9 million.
Right.
So that has to be refined. Number one, anything we change has to be refined in the going forward. On the capital financing page, which is our capital summary page 2, that gets refined accordingly. I've done this with Roland before. It will affect, and what the capital schedule should do is it's going to say what we're doing this year, and it's going to depict the challenges going forward, because we didn't change, the projects that we made a motion to postpone, the studies on the Julian Curtis, et cetera, it's still not going to change those positions in the book. We're not changing that. So it's still, the idea of the capital schedules is to depict where and what the numbers are anticipated to look like. It's not really our financing page. It's not how we're financing it. It's to depict where we think we're going to commit to spending.
Right, that's pages
2,
1.
3, 1, etc.
But pages 2 and 3 is a financing model. You may not think, it's not reality of how things work out,
It's
but
got
it does.
estimated borrowing and
Right.
all that.
But the revised model is just has improved some of the mechanics of this thing. It doesn't change the basic parameters. It would seem to make sense to use the more updated spreadsheet.
And when you take the 5-year model that the debt policy was working with and compare it to the 5-year model that's in the existing budget book, the bottom line figures of total debt, which is an item that that the RTM people frequently cast their eyes at with alarm, those numbers are quite different. And it's a demonstration of the improvement that the debt policy committee did in its expansive modeling. Now, I'm not fastening myself to the 5-year model. I'd like to almost try and avoid that conversation But the fact that the two five-year models are quite different from each other, to my mind, is a demonstration that we ought to be doing something about this rather outdated model. It doesn't work anymore. It's not correct. It's not our best guess.
Well, what I think about the five-year model is, when it's in the book, we try to estimate what's actually going to happen next year. And then, when we just let the model kind of just run through automatically, we disconnect, and we'll just ignore that, and we'll let the model run with it. So we drop that. We drop that.
So I'm sorry, Roland, so are you saying,
It was only the bands that are different.
so what are you recommending that, what would you say would be
I
the
mean, we
best?
spent a lot of time on this new version. It's a new five-year, that's what we're talking about. It's the same thing, except we're not trying to guess what we're borrowing, or what the bands will be in the next 2-3 years exactly. That's all.
So there was, so just to try and strike a balance here, without too much complication, the debt policy committee ran out a scenario, a model at 5 years, and ran another one called 5 years plus 20 years for specific projects. And I would suggest that they both be put side by side in the book, in place of the old debt policy.
I don't know if the debt committee did that or not, but there was one handed to us. But there's, in the discussions we had, there were alternative solutions.
Yeah, there are actually 4 models in total that were done, Mike.
Yeah.
One of them had everything at 20 years, and one of them had a fixed amount. I mean, you could fill the book with 4 models if you like, and then you could add also the pages of assumptions and the rest of you. I'm not against that. I was just trying to keep this simple, but not so simple that we just are staying hidebound. That's all.
On the 5-year, the mixed, in terms of the accuracy of those two, I don't think there was any debate about that. And all the work that went into it, I think is just a better mousetrap. There's no difference as far as I know, right?
You're right.
Yeah. Certainly, President Lula could say, we voted hours, many hours, improving it, and you wouldn't want to take those improvements from out the window. That was the president. It's separate from the idea of 5 versus 20. This is another topic. We're talking about the technical corrections and accuracy improvements that were written. You don't want to start that.
If we're going to go with this format, and if we're going to compare disparate terms for financing, I would recommend we eliminate the total financing requirements row, because by definition, rolling over shorter-term debt has greater financing requirements than longer-term debt. And really, the only thing that matters here is interest costs, not financing requirements. Just a sign.
All right, so if we want to all handicap the solution, what's in here, to what we believe, then we're never going to make progress on this. I don't know what to do in moving forward. The BET has not yet voted on a different debt policy. The BET hasn't ever voted on using longer-term debt for projects in its infinite wisdom. I disagree with that. But by putting something in the budget book for the art, putting 2 different versions of a model in a budget book, I'm not sure what an RTM member does with that.
He learns from that, begins to look at things and begins to formulate his thinking about how he feels about some of these other alternatives. And the conclusion he may reach is, boy, I don't ever want to do that. I mean, that's okay. He can reach whatever decision he wants. But he begins to just see it. There's no dialogue here. There's no editorial comment being made. We're showing in the book now a future look at what our financing model looks like over 15 years. And under the present circumstances, I think that would be appropriate that we show 2 models. I don't care which 2, but I thought 5-year might be one, and then one was 5 years plus 20 years for specific projects thing.
I think those are the 2 pages that are the most relevant. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I certainly would like to show them. I don't know how we reach agreement on this.
I'm hoping we'll reach a unanimity here between all these people of goodwill. my friends down the road with Goodwill? Where are we with it?
You really want to ask that question? I don't think we're anywhere. I think we've made financial commitments for this year predicated on everything you've seen and how it's going to be paid for, what the tax levies are. That's the commitment you made. You've postponed projects today. 2 of them were 38 million each in total. So in essence, the model that you made, you just moved those by $70 million. You just made a change. When we talk, I'm trying to avoid the conversation. The options before any BET will be far greater than changing the maturity of the bonds. There will be options of using fund balance to reduce a spiking borrowing in a year. There will be options to extend the bands out for a longer period, as permitted by statute. There will be the option of carving out a specific project for different financing mechanism if needed. And there'll be the option of raising taxes. That's obviously an option. The debt policy to date is focusing on the solution to the perceived issue is to change the borrowing on a certain portion of projects. That is one solution, but it's not the only solution. So if we're going to have a debt policy, we should have a debt policy that says we will look at every option if it comes, but we can't make the decisions for future meetings.
The only thing is what's in the budget book, people look to as if
know
it's
that.
a plan
I know that.
for the BET. And certainly what I agree with Jeff, this is not a plan. And this plan violates probably half our criteria.
But that's not a plan. That's a depiction of anticipated commitments on the town for capital spending. It's just a model. It's on paper. It's not even on granite.
So
It's just it's a
I'll tell you what,
perception.
I'm going to horrify my colleague by saying about it. Let's do this for the moment. Let's plan for the moment that we substitute into the book the 5-year model that was put together by the debt policy, because that sure as hell is better than the one that's in there right now. I'd ask that Roland, because some of the capital figures are a little different, you adopt the figures as we have them and make that adjustment, but otherwise that. And when we're just at this meeting that's coming up this month, I guess, later this month, we're talking about the debt policy, et cetera. We can have a conversation about whether or not we want to add also the other, and we'll make a decision as a full BET at that point. But for the purpose of bringing this conversation to an end, I'd like to suggest at a minimum that we substitute the debt model that was put together by this capable committee and substitute it for the one I have here. This is stupid to keep that one there. And I'm going to catch hell from Leslie later for having done that.
No, I offered that solution before. The only just pragmatic impact of that is that the full RTM gets the books based on what we've decided today. And then they get replacement pages. They only get replacement pages after the full BET votes. So if at that time the full BET adds a second capital plan in, it does get confusing,
And
but,
it's a little more flamboyant than
Roland,
we
this-
send
Right.
it separately,
This is a
the
munis
20-year plan.
program,
Right.
right? This, oh, got it. I thought you might have,
Okay, well, I don't know, maybe my plan isn't so great,
No.
but
it's the path of least resistance, that's for sure.
I just don't think we need to have a quarrel about debt policy every time we get together.
Right.
that
Bill.
was my opening statement 6 months ago.
I think Jeff's idea is a very sensible idea. And I'd also say, that, in our committee, we've had, really monitored the RTM to improve the model. Absolutely. Maturity, right, to improve it. If we were to send them the one we didn't improve, they're all going to spend the next thing. Why they come to those committees and work on that thing all the time?
Yeah.
The version from 2018.
But Bill, did you listen to Leslie's remark before that in the event we were to decide to add the 20-year model, it'll come to the RTM members as a separate missive, which sort of draws extra attention to it more than perhaps I would have wanted?
What I heard her say is you have substitute pages. If you have substitute pages in the second model, it's not good for you to start going on it. Good.
Is that all right?
Yeah, that's okay.
We'll do that. That way we-
All right, so it sounds like we have general agreement of what we're going to put in the book on the model. And there is a lot of work that Roland has to do just to get those capital numbers back to reflect the actions today. And with that,
I move we adjourn.
thank you. Second? All in favor? Aye.
They get some bad weather over the weekend, folks. Stay safe.
Yeah. And I want to thank everybody for such collaborative effort.
I was just going to thank you, Leslie, for your work on this and your leadership and being patient.